It was an elegant weapon. He would miss the mirror's toys when this was over. The traitor would head for the mire. He was sure of it. First, he had already learned that nothing that happened within earshot of the Marr house stayed private. Second, Lark mentioned a monster in the woods. Cerise said Lark was the monster, but he wasn't sure what she had meant. The kid might have thought of herself as a monster, but then again, she might have seen something she couldn't explain to her sister. Some of the Hands agents had enough enhancements to give a grown man nightmares, let alone a child. If Lark had found an odd, scary creature in the woods, he wanted to meet it. He had a very simple plan. Keep watch, identify the traitor as he or she left for the woods, then follow their trail to the wonderful presence that waited on the other end. He might get a drop on the Hands agent and follow him to whatever deep, dark hole Spider claimed as his lair in the swamp. Perhaps he might even let the Hands agent see him, William decided. Then they would have to have a conversation. Maybe some bones would even get broken. He chuckled soundlessly. The window slid open without a sound. He eased through it onto the long balcony and crouched down, moving away into the deeper shadow by the rail. The moon dipped in and out of ragged clouds. In the distance, an old gator voiced a lazy roar. The wind smelled of water and the mimosa-tinted perfume of night-needle flowers. It had been a while since he'd hunted, and the night was calling. Below, past the rail, the yard lay empty. William sat still, quiet and patient. Minutes stretched like honey. A faint shiver troubled the cypress branches to the left. A boy with a rifle, no older than 12. Another stir to the right. A young woman in the pine. Judging by the distance between the trees, a third lookout probably waited on the opposite side of the house. They faced out, watching the mire. Neither saw him. A door closed shut with a quiet thump up ahead. He slipped along the balcony, staying in the shadows, and sank down by the rail again. The spot gave him the view of a narrow slice of the front balcony and most of the staircase. Measured footsteps, followed by a barely audible second set. He'd learned that second sound very well by now. Calder. Ugh. The wind fetched their scents for him. Yeah, Calder and Richard. Those two were on the top of his traitor suspect list. Calder had the air of a man who always needed money but never had enough. The Hand paid well. When they didn't murder their hirelings, that is. Richard was a different story. William had picked Catherine's brains while sitting in the library and listened to the family's chatter for the entire evening until he had pieced together the family tree. Grandmother Az had 7 children. Of the 7, Elaine Marr had been the oldest. Elaine had 3 children, Richard, Calder, and Arian. When the Shirelles had shot Elaine in the marketplace, Richard was 17, Calder was 14, and Arian was 10. The family reins passed to Gustav, Cerise's father. Cerise's parents had taken Arian because his brothers had been too young to care for him. Richard smelled like a natural alpha, rational, calm, respected from what little William had seen. People looked up to him, Cerise included. But Richard wasn't in charge. Cerise was. Why? He liked Richard for the traitor. The bulk of Cerise's relatives consisted of her cousins, their children, and relatives by marriage, but only the core of the family knew about Uro meeting Cerise. He had managed to narrow it down to 8 people. Cerise, Richard, Calder, Arian, Murid, Petunia, and Ignata. Catherine mentioned that Richard's wife had left him about a year ago. Spouses didn't seem to last among Marrs. If he had a wife and she left him, he would feel powerless, William decided. He would try to find the biggest, baddest asshole and take him down. It wouldn't matter if he won or lost the fight. Either way, he'd replace the emotional hurt with real physical pain, something he could deal with, something that did eventually get better. They were similar, Richard and he. They both kept things contained inside. He had sat next to Richard during the evening for a few minutes. They didn't say a word to each other, sharing a calm silence. Richard had shown emotion only once. They both watched Calder slip the knife back into the sheath on Arian's belt, and Richard permitted himself a long-suffering sigh. Maybe Richard wanted to prove to everyone that he wasn't as powerless as his wife had made him feel. "The man carries military-grade explosives in his pack," Richard said quietly. "They came from the Weird. The magic aftershock was so strong my teeth hurt. Cerise said he used to be a soldier." Calder's tone was light. "William's obviously on a hunting expedition. As long as he hunts the other side, we win." They were talking about him. Ha! The two men stayed silent for a long moment. "I didn't hit that door," Richard said. The door to the bunker. It was all him. He knocked it out before I hit it. I barely grazed it." "So you're sore because you missed out on a bruise on your shoulder?" Calder asked. "After we got Makita out, I looked at the bunker. One of those big storage shelves had fallen against the door. The weight of the door plus the shelf—" "Richard, I told you today that you're like a mother hen." Calder took a few steps down the stairs, coming into his view. William stayed still. "You have to loosen up, brother. You're so tense you'll get the lot of us killed." "The man is dangerous." Calder raised his arms. "Of course he's dangerous. You've got to have balls to come out after the hand. They hunt. They don't get hunted. Besides, you know she wouldn't have brought him here if they didn't reach some sort of agreement. She trusts him, and I trust her. She's young. Don't tell me you can't see what's going on. I saw the way she looked at him when he dragged her up the stairs. Her parents are gone. She isn't thinking clearly." Calder turned on his foot on the stair. William had to give it to the man. Calder had balance. "Richard, how old do you think she is?" "She's—" Richard didn't finish. "Yeah," Calder said. "She is 24. And you're 33. In your head you must still be a teenager, while she and Arian are toddlers. They grew up. We all grew up. I come here more often than you do. Gustav runs the family, but Cerise runs the house." "What do you mean?" Calder heaved a sigh. "I mean that our dear Uncle Gustav drove the Ma family ship right into the ground. He has no head for business. You could give him a free crate of guns from the Broken and he'd manage to sell it at a loss. Genevieve's too busy. She's dealing with Lark and trying to keep the rest of the kids fed and watered, but when it comes down to it, she just doesn't want to deal with money. Can't say I blame her. I wouldn't want to do it. So 3 years ago they dumped the accounts onto Cerise. She balances the books. She pays out our allotments. She picks up our expenses. Why do you think she's been going with me to the Broken? She knows how bad it is, and she's pinching every penny, looking for some sort of angle to get us more money. We're crawling out of the hole Gustav put us in, but it's slow going. And there are too damn many of us, and everyone keeps having emergencies that bleed the money. I had no idea." Richard's voice was clipped. William grimaced. He had no idea either. Money wasn't something he had in abundance, but he knew it had to be rationed. Back in the Legion, his food and gear were free, so what money he had he spent on leave, on booze, books, and women. The first few months in the Broken turned his world upside down. He had almost gotten himself evicted before he learned to pay bills first and spend on other things later. He'd seen enough of the Mars. Their clothes were patched, their equipment was old, with the exception of a rare piece here and there, but everyone looked well fed. To keep the horde of Mars in line, Cerise would have to squeeze every cent. Calder kept going. They make a pretense of Gustav still approving everything, but trust me on this, it's all her. If you go into her room, wake her up and ask her how much money we have, I bet you she'll tell you the balance down to a penny. If any of us are thinking clearly, she is it. Richard's voice gained an icy haughtiness. I'll speak to Gustav once we find him. And say what? That it doesn't sit well with you that our funny baby cousin is scrounging for change to keep us in this oh-so-rich style we've become accustomed to? Richard didn't answer. Calder's face jerked. When I found out, I asked Gustav about it, and he looked at me like I had sprouted a water lily on my head. She was 21 then, and when Gustav was 24, he'd taken over the family. It's not right, Richard said. Calder shrugged. She works hard, Richard, and the hand just pulled the rug out from under her feet. If this blue blood makes her happy, I'm all for it. She hasn't gone out with a man in 3 years since that asshole Tobias. Now that isn't right. Sure, the timing stinks. Trust me, if the blue blood bastard fucks up, I'll be the first in line to slit his throat. But until then, he's her guest, and you and I will be making him feel welcome. And if she falls for him and he leaves her? Last time I looked, weird nobles weren't in the market for exile brides. Then at least she would have lived a bit, Calder said. She's allowed her mistakes. You and I both made plenty. We're the big fucking rock around her neck. She can't leave until the family is on its feet again, and by then she will be your age. Let her have some fun. She could die tomorrow. We could all die tomorrow. Calder walked off down the stairs and turned left, angling toward a smaller building. A few moments later, Richard's retreating steps told William he had gone inside. So, they knew Cerise liked him, and Calder, at least, was all for it. William made a mental note to find out about Tobias. William gave Richard a few seconds to make his way from the door, crossed the front porch and dropped into the grass, pressing against the wall, hidden from sentries. He heard a tiny noise and turned toward the thicket of ickberry bushes flanking the cypresses. A long shoot covered with thorns shivered, then another. William leaned forward. Heat surged through his muscles, making him fast and focused. The shrubs shook as if taunting him, and a big square head thrust through the leaves. 2 brown eyes fixed on William from across the clearing. Idiot dog. Cough pushed through the brush and trotted toward him, not so much walking, but falling from paw to paw. If the lookouts decided to follow Cough's course, they'd run right into him. William bared his teeth. Go away. Cough kept going, a lopsided canine grin on his furry face and not a thought in his head. If the dog could hum, he'd be singing, la, 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 in tune with his footsteps. Cough sauntered over to him. William pressed against the wall. No bullets, so far so good. Cough clenched and vomited something chunky onto the grass. Oh, terrific. The big dog sat on his haunches and looked at William with a perplexed expression on his face. Well, eat it back up, William hissed. Don't waste it. Cough gave a tiny whine. I'm not eating your puke. Cough panted at him. No. A lean shape leaped off the porch and ran past them into the woods. William caught a glimpse of dark hair and small brown boots. Lark! Why would a child be sneaking out into the woods in the middle of the night? Was she meeting the monster there? Cough got up and trotted after her. Good idea. William peeled himself from the wall and sprinted across the clearing. As he passed the tree with the sentry, he looked up and saw the kid asleep between the branches, the rifle leaning on his lap. Finally, something was going his way.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
This is Audible.
Bayou Moon by Ilona Andrews. 18. William glided through the grove. The cypresses gave way to the edge pines. Huge pine trunks surrounded him, black and soaring, like a sea of masts that belonged to ships sunken deep under the carpet of blue-leaf moss. Dense thickets crowded the pines, punctuated by the patches of rust ferns. Stunted swamp willows with startling pale bark protruded through the brush like white wax candles. This wasn't his wood. This was an old, treacherous place, a garish decay and new life mixed into one, and William felt uneasy. The dog by his side didn't much care for the wood either. The sleepy-eyed, good-natured idiot had raised his ears, and his brown eyes scanned the woods with open suspicion. A breeze touched them. They both sniffed in unison and turned left, following Lark's trail. Where was that kid going? William leapt over a fallen branch. He hoped with all of him that Lark wasn't meeting some nice monster in the woods and telling him all of the secrets of her family. A large white oak loomed in the woods, a lone giant, tinseled with maidenhair moss. The air currents slapped William with a dozen odors of carrion, some old, some new. What the hell? With all this carrion, he could smell nothing else. Cough barreled on ahead. Dogs. Stupid creatures. William jogged closer. A dozen small furry bodies hung from the oak's branches. 2 squirrels, a rabbit, an odd thing that looked like a cross between a raccoon and an ermine, something the edge had cooked up, no doubt. Fish. A skinny shape scrambled through the branches above him. Lark's small face poked through the leaves.
"You shouldn't be here. This is the tree where the small monster lives," she said. "This is the small monster's food, and that's the small monster's house."
He looked up to where she pointed. A haphazard shelter sat in the branches of the oak, just some old boards clumsily nailed and tied to make a little platform with an overhang. A small yellow something sat on the edge of the platform. William squinted. A stuffed teddy bear next to Pava's crossbow. Cerise was right. Lark thought she was a monster, a small one. Who the hell was the big monster? The teddy bear looked at him with small black eyes. Looking at it made him feel uneasy, as if he was sick or in serious danger, and he wasn't sure when the next blow would be coming. He wanted to take Lark and her teddy bear away from the tree, just carry her off to the house where there was warmth and light. His instincts told him she'd bolt if he tried. Human children didn't do this, and she wasn't a changeling. If she was one, he would have recognized her by now, and Cerise wouldn't be surprised by his eyes. William tapped the tree. "Can I come up?" Lark bit her lips, thinking.
"I can trust you?"
He let the moonlight catch his eyes, setting them aglow. "Yes, I'm a monster, too." Lark's eyes went wide. She stared at him in silent shock for a long breath and nodded.
"Okay."
William took a couple of steps back and launched himself up the trunk, scrambling up like a lizard. It took him less than 2 seconds to crouch on the branch across from Lark.
"Wow," she said. "Where did you learn to climb that fast?"
"It's something I do," he said. Cough whined below. Lark scuttled down the branches, pulled out a small knife, and cut the rope holding a water rat. The rat's body fell with a wet plop. Cough sniffed it and sat on his haunches, panting, long, sticky drool stretching from his mouth.
He never eats them.
Lark frowned. That's because they're rotten. Do you come here a lot? She nodded.
If we don't find my mom, I might move here. I like it. Nobody bothers me, except for the big monster, but I usually run away when I hear him.
The big monster? She nodded.
It moans and snarls when the moon is up.
The hand's agents were freaks, but he doubted they would howl at the moon. Is it something that's always lived here?
I don't know. I only started this tree 4 weeks ago.
What does it look like? She shrugged.
I don't know. It gives me the creeps, and I usually run straight to the house.
Her face shut down. Do people bother you at the house? Lark looked away.
Monsters belong in the woods, she said. They don't belong at the house. Were kids mean to you when you were a small monster?
William considered the question, trying to sort through the mess that was his childhood to find something a human girl would consider mean. I grew up in a house with a bunch of kids who were monsters like me. We fought. A lot. And when they really went at it, only one changeling got up in the end. Lark scooted closer to him.
The adults didn't stop you? We aren't allowed to fight.
They did. They were strict. We got whipped a lot, and if you really screwed up, they would put you on a chain into a room by yourself. Nobody would talk to you for days. Lark blinked.
How did you get food?
They would slide it through a slot in the door.
And bathroom?
There was a hole in the floor. She pursed her lips.
No showers?
No.
That's nasty. How long did you stay in there?
He leaned back, lowering one leg down. The longest was 3 weeks, I think. Time is odd when you're in that room.
Why did they put you in there?
I broke into the archives. I wanted to find out who my parents were.
Did you?
He shook his head. No.
So you didn't ever have a dad or mom?
William shook his head. This conversation had gotten deeper than planned.
How can you not have a mom? What if you got sick? Who would bring you medicine?
Nobody. What about your mom? Is she nice? A small hint of a smile crossed Lark's lips and twisted into a pained frown. He guessed she was trying not to cry.
My mom's very nice. She makes me brush my hair, and she holds me. Her hair smells like apples. She makes really good food. Sometimes I come and sit by her in the kitchen when she cooks, and she sneaks me hot cocoa. It's hard to get because Uncle Calder has to bring it from the Broken, and we only get it when something big happens, like birthdays and Christmas. But I get it a lot.
Lark clamped her mouth shut and looked at him.
Do you know when your birthday is?
He nodded. Yes.
Did you ever get any presents?
William sucked the air in through his nose. She asked bad questions. I'm a monster, remember? The birth of little monsters isn't something people celebrate. Lark looked away again. Great. Now he made the kid feel bad. Nice going, asshole. William reached over and touched one of the ropes holding a squirrel carcass. Did you catch all these?
Yes, I'm good at it.
Both rats bore bolt marks. She probably did shoot those. But the rabbit carcass was at least 8 days old, and there weren't maggots on it. William picked up the rope, pulled the rabbit up, and looked at it. His nose told him not to eat. There was some sickness in it. Water rats were ugly, but the rabbit was cute. She wouldn't shoot one. She probably just found the corpse somewhere. A changeling child wouldn't have any problem killing a rabbit. It was good meat, slightly sweet. William let go of the rope. You're planning to eat those? She stuck her chin in the air. He had touched a nerve.
Yep.
All right. First of all, squirrels aren't good to eat. The only thing you can make with them is stew, and even then, they're bony and they stink. Rats? Same. Don't eat rats. They carry a sickness that will give you fever, cramps, and chills, and your skin and eyes will turn yellow. All these over there are too rotten to eat. That one over there has been picked on by birds, and that one's got maggots. Your fish over there is hanging too close to the trunk, and there are spots on it. That's because the ants from that hill over there have been going up the tree and eating your kill. Lark's eyes turned as big as saucers. William pulled the rope, lifting the ermine thing. Not sure what this is.
It's a mire weasel. He killed those squirrels over there and ate their babies.
That explained things. The weasel raided a nest and was punished. I wouldn't eat him either, William said, unless I was really hungry. But since he's fresh, he'll do. He cut the corpse from the rope and laid it on the tree. The reason you hang things is to drain the blood, cool them down, and keep creatures like that dimwit under us from eating your food. If you take a creature's life to keep you going, you have to treat it with respect and not waste it. He split the carcass. The first thing you do is pull the insides out. That's called dressing. Pay attention to the stomach and the guts. You don't want to cut them. This, right here, is the liver. This dark blob is full of bile. You cut that open and the whole thing is shot. It's too bitter to eat. He dumped the innards on the ground and shook the weasel to fling off any of the old blood. Now you skin it, like this. If you leave a bit of fat on it, the meat won't dry out. Also, you have to keep flies off of it. Steal a can of black pepper and sprinkle that on the meat. Flies don't care for it. He finished skinning and held up the bare carcass. Now you can cook it or you can store it. If you want to store it, you can either freeze it, but I don't see how you could here, so your choices are curing it or smoking the meat. The tiny hairs on the back of his neck rose. He felt the weight of a gaze on his back, sharp as a dagger. William turned slowly. 2 eyes glared at him from the darkness between the branches of a pine. "What the hell is that?" he whispered. Lark's voice trembled.
"The big monster."
The eyes took his measure. William looked deep into them and found an almost human awareness, a cruel and malevolent intelligence that shot a wave of icy alarm down his spine. He tensed like a coiled spring. The diamond pupils shrank into slits, looking past William at the girl in the branches behind him. William pulled the crossbow from his back and locked the weapon's arms. The eyes shifted, tracking Lark. Whatever was in the pine was about to pounce. "Run!"
"What?"
Lark whispered. "Run, now!" William raised the crossbow. "Hello, asshole." The eyes fixed on him. "That's right, forget the kid. Pay attention to me." William gently squeezed the trigger. A poisoned bolt whistled through the air and bit below the eyes. A snarl of pure pain ripped through the night. Behind him, Lark scrambled down the tree. The creature didn't go down. He hit it with a poisoned bolt, and it didn't go down. The eyes swung up, the bolt moving with them. He caught a glimpse of a nightmarish face, pale, hairless, with elongated jaws, flashing a forest of teeth. The beast punched its powerful back legs and launched its enormous bulk into the space between them. William fired a second time and leaped to intercept it. The huge body hit William in midair, like being hit by a truck. William slammed against the oak, the creature on top of him. The air burst from his lungs in a single sharp grunt. Pain blossomed between his ribs. Huge jaws gaped an inch from his face, releasing a cloud of fetid breath. "Son of a bitch!" William snarled and sliced across the beast's throat. Blood poured. A thick, muscled paw smashed his head. The world teetered. Colored circles burst before his eyes. He sliced again, pinned down by the creature's weight. 2 bolts, 2 cuts across the neck. It should have been dead. The next hit knocked him into a woozy, furious haze. Half blind, William thrust the knife into the beast's flesh and locked his hand on it. A thick leg swiped him, clenching him in a steel-hard clamp. William shook his head, gripping the knife. The woods slid by him in a flurry of green stains. They were moving. The beast clutched at the trunk of the oak like a lizard and climbed up to the crown, dragging him with it. William twisted, spreading the fingers of his left hand, jammed the sleeper against a vein bulging underneath the creature's pale skin, and squeezed. The needle punched into the blood vessels, squirting the contents of the capsule into the bloodstream. Enough narcotic to drop a grown man where he stood. The creature snarled and shook him like a dog shakes a rat. William snarled back, punching the needles into the beast's neck in rapid succession. 1, 2, 3. The sleeper clicked. Out of ammo. The beast hissed and dropped him. William plummeted in a shower of broken branches. His fingers caught a tree limb. He grabbed it. Nearly dislocating his shoulders, swung himself up and over like a gymnast, and dropped down to the forest floor. His vision cleared. He jerked his head up. Above him, the beast descended the tree, moving down the trunk upside down, head first. Bolts, poison, knife, enough narcotic to drop a 1,200-pound bull in mid-charge, and it still moved. William backed away. The brute leaped to the ground. The moon tore through the clouds, flooding the beast in silvery light. Long and corded with hard muscle, it stood on 4 massive legs, equipped with 5 thick, clawed fingers. Coarse brown fur grew in patches on its powerful forequarters and along the sides, thickening to cover the pelvis, but failing to completely hide the wrinkled, flesh-colored skin. Flat, cartilaginous ridges guarded the curve of its spine, flaring into bony plates to sheathe the top of its narrow skull. The long serpentine tail lashed and flexed, coiling. 2 deep, bloody gashes split its neck. In his entire life, William had never seen anything like it. The creature dug the ground with a clawed paw, more simian than canine. The malevolent eyes glared at William. The flesh around the wounds on its neck shivered. The edges pulled together, the red muscle knitted, the skin stretched, and suddenly the cuts were gone. Nothing save the lines of 2 thin scars remained. Fuck. The beast's mouth opened wide, wider, like the unhinging jaws of a snake. Crooked fangs gleamed, wet with foamy drool. Nice. William raised his knife and motioned with the fingers of his left hand. Come closer. I'll carve you up the old-fashioned way. A pale, furry body shot from the bushes, baying like some hell dog. Cough danced around the beast, snapping and barking and foaming at the mouth. The beast shook his ugly head. William gathered himself for a charge. The beast recoiled, as if shocked by a live wire. A moment later, William heard it too. A low female voice, singing, rising and falling, murmuring gaulish words. The beast shuddered. Its maw gaped open. He howled, a low, lingering wail full of regret and pain, whirled, and took off into the night. "Come back here!" William snarled. The voice came closer. The tiny glow of a lantern swayed between dark pines. William dived into the thicket, leaving Cough alone in the mangled weeds. The bushes parted, and Grandmother Az emerged. She raised her lantern, the shaky light carving the age lines deeper into her face. Lark peered from behind her, dark eyes huge in her pale face. The dog trotted over and pushed against the old woman's legs, nearly knocking her off her feet. "There you are, Cough." Grandmother Az reached over to pet Cough's foam-drenched head. "It's all right." "Is it gone?" Lark asked.
Yes, he's gone now, child. He won't come back tonight. You have to stay out of the forest for a while. I wish you would have told me he'd come around. Come, let's go home."
Grandmother Az took Lark's hand with a soothing smile and walked back into the woods. The dog followed them, growling quietly and talking shit under his breath. William sat up. His chest hurt, and his shoulder felt like it was a single continuous bruise. The thing had regenerated before his eyes. Not even the hands freaks healed that fast. What in the bloody hell was that? Slowly, the reality sank in. He got his ass kicked, learned nothing, and got saved by a dumb dog and an old lady. If he lived long enough to make a report to Nancy back in Adrianglia, he would have to gloss over this part. 19. The morning came way too fast, William decided as he finished shaving. He had slipped back into the house and caught a few hours in bed, but most of him still felt like he had been run through one of the Broken's dryers with some rocks added for the extra tumble. At least his room had a bathroom attached to it, so he could clean up in relative privacy. His shoulder had gone from blue to sickly yellow-green. The yellow would be gone by the evening. Changelings did heal fast. But then, healing fast often just invited more punishment, he reflected. Something had happened early in the morning. He remembered waking up to some sort of commotion, but his door had stayed locked, so he went back to sleep. William dressed and tried the door handle again. Open. Good. It had taken him all of his will not to bust it last night. Being locked up had never been his favorite. He slipped into the hallway. The house was quiet and sunlit. The air smelled of cooked bacon. He decided he liked the rat hole. With its clean wooden floors and tall windows, it was an open, uncluttered place, welcoming, comfortable, but not overwhelming. He caught a faint hint of Cerise's scent and followed it down the stairs and into a huge kitchen. A massive table, old and scarred, dominated the room. Behind it, an enormous wood-burning oven sat next to an old electric one. Arian sat at the table, doing his best to empty his very full plate. Calder leaned against the wall. No Cerise. Great. "Here you are." Calder saluted him with a wave of his hand. "You missed breakfast, friend." "I thought you were supposed to watch me," William said. "What the hell?" Calder grimaced. "Things happen. Anyway, I figured you'd find your way here sooner or later. Besides, we all watch you. Can't have a stranger in the house unsupervised. No offense. None taken. Uro's wife explained to me where I stand." Calder's eyes narrowed. He glanced away. Something had happened to Clara or Uro. Something that made Calder wince. "That's Clara for you," Calder said. "Anyway, you've met my younger brother before, yes? No? Yes, Arian." Arian waved at him with his fork. He ate slowly, cutting his food into small pieces. His face was smart but slightly melancholy. The man worried a lot. "Usually we have to introduce everyone 3 or 4 times before guests start remembering names." Calder picked up a metal platter covered by a hood and took the lid off. William took in a pile of fried sausage, chunks of battered fried fish, scrambled eggs, and 2 stacks of golden pancakes glowing with butter, and tried not to drool. "Leftovers," Calder said. "Sorry about the fish. We don't get much meat here. The plates are in the cabinet behind you." William retrieved 2 plates and traded one of them to Calder for a fork and a knife. They sat down on opposite sides of Arian. William attacked the pancakes. They were sweet and fluffy and perfect. Calder passed him a small jar of green jam. "Try this." William slathered a small bit on his pancake and put it in his mouth. The jam was sweet and slightly sour, but mild. It tasted like strawberry and kiwi and some odd fruit he once tried. Persimmon, that was it. Good, yes. Calder winked at him. Cerise makes it. She's a great cook. Arian stopped chewing. Did you just try to broker Cerise to him? Calder waved at him. Shut up. I'm working here. No, Arian said. For one, we barely know the man. William loaded his plate with sausage. Rabbit. If Calder thought Cerise would let him sell her, he was deeply mistaken. That much he knew. And I'm practically her brother, and I'm sitting right here, Arian said. Calder regarded him. And that concerns me how? You don't try to sell a man's sister right in front of him, Calder. Why not? That's just not right. Arian looked at William. Tell him. You've got to be careful about that, William said. He'd learned very early on that there is a fine line between joking among men and pissing a soldier off by saying something bad about a sister. He never could tell the difference, so he stayed away from the subject altogether. People take offense. You might get your throat slit. Well, I don't see a problem with it, Calder said. That's because you're a scoundrel, Arian said dryly. Calder put his hand to his chest. Oh, Arian, from you that hurts. Arian shook his head. I don't know about a slit throat, but Cerise will cut your balls off if you keep meddling. Now that was something William could believe. Where is she? Both men took a bit too long to chew their food before Arian answered. She's in the small yard, cutting things. So, Calder leaned back. You're a blue blood, and you said you aren't rich. He isn't? Arian glanced at him. No, William said. So how do you earn your cash? Calder asked. I lay floors in the broken. I hunt. Men or beasts? Calder asked. Men. Arian nodded. Any money in that? William washed his pancake down with a gulp of water. Some, if you're good. Arian's eyes fixed him. Are you? Keep pushing and you'll find out. William stretched his lips, showing his teeth to Arian. How badly do you want to know? Oh, now that's not nice. Calder clicked his tongue. Footsteps approached the stairs. William turned to the door. Company. I don't hear anything, Calder said. Perhaps if you shut up, Arian wondered. The stairs creaked. The door swung open, and a massive form dwarfed the doorway. Uro pushed his way into the room. Haggard, his gray skin pale, he staggered to the table, his right arm in a sling. Calder got up and pulled a chair from the table. Uro sat. All the strength seemed to have gone out of him, as if he'd grown too heavy for his muscle. Blue blood, he said, offering William his left hand across the table. They clamped hands. Uro's handshake was still hard, but William sensed weakness in his grip. You all right? He asked. Been better. Uro's eyes were bloodshot and dull. How's your wife? Hurt. He thought as much. Clara was hurt, and Uro's world had been split open. He could have taken on a lot of punishment, but failing to protect his wife broke him. Sorry to hear that. I have a favor to ask. Uro spoke slowly, as if straining to push the words out. You already helped me once, so I'd owe you two. You owe me nothing. What's the favor? I'm leaving my youngest son here. He needs to stay busy. So if you need something done, tell him to do it for you. The harder the job, the better. Strange. Fine, William said. I'll do that. Uro reached into his pocket, pulled something out, and pushed it across the table. It was a round thing, about 2 inches wide, made with braided twine and human hair. A black claw stained with dried blood protruded from the circle. It smelled of human blood and looked like one of Uro's claws, except he had all of his.
"Keep this for me, so my son minds your orders."
Behind Uro, wide-eyed Calder furiously shook his head. Arian's face was carefully neutral, while his hand was making don't-take-it motions beside the table, out of Uro's view.
"What is it?"
William asked.
"It's a thing. A sign."
A faint tremble laced Uro's hoarse voice, and William realized that this was the closest the man could come to begging. The urge to get up and walk away gripped him.
"I've got nobody else to take it," Uro said. "Family won't work, and the rest of the mire. Well, there isn't anyone I'd trust with my boy. They would use him badly."
Pain filled his eyes. His voice fell to a rough, broken whisper.
"Do this for me, William. I don't want to kill my son."
William sat utterly still. Pieces clicked in his head. He'd read about this custom before, in a book about the tribes on the southern continent of the Weird. When a child committed an offense punishable by death, his family could surrender him to another guardian and keep him alive. The child would serve the guardian until maturity. Uro's youngest boy had done something punishable by death, and Uro could no longer keep him. The only way the kid would survive would be if he belonged to someone else. William sat very still. When he was born and his mother didn't want him, she could have thrown him in the gutter and walked away. In Louisiana, he would have been strangled at birth. He survived because he was born in Adrianglia, and because his mother cared enough to surrender him to the government instead of tossing him into a ditch like garbage. For better or worse, they took him, they fed him, they gave him shelter, and while his life had never been easy, he never regretted being born. It didn't matter that the kid wasn't exactly a changeling, and this was not Adrianglia, and he didn't know Uro or what to do with his son. It was his turn. Only a fool didn't pay fate back, and he wasn't that fool. William took the amulet. Uro exhaled slowly through his nose. Calder pretended to hit his face against the cabinet. Arian leaned forward, rested his elbows on the table, and put his head on his fists, hiding his face.
"If you ever need anything."
Uro pushed to his feet. William nodded. The rest went without saying. Uro turned and walked out of the room.
"You shouldn't have taken that."
Arian raised his head.
"It's done now."
Calder sighed.
"You're a good man, William. Stupid, but good."
William had just about enough.
"You talk too much."
"I've been telling him that for years,"
Arian said. A door swung open the second time, and one of Uro's kids came in. Gaston, William remembered. The kid was about 16 or so, judging by the face, still leaner than Uro, but already a couple of inches taller and on the way to his father's massive build. Same temper, too, judging by the shallow scars on his muscular forearms. Fighting with his brothers, probably. William scrutinized his face. Hard jaw, flat cheekbones, deep-set eyes, startling pale gray under black bushy eyebrows. The kid could pass for human, if the light was bad enough. Bruises marked his jaw and neck. Somebody had pummeled him. William pointed to the chair across the table.
"Sit."
The kid sat, his shoulders hunched, as if expecting to block a punch. His left hand was missing a claw. The wound barely had time to scab over.
"Hungry?"
The kid eyed the food and shook his head. William got another plate, loaded it, and passed it to him.
"Don't lie to me. I'll know."
The kid dug into the food. William let him eat for a couple of minutes. Slowly, the kid's posture relaxed. "How old are you?"
15.
3 years older than George. "What's your name?"
Gaston.
William touched the amulet. "What did you do?" Gaston froze with his fork halfway to his mouth. William said nothing. The kid swallowed.
"You left. Dad was sleeping. Ryan Mart went to herd the Ropies into the shelter because Mom was worried that if the Shirelles showed up, they'd kill the Ropies first. I was supposed to watch the house. We have a hand-crank siren up in the tree. If anything went wrong, I was supposed to crank the siren so Mart and Rye would run home. Mom was cooking carp."
Gaston stared at his plate.
"Dad hates carp. Says it tastes like water weeds. I had lines set up in a creek. I went to check my lines."
Gaston looked at his plate.
"I abandoned my family."
"Who came to the house while you were gone?" William asked. Gaston slid into toneless monotone.
"A man. He attacked Mom. He cut off her leg. Ignata says that there's nothing she can do. My mom will be a cripple now, because of me."
The kid was clumping buckets of self-loathing on himself. The fault wasn't his. Clara should have left when Cerise told her about Rue. Gaston wasn't pushed out of his family because he'd left his post. He was a child, and likely not properly trained. Gaston was pushed out because Uro loved Clara, and now every time he looked at his youngest son, he would be reminded of her injury. Uro had injected himself into the situation, his wife failed to evacuate, and now they loaded all of their guilt and their mistakes onto their child, and removed him from the family. A clean sweep. The wild scraped at his insides. That was fine. The kid was his now. What did the man look like?
I only saw him for a second when he jumped out of the window. Tall. Blonde hair.
What else?
He offered Clara limes for her soup,
Calder said quietly.
Spider.
William hid a growl. Only Spider could walk into a house of a woman to interrogate her and start the conversation by offering her fruit. William leaned forward. The man dove into the water and didn't come up for air. Gaston blinked.
Yes. Dad and the guys didn't believe me, but he didn't come up.
He has gills that feed air into his lungs. What did he want from your mother?
He was asking about you and Cerise.
William expected as much. Clara didn't tell Spider what he wanted to know, but there had to be more to it than that. Something made him forget why he'd come there and lose himself to blinding rage. What did she do to him? Gaston stared at him. He lost it, otherwise he wouldn't have attacked her. He's very good at inflicting pain to get people to talk. Hacking off someone's leg just makes them bleed to death. The target goes into shock and becomes useless for interrogation. They're too focused on their own pain and injury to respond. Everyone winced. Apparently he had said the wrong thing, but William really didn't care. He had to get to the bottom of this. What did your mother do to him?
She threw boiling soup at his face.
That explained everything. William leaned back.
Yeah,
that would do it.
And then Dad grabbed his crossbow, and the guy jumped out of the window, Gaston said. I've seen it. It's a big crossbow, Calder said. I'd jump too.
It wasn't the crossbow. It was Uro with his gray skin and serrated teeth popping up behind Spider right after he had been scalded.
This guy.
Arian took his sink to the plate.
He has a thing about soup?
He has a thing about being scalded. When he was a child, his grandfather dumped boiling water on him.
Why?
Gaston asked. He thought his grandson was a changeling. He was trying to get the demon beast to come out.
Lovely family,
Calder murmured.
I take it that's the fellow you're hunting.
Yes. You have a history? Arian asked. William nodded. The boy gripped the table. The wood creaked under the pressure of his fingers. His voice came out as a ragged snarl.
When I see him, I'll kill him.
Spider would break him in half and toss him aside like a dead rat. When you see him, you'll get me. That's an order. Gaston opened his mouth. William looked at him the way he looked at wild wolves when he wanted them to move out of his way. The kid clamped his mouth shut. Yes, sir. You fucked up, William told him. You never leave a post you're assigned to. If you do, people get hurt. Gaston nodded. I understand. However, your mother set herself in harm's way. She was told the house wasn't safe and she had to leave, and she refused. Gaston clenched his teeth. I know it's not what you want to hear, but your mother got into a pissing contest with your aunt and made a bad decision. You are a kid. You aren't responsible for her decisions, so stop wallowing in self-hatred. You're no good to me that way. William rose. He wanted to see Cerise. He hadn't seen her since last night, and he wanted to smell her scent and see her face and know that she was all right. Where's the small yard? I'll take you. Calder started toward the door. Gaston jumped to his feet, dropped his plate into the sink, and followed them. Cerise finished the combination and lowered her swords. The sun was out, and the small yard looked so nice this morning. Sheltered by the walls of the building trailing the main house, it was completely secure, a small haven in the swamp. The sunlight danced on the short grass, turning it a cheery green, and at the western wall, flowers bloomed in the small garden. Grandma Az sat on the short brick wall bordering the flower beds. Their stairs connected, and the old woman waved. Surrounded by white and blue blossoms, Grandma looked ancient and serene this morning, like one of the harvest goddesses the old ones worshipped. Cerise launched into another combination, twisting, slicing at invisible opponents with her swords. The exertion felt so good. When she had come out here 2 hours ago, twisted up inside from seeing Clara on crutches, she thought the weight that rode in her chest would never disappear. It wasn't gone now, but it was so much lighter. She had warned Clara. She told her to come to Rat Hole. In the end, it was Clara's decision, and there wasn't a thing Cerise could have done to change it. But it was she who had started this chain of events. If she had never put Uro in danger in the first place, Clara wouldn't be missing a leg. Gods, she was so pissed off. She wanted to run upstairs to Clara's room and slap the woman across the face. She'd endangered the kids, endangered Uro, got her leg cut off, and all for what? For a little bit of pride? Cerise unclenched her teeth. More exercise was in order. The door swung open. William stepped into the sunlight. Don't look straight at him. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh, too late. Fine. She would just have to pretend that she didn't do it. Cerise slashed the air, glancing in his direction out of the corner of her eye. He stood completely still, watching her. Calder was saying something, but William didn't seem to be listening. The look on his face was all the confirmation she could have wanted. He did kiss her yesterday. She didn't dream it up. Keep watching, Lord Bill. Cerise spun into the thunderstorm, her swords a whirlwind of precise strikes, spinning faster and faster as she gathered her magic. Left, right, left, down. Churning the air like the fury of the wind churned the storm clouds. She paused for a fraction of a second, poised on her toes in the middle of her lethal storm, and let her flash leak into her eyes. The magic sparked like lightning and shot to her swords. She broke into her dance again, the flash riding on the edge of her blades, lost to its rhythm, so deep in it she drowned in the flow of magic. When she glanced up, he stood 2 feet away, watching her, utterly focused on her every move. She arched her back, twisted in the last smooth cut, and straightened. Lord Bill,
I hope you enjoyed the show. I need to lie down now. Didn't see you there. He stared at her with such open, raw longing it sent tiny needles of adrenaline through her. She wanted him to cross the distance to her and kiss her. William pulled back. She saw it in his eyes. It cost him, but he pulled back, almost as if he put himself on some invisible chain. She felt so disappointed it actually hurt. "Very pretty," William said. "Small problem." "What's that?" She turned away to put down her swords. "The air doesn't fight back." She pivoted back, narrowing her eyes. "And you do." He nodded. "Oh, you sad thing, you." She stepped aside and bowed, inviting him to the weapon rack with a wave of her hand. "Take your pick." William surveyed the weapons on the rack. "Too big. Do you have a knife?" "You can't fence with me using a knife, Lord Bill. I would slice you to ribbons." He growled a little and picked up a short sword. Behind him, Calder nudged Uro's youngest son. "Bet you he lasts at least 30 seconds. Gaston looked at him. "No, he won't." "Bet me something." "I don't have anything." Calder grimaced. "Pick up that rock." Gaston swiped the rock off the ground. "Now you have a rock. I bet this $5 against your rock." Gaston grinned. "Deal." Calder's face took on a look of intense concentration. Cerise glanced at him. Yep, he was trying to work his magic. When a bet was involved, occasionally luck was on Calder's side against all odds. It didn't work every time, but it worked often enough, and right now her cousin seemed to be straining every ounce of his will to help William spar with her. She had no idea why. The inside of Calder's head was a mysterious place better left alone by all sane people. Cerise raised her swords. "Any time, Lord Bill." William struck. She swiped his blade aside with her longer sword, turned, reversing her short blade, and rammed the pommel into his face, tripping him. He fell down. That felt almost too good. Guilt nipped at her. Calder and Gaston made some sucking noises. "Are you okay, Blue Blood?" Calder called out. William twisted his legs and rolled back up, shifting his stance, the short blade raised above his shoulder, his knees lightly bent. Amber rolled over his eyes and vanished. He was smiling. Interesting. She had never seen that stance before. No matter. Cerise charged. He thrust into her attack, sliding his blade against hers. She moved to parry, and he smashed his left fist into her ribs. The blow took the air out of her lungs. She slashed at his ribs, opening a light cut across his black shirt. "You want to play? Fine." William muscled her back. She was no pushover, but he was freakishly strong, and he wasn't kidding. They danced across the yard, cutting and punching and grunting. He punched her shoulder, her arm nearly went numb, and knocked the shorter sword from her hand. "Son of a bitch!" She elbowed him in the gut, which must have been made of armor because he didn't even wince. The next time, she smashed her fist above his liver. He laughed, dropped his blade, and grabbed her right wrist. Cerise hammered a kick to his knee. William dropped down, and she kicked him in the jaw, knocking him into the grass. "Weak knees and elbows, Lord Bill." He grabbed her ankle and twisted her off her feet. She hit the ground hard, her head rang, and when she blinked the ringing off, her arm was caught between his legs. An arm bar. Nice. "Done?" William looked into her eyes and put on a bit more pressure. She groaned. "How about now?" Pain shot through her shoulder. "Done!" He kept the arm in the lock. "So, help me out here. Does this mean I win? Could you gloat a little more?" He grinned, nodding. "I could." "Okay. You win." He dropped his voice. "What's my prize for winning?" She blinked. "What do you want?" The feral thing in his eyes winked at her. "No!" she told him. "Whatever it is you're thinking of, I'm not doing it in front of my whole family. And threatening to dislocate my shoulder isn't the best way to ask for it."
"Get off the ground, children," Grandma Az called.
He let her go. Cerise twisted and kicked him in the head, not very hard. The blow took him just below the ear. He shook his head, looking a bit dazed. Cerise rolled to her feet.
"What the hell was that for?"
he growled. "For being a jackass." She picked up her swords and went to sit by Grandma Az. It was highly unlikely he'd follow her there. Their audience had grown. Aunt Pete and Ignata sat next to Grandma. Aunt Pete was sporting a black eye patch that made Cerise's heart lurch. Aunt Murad leaned against the tree behind them. Cerise sat on the grass between Aunt Pete's and Grandma's legs and gave William the evil eye. He grimaced, got up, and headed to the large round sink at the other end of the yard to wash up.
"Pummeled you pretty good," Aunt Pete said.
"I could have cut his head off."
"But you didn't,"
Ignata said. "No." Ignata gave a little innocent smile.
"I wonder why that is."
William pulled his shirt off. Shallow cuts crisscrossed the muscle on his back and sides. She'd nicked him more than she had thought.
"Oh, my,"
Aunt Pete murmured.
"What are they feeding them in the weird—"
A hand touched Cerise's hair.
"Grandma Az."
Cerise leaned her head over, brushing against familiar fingers.
"So, how is your romance going?" Grandma Az asked.
"It's not going."
"What are you talking about?"
Ignata squinted at her.
"He was giving you a look." "That was not a look," Aunt Pete said. "That was the look."
"Looking is as far as it gets," Cerise murmured. William was rinsing blood off his side, presenting her with a view of carved chest and lean stomach, and she had trouble concentrating on the conversation. You'd think a man washing off his blood would be the least attractive thing ever.
"Yeah." "It wasn't his body," she reflected. "It was in his eyes, in the way he looked at her." "Have you tried dropping hints?" Ignata asked.
"I dropped boulders of hints," Cerise said. "He pulls himself back every time. It's not working."
"I don't see how it couldn't." Ignata bit her lips. "He's obviously all about getting with you."
"Maybe he doesn't get it," Aunt Pete said.
"Some men have to be hit over the head with it."
"Yes, Mother, we know." Ignata rolled her eyes.
"I don't want to just throw myself at him," Cerise grimaced.
"No, that would be bad," Aunt Pete frowned.
"You said he was a soldier. You don't suppose—" "Oh, God!"
Ignata blinked.
"You think something could be wrong down there?"
All of them looked at William, who chose this precise moment to slide the wet shirt back on his back, which required him to flex, raising his arms.
"That would be a shame," Cerise murmured.
Maybe he was impotent. That would explain the frustration she saw on his face.
"Such a waste," Aunt Pete said mournfully.
"There is nothing wrong with his body," Grandma Az said. "It's in his head."
William turned. He walked past them to where Calder and Gaston haggled over a rock, pausing for a moment to look at her. Something hungry and sick with longing glared at her through his eyes, and then he turned away.
"Like being burned."
"Oh, boy,"
Ignata murmured.
"Now isn't a good time for this sort of thing anyway."
Cerise sat up straighter.
"Are you crazy?"
Aunt Pete stared at her.
"Both of you could die tomorrow. Now is the perfect time for this. Live while you can, child."
A hand rested on Cerise's shoulder. She looked back. Aunt Murad nodded to her and walked away on her long legs, heading straight for William. She said something, William nodded, and the two of them took off, Gaston at their heels. Calder stood there for a second, looking at a rock in his hands, shrugged, and followed them.
"What do you suppose all that was about?" Ignata asked. "Who knows?" Aunt Pete shrugged. 20. Spider opened his eyes. He lay submerged on the bottom of the pool in the cool, shadowy depths. Above him, a wet sky glistened where the water kissed the air. He felt neither hot nor cold. Nothing troubled the water. He was utterly alone, floating weightless, watching from the shadows as the sun rays filtered through the water, setting it aglow. If he closed his eyes, he could pretend that he was diving in the translucent waters far to the south, where a chain of the New Egypt islands stretched from the eastern tip of the continent far into the ocean. Swimming there, gliding above the coral reefs, surrounded by life but blissfully free of humanity, brought him a sense of peace and the simple, thrilling exhilaration of being alive. Alas, he wasn't diving in the ocean now. Spider allowed himself one last moment of regret and surfaced with a single kick, emerging without a sound. The air was unpleasantly cool. The skin flaps on his sides closed, hiding the pink feathery fans of his gills. Among his many alterations, this was the least useful, but the most enjoyable. Spider grasped the edge of the well and pulled himself up. Above him the sun shone bright. The sky was a clear crystalline blue, but despite the rare sunshine, the swamp still looked the same, a primeval mess of rot and mud. To the left, the manor where he'd made their base rose among the trees, struggling for stately elegance and failing. Vaizon's peacock-blue eyes greeted him. The contrast between those turquoise irises and her red skin never failed to surprise him. She looked at him with earnest expectation, like a puppy, Spider thought. A murderous, lethal, psychotic puppy.
"Hello, my lord,"
Vaizon whispered. "Hello, Vaizon."
"Your skin has healed remarkably well, my lord."
Considering the amount of catalyst he had dumped into the well water, the rapid progress was expected. "Vaizon, why are you whispering?" Her eyebrows crept up, making her look pitiful.
"I'm not sure, my lord,"
she said in a slightly louder voice.
"It seemed appropriate."
She offered him a fuzzy towel. He gripped the stone rim of the pool, pulled himself out, and dried off. The liquid left light pink smudges on the yellow towel. It had been a few months since he had sustained any injury severe enough to require underwater restoration. Spider touched his face, pleased with the smoothness of the skin on his cheek, where the burn blisters had been. Vaizon traded a meticulously folded stack of clothing for his towel. He began to dress. "Anything vital happen while I was under?"
"Judge Dobe ruled in the Mars' favor. The Shirelles have been given 1 day to clear the Sene Manor. Their reprieve expires tomorrow morning. Advocate Melina Williams sent the Shirelles a letter detailing her apologies. She intends to appeal."
Spider shrugged. "She'll get nowhere with it. They should have gone with one of the local hacks. The Edgers prize familiarity more than skill."
"We received a message from Lagar Shirelle."
Spider grimaced. "He wants reinforcements before the Mars attack him tomorrow."
"Yes, my lord."
"He's on his own. I don't need him any more. Let the mud rats fight it out between themselves. It saved him the trouble of wiping them out to cover his trail, and this way none of his people risked injury. There was always a chance that Lagar would kill Cerise, but considering how well her mother was progressing, it was unlikely they would need her. Spider flung the water off his hair in a vigorous shake. He'd spare a few moments of regret for her death. the way one would mourn the destruction of a prized painting. The girl represented a forgotten martial art, and it was a shame to lose her. But in the grand scheme of things, she was little use to him. Send a scoutmaster out there. I want to know about the crossbowman.
Yes, my lord.
Vaison handed him a brush, and he dragged it through his wet hair.
Lagar also reported an attack by a feline of unusual size.
He looked at her.
There are 2 attacks to date. The first was a sentry on duty. The second was a man returning from the settlement with purchases. In both cases, the animal took the weapons belonging to its victims. Lagar Shiril estimates it to be about 4 yards long and 700 pounds heavy. The circumference of the paw prints—
Back up. The bit about the weapons.
In both cases, the animal took the weapons belonging to its victims.
Vaison repeated the sentence exactly, reproducing the same intonation and pauses she had used the first time. Does Lagar have an opinion as to why it's attacking his men?
No, my lord.
Odd. Spider dismissed the rest of it with a flick of his fingers. Any news of Embellis and Vour?
They are still hiding at the perimeter of Mar territory.
He didn't really expect them to capture Cerise, but one could always hope. Spider ran his hand across his cheek. Stubble. He'd have to shave. Vaison produced a shaving kit, the soap already whipped into a thick foam. He took it. What else?
John reports that the subject has regained consciousness. He says that in 2 days she will either be ready for instruction or her brains will ooze out of her ears, my lord.
I take it he's still frustrated with the rushed schedule.
I believe so.
Prima donna. He'll get over it.
And if he doesn't, my lord?
Then you can have him, assuming you can limit yourself to 1 death. Vaison licked her lips nervously.
I'll try. It's been a long time.
He put his hand on her shoulder, feeling steel cables of muscle tense under his fingers. I understand, Gabrielle. I apologize for keeping you idle. She sniffled, and a slow purplish blush spread through her red skin. Like all agents, she had taken a different name when joining the Hand. He only used her birth name on special occasions. Spider made it a point to know the birth name of all agents under his command. Funny how a single word could have a devastating effect.
Thank you, my lord.
Spider strode to the manor, Vaison following at his heels.
My lord?
Yes?
What's in that diary?
He grinned at her. A weapon, Vaison. A means to win the war.
But we're not at war.
He shook his head. When we obtain the diary, we will be. William raised his head from the rifle he had finished cleaning and handed it to Gaston. Murad, Cerise's aunt with the sniper eyes, had asked for his help. He'd spent the last 3 hours cleaning the rifles and checking the crossbows with her at the range behind the house. Murad didn't say more than 2 words to him, which suited him just fine, but she watched him. She wasn't too subtle about it, and the constant scrutiny put him in a foul mood. At first, William had guessed she was keeping him away from Cerise, but now he decided she had something else in mind. Murad had empty eyes, the kind of eyes a man got after he had been through some rough shit and redlined, lost his brakes, lost himself. It made her unpredictable, and so William didn't try to guess what she would do. He simply waited for the moment she would do it and prepared to react. Murad test-fired a crossbow. The bolt bit into the target. She was good. Not as good as he, but then he was a changeling and his coordination was better. If she turned and fired at him instead, he wouldn't be surprised. His ears caught the sound of light steps coming. He glanced back. Lark running from the house, wasp in her hand. She saw him looking and slowed down, a scowl on her face, upset at being caught. She sauntered over and stood on his left next to Gaston. William picked up the last crossbow from his stack, raised it, and fired without aiming, purely on muscle memory. The bolt sliced into his target next to the other 10 or so he'd put in the bullseye in the past hour. Lark snapped her crossbow, imitating him, and fired. The bolt went wide. "It won't work," Gaston told her, with an expression of complete gloom on his face. "I've been trying to shoot like he does for the last hour." He'd been picking up the bolts out of the grass for the last hour, too, William reflected. The kid shot well enough. Good hand-to-eye coordination, good perception. With proper training, he would be an excellent shot. Lark jerked her crossbow up, fired another bolt, and missed.
"How come you can do it?"
"Practice," William said. That and a changeling's reflexes. "I've been a soldier for a long time. I can't flash, so I had to use the crossbows a lot." Lark hesitated.
"I can flash."
"Show me." She grasped a bolt in her fist. Pale lightning sparked from her eyes down to her hand, clutched the bolt, and vanished. Another white flasher. Figured. Flash usually ran in the family. "Nice," he told her. Lark offered him a narrow smile. It was there and gone almost as fast as her flash, but he saw it. William turned to Gaston. "You?"
"None of the throwers can flash."
The boy shook his head, sending his black mane flying. The damn hair reached nearly to his waist. On the one hand, it was too long. If you grabbed the hair, you could control the kid's head in a fight. On the other hand, the hair hit his face. He looked human enough in passing, but he'd fail close scrutiny. His jaw was too heavy, his eyes were too deep-set under the wide black eyebrows, and his irises luminesced with pale silver when they caught the light. Still, the kid needed a shock to the system, proof that he was done with his family, a rite of passage. William pulled a knife from the sheath. "Cut it." Gaston's eyebrows crept up. "Cut the hair." Gaston glanced at him, glanced at the knife, and took the blade. His teeth clenched. He grasped a strand of hair in his hand and sawed at it with the blade. The black strands fell on the ground. Lark crouched and picked them up.
"It's not good to leave the hair out," she said quietly. "Someone could curse you with it. I'll burn it for you."
"Thanks." Gaston grabbed another handful of his hair and sliced it off. Murid opened her mouth. "Here it is." William tensed. "It's almost time for lunch." He nodded. "It would be good if we knew what they were cooking in the kitchen," she said. "If they're cooking fish, we need to head to the house. Fish doesn't take much time. If they're cooking a pig, we have another half an hour."
"I can go and ask,"
Gaston said. William sampled the wind. "They're cooking chicken." Murid turned her expressionless dark eyes on him. "Are you sure?" "Chicken and rice," he said, "with cumin." "That's good to know," Murid said. "We have time, then." William had an odd feeling that something important had just happened, but what, he had no idea. Behind him, Gaston sliced another handful from his mane and deposited it into Lark's hands. William loaded the next crossbow and fired. He would figure it out sooner or later.
Lagar closed his eyes. It did no good. Paver was still there, even in the darkness of his mind.
"Look at your brother,"
his mother's voice whispered like the rustling of snake scales across the floor.
"It's because of you he's dead. You aren't smart enough to keep your brother safe."
Slowly he opened his eyes,
and saw Paver's body, blue and nude, on the washing table. A single lamp hung above it, its harsh glow concentrated by the fixture into a cone. The light clutched at the faces of two women, bleaching them into pasty masks. He watched them dip thick claws into the buckets of scented water and rub the mud from Paver's limbs. The dirty water ran off Paver's skin into the groove on the table. Paver was dead. He would never rise, never speak again. There was a horrible finality in death, an absolute and total ending. There was nothing to be done. No way to help it. Lagarde rolled his head back and took a deep breath. They spent their lives jerking and clawing their way to the top. And for what? To end up like this? On the table? Tomorrow Cerise would come for him. Tomorrow evening, either he or she would be on the table just like this. This wasn't what he wanted. In his dreams, when he was alone with nobody to spy on him, this wasn't what he wished for. "Why do you bother?" Lagarde's voice caught and he forced the words out, raspy and strained. Caitlin stared at him from the gloom, a squat, ugly thing, wrapped in her shawl. His mother, like an old poisonous toad, he thought. "Why do you bother?" he repeated. "He's dead. His soul's gone. Paver's gone. Nothing left but this shell. Dump it in the ditch. Give it to the dogs. He ain't going to care." She said nothing, clamping her lips together. Disgust swelled in him. Lagarde spun and left the room, slapping the door shut behind him.
Cerise padded out onto the veranda and closed the door behind her, shutting off the busy noises fluttering from the kitchen. Earlier, tired of making plans and choosing weapons, she'd come down there hoping to cook. Being in the kitchen, in the middle of bustle, standing over the fire, smelling spices, tasting food, and catching up on the Meyer gossip, usually comforted her. Today, she cooked in a daze, listening to her aunts and cousins while her mind cycled through tomorrow, wondering who else would die. Then, before she knew it, dinner came. The entire family had gathered at the main house, those who lived in the outer buildings, those who lived farther in the swamp. Everyone came for the dinner before the fight. Every seat was filled. The kids had to be sent off to a smaller kitchen to eat there, just to make room. Then she sat at the head of the table, in her father's place. She listened to the chatter of familiar voices, looked at the familiar faces, watched small fights break out and dissolve into teasing, and knew, with absolute certainty, that tomorrow some of these chairs would be empty. Guessing and calculating which ones made her colder and colder until she was shivering, as if a clump of ice had grown in the pit of her stomach. Finally, Cerise could take it no more and snuck out. She just needed some peace and a little quiet. She started along the balcony, heading to the door that led to her favorite hiding spot. Steps followed her. Maybe it was William. She turned. Aunt Murrid chased her. Figured William snuck around like a fox. She'd seen very little of him. First, Murrid took him off, then Richard, and she rode out and climbed a pine to get a better look at Sene. At dinner, William ended up in a corner with Gaston next to him. She barely recognized the boy with his hair shorn off. What the hell was Uro thinking? Gaston was family. What was done, but it still felt rotten. Cerise stopped. Aunt Murrid stopped, too. Cerise read hesitation in the older woman's posture and tensed. "What now?" "Your Uncle Hugh is a good man," Aunt Murrid said softly. Well, that came out of nowhere. Murrid didn't speak of her younger brother, especially since he'd left for the Broken about 12 years back. He'd visit at the house every few years for a week or two and then leave again. When Cerise had gone to get the documents from him, He looked pretty much the same as she remembered him. Fit, tall, muscular. His hair was an odd salt and pepper shade. But aside from that, he was pretty much a male version of Aunt Muriel. But where Muriel was harsh, Uncle Hugh was mild and soft-spoken. "I only saw him for about an hour," Cerise admitted, "just to get the papers for Grandpa's house. He looked well. I'm sure he did. Come, I'll walk with you." They strolled along the balcony. "Hugh was difficult as a child," Muriel said. "Some things he just didn't understand. Our parents and me, we tried our best to take care of him, but his mind just didn't work the same way. You had to spell things out for him, obvious things. Hugh always liked dogs and other animals better than people. Said they were simpler." Cerise nodded. Where was this going? "He wasn't mean," Muriel said. "He was kind. Just odd in his way and very violent." "Violent? Uncle Hugh?" Cerise tried to imagine the quiet man flying off the handle and couldn't. Aunt Muriel nodded. "Sometimes he'd take offense to things and you wouldn't even know why. And once he started fighting, he wouldn't stop. He would kill you, unless someone pulled him off." She stopped and leaned against the rail. "Hugh wasn't like other people. He was born different, and there was no help for it. It runs in our branch of the family, on my father's side. I don't have it, my dad didn't have it, but our grandfather did." So Uncle Hugh was a crazy person, and it was hereditary. Cerise leaned on the rail next to Muriel. He never seemed crazy, but then she barely knew him. All she had to go on were childhood memories. Muriel swallowed. "I want you to understand, if you were Hugh's friend, he would take a bullet for you. And when he loved absolutely with all his heart." The older woman looked at the night-soaked cypresses. "When Hugh was 19, he met a girl, Georgina Wallace. She was very pretty, and Hugh was very handsome, so she took him for a ride. They saw stars together for a few weeks. Then Georgina decided that she was all funned out and broke the news. She was engaged to Tom Rook over in Sicktree. Hugh was her last fling before the wedding. Oh, Hugh didn't understand. He loved her so much, and he couldn't imagine that she didn't love him. I tried to calm him down and to explain that sometimes things didn't turn out. I tried to explain that Georgina lied, but he couldn't let it go. To him, she was everything. She accepted him. She made love to him. In his mind, that meant they belonged to each other forever. Hugh thought she was his mate, his soul mate." Cold washed over Cerise. "What happened?" "You took off. Next morning they found Tom Rook and Georgina and Tom's brother Klein. Tom and Georgina were torn to pieces. Klein survived. He's crippled for life, but he survived. He said a huge gray dog broke into the house and ripped into them." "Hugh set one of our mastiffs onto them?" "No." Muriel closed her eyes. "Not a mastiff. Klein never left the mire. All he knew were dogs. But I saw the tracks the animal left. It was a wolf. A big gray wolf." "There are no wolves in the mire," Cerise said. "There was one that night." Cerise frowned. "What do you mean?" Muriel looked at the swamp. "That night, Hugh left for the Broken. There are a lot of Louisianans from the Weird here, and in Weird's Louisiana, they kill people like Hugh. Do you understand, Cerise? They kill his kind. They strangle them at birth or drown them, like rabid mutts." The realization hit Cerise like a rock between the eyes. Uncle Hugh was a changeling. It couldn't be. Changelings were demonic things from scary slumber party stories. They were mad, murderous, evil things. There was a reason why the Dukedom of Louisiana killed them. They were too dangerous. They turned into wild animals and they slaughtered and ate people. Everything she'd heard about them made them out to be monsters. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't picture Uncle Hugh as a monster. Uncle Hugh was family. He built the wooden treehouse where she used to play. He trained the dogs. He churned ice cream. He was calm and strong, and his eyes were kind. And she had never seen him angry. Has he killed anyone else since? Muriel shook her head. Not unless the family asked him to. Does Father know? Muriel nodded. There had to be a reason for this story. Maybe her father made him leave. Maybe Muriel saw this as a chance to bring her brother back. Changeling or not, he is my uncle. He's welcome in the house any time. He knows that. He's in the broken by his choice. Okay. Then why did you tell me this? Hugh is a very strong man. Muriel looked into the distance. Very good with a crossbow and a rifle. His reflexes are better honed, and he barely needs any time to aim at the target. Death doesn't bother him at all. He accepts it as a fact and moves on. William. Her heart hammered against her ribs. No. Please, no. Uncle Hugh is very fast, isn't he? Aunt Muriel nodded. And his eyes glow in the dark? Muriel nodded again. He could always tell me what was cooking when we were at the range, because he could smell it from the kitchen. The range was a good ways from the house, far enough that if you were at the house and you needed to get the attention of somebody down there, you had to yell at the top of your lungs. Cerise cleared her throat, trying to keep her voice even. You took William down to the range with you today. Muriel looked away at the swamp. Chicken, with cumin and rice. I see. Things made so much sense now. Cerise bit her lip. William was a monster. The orphanage, the military, that wildness she sensed in him, everything made sense. You have to spell things out, Muriel said. No games, no hints. You have to be very, very clear with him, Cerise. Be very careful, and think before you act. He's dangerous. Hugh didn't change shape often, but William does, because he knows how to hide it. He's been trained to fight, and whoever trained him knew how to make the most of William's strengths. So far he's behaving himself. But if you're alone with him and you don't have a blade, you don't stand a chance. Don't send him the wrong message, and don't get yourself raped. William may not even know it's wrong to force a woman. Her memory thrust the lake house before her. Oh, he knew. He knew very well. If you let him, he'll love you forever and he won't know how to let go. Make sure you truly want him before you take that plunge. And— Muriel hesitated. Your children, if you were to have any. Their children would be puppies or kittens or whatever William was. Families aren't for people like me. Oh, dear God. She finally found the man she wanted after all this waiting, and he turned out to be a changeling. Maybe she was cursed. It can never be easy, can it? Aunt Muriel leaned toward her. I had my chance with a man. I didn't take it because it was too hard and too complicated. Look at me now. How so very happy I am, old and alone. Fuck easy, Cerise. If you love him, fight for him. Nothing worth keeping is free in this world. If you don't love him, cut him loose. Just don't take too long to decide. Our future might be short. She turned and walked away into the gloom. William padded through the night, following Cerise's scent trail. He'd always paid close attention to female scents. Some were smothered with perfume, some were tinted with whatever the woman had eaten last. Some fragrances tantalized, others shouted, and a few cringed and proclaimed, "Easy prey." Cerise smelled the way he imagined his woman would smell. Clean, with a slight trace of shampoo from her hair, a touch of sweat, and a touch of something he couldn't quite describe, something healthy, dangerous, and exciting that primed his nerves. Cerise. He chased her scent down the balcony around the house, separating it from Mirad's trail. The two women stopped here for a while, then Mirad left, but Cerise remained, resting her hands on the rail and looking at something. He leaned over the rail. Down below him, Meyer pines stretched to scratch at the night sky. Pale blossoms of maiden bells bloomed between the roots, delicate like cups made of frosted glass. Cerise stood here looking at the flowers. If she liked flowers, he would get them for her. William leaped over the balcony's rail, landing in soft dirt. 5 minutes later he climbed back up with a handful of flowers in his hand and followed Cerise's scent. It led him to the back of the house. He turned the corner and ran into Calder, carrying a bottle of green wine and 2 glasses. "God damn it." Calder looked at his flowers. "Nice touch. Here." He thrust the bottle and glasses at him. William took them on reflex. Calder pointed behind him. "Now you're all set. Small door up the staircase." He turned the corner and went off the way William had come. Crazy family. William looked at the bottle. Why the hell not? The door led him to a narrow staircase. He jogged up the steps into a large room. The floor was wood. Bare rafters crossed over his head. The room must have been sectioned off from the rest of the attic. To the left, the wall opened into a narrow balcony. 2 soft chairs waited on the right. Cerise curled in the left one by a floor lamp, reading a book. "I found you." She saw him and blinked, startled. He knocked on the stair rail with the bottle. "Who is it?" she asked. "It's me." "Can I come in?" "It depends. If I don't let you, will you huff and puff and blow my house down?" She had no idea. "I'm more of a kick the door open and cut everyone inside to ribbons kind of wolf." "I'd better let you in then," she said. "I don't want to be cut to ribbons. Is that wine for me?" "Yes." William crossed the floor and handed her the thick bottle. The light of the lamp caught the wine inside, and it sparkled with deep emerald green. "Greenberry." Cerise checked the label. "My favorite year, too." "How did you know?" He decided not to lie. "Calder gave it to me." She smiled, and he had to hold himself back to keep from kissing her. "My cousin is trying so hard. It's not his fault. He's been trying to marry me off for years." "Why?" "It's his job. He arranges the marriages for the family, haggles over the dowry, makes preparations for the weddings, that sort of thing." Cerise looked at the flowers in his hand. "Are those from Calder, too?" "No, I picked those." Her eyes shone. "For me?" "For you." He offered her the flowers. Cerise reached for them. He caught her hand in his. His whole body snapped to attention, as if he'd awoken from a deep sleep because someone had fired a gun by his head. "Want." She took the flowers and smelled them. "Thank you." "You're welcome." He watched her pull the stems apart on her lap. She took 3 flowers, added a 4th, and wrapped its stem around the first 3. "Will you pour us some wine?" "Yeah, because wine was exactly what he needed right now." William opened the bottle and poured the shimmering green into the 2 glasses. It smelled nice enough. He sipped it. Nice. A bit sweet, but nice. Not as nice as she would taste. But he had to settle for the wine for now. "Good. It's homemade." Cerise kept weaving flowers together. "It's a family tradition." Every fall we go to Fisherman's Tree to pick the berries, and then we make wine." She sipped her wine. He drank his, and for a while they sat quietly next to each other. He wanted to reach over and touch her. She made him feel like a child made to sit on his hands. William drank more wine, feeling the warmth spread through him. Maybe he should just grab her. If he did, she'd try to cut off his head right there. His beautiful, violent girl. "Why are you smiling?" she asked. "Because I thought of something funny." Cerise wove the last flower into her tangle. It looked like a large circle now. She picked it up and put it on her head. Oh, yeah. He would bring her more flowers and wine and anything else she wanted, until she liked him enough to stay with him. "Is this your place?" William asked, to say something. "Yes. It's where I hide when I have a fight with someone." He didn't remember her fighting with anyone. She sat at the table for a while and then slipped out quietly. "Who are you fighting with now?" Cerise got up and walked over to the wall. He followed her. Pictures hung on the wall behind the glass. Cerise touched one of the frames. A man and a woman stood by the pond, both young, almost kids. The man was a Mar, lean, dark, tan. The woman was blonde, soft and slender, fragile. If she was his, William thought, he'd be worried about breaking her every time they touched. "My parents," Cerise murmured. "Gustave and Genevieve." "Your mother looks like a blue blood." She glanced at him. "What makes you say that?" "Her hair is curled and her eyebrows are plucked down to nothing." Cerise laughed softly. "I pluck my eyebrows. Does that make me look like a blue blood?" "Yours still look natural. Hers look odd." He grimaced. "She looks very well taken care of, like she never saw the sun." "It's their wedding. My dad was 18, my mother was 16. She'd only been in the mire for a year. Here, look at this one. You'll like this one better." He looked at the next picture. In it, a young woman about Cerise's age sat on top of a huge dead gator, leaning on its head with her elbow. Her grin cut through the mud caked on her face. He nodded. "I do like this one better. She caused my grandmother no end of misery. Grandma Vienna and Grandpa Bernard. Grandpa used to joke that they were a W together. He really wanted to name my mother something that started with W, but Grandma wouldn't let him." Cerise reached to a fist-sized glass box with a small crystal at the bottom and pushed a button. A tiny spark ignited within the crystal, and a three-dimensional portrait of a couple sprang into life above the box. One of the Weird's keepsakes, and not a cheap one either, since it survived the trip to the edge and lasted all these years. William scrutinized the couple. The woman resembled Genevieve in her wedding picture, same brittle quality, like she was made with fine crystal. A man sat on the chair next to her, leaning back and looking awkward. Long, skinny legs, long, skinny arms. Even sitting, he was very tall. They were blue bloods, no question, and ones with long pedigrees. And money. The clothes looked expensive, and the emeralds on the woman's neck had to have cost a small fortune. "I told you before that my grandpa and I were very close. He was brilliant. So smart. He always made time for me. We used to garden together. And tomorrow we'll have to go and drive the Cherilles out of his house." Cerise's shoulders went rigid. "My grandparents were from an old Weird family. My grandfather did medical research. He was famous, actually. They had status and money. My mother used to tell me about their castle. It was somewhere north. They had dogwood trees, and they would bloom white in the spring. She said they would host balls, and people would gather from all over and dance. Have you ever been to a ball, William?" He'd been to too many of them. "Cashhorn," Declan's uncle had adopted him to get him out of jail in hopes that he and Declan would kill each other. The adoption came with etiquette lessons. "I have." Cerise glanced at him. "Is it fun?" "I was bored. Too many people, too many colors. Everything is too bright and too vivid. Everyone is talking, but nobody is listening because they're too concerned with being seen. After a while, it all just blends." "I'd like to go to one," she said. "It might not be my thing even, but I'd like to go at least once to say I've done it. Sometimes I feel cheated. I know it's selfish, but sometimes I wonder what it would have been like if my grandfather didn't get himself exiled. Who knows? I might have been a lady." He didn't have much use for ladies. A lady was someone else's wife or daughter or sister. They were not real, almost like trophies forever out of his reach. She was real and strong. She looked about to cry. "Would you like to dance?" Her eyes opened wide. "Are you serious?" Once he learned something, he never forgot it. William took a step forward and executed a perfect deep bow, his left arm out. "Would you do me the honor of dancing with me, Lady Cerise?" She cleared her throat and curtsied, holding imaginary skirts. "Certainly, Lord Bill, but we have no music." "That's fine." He stepped to her, sliding one arm around her waist. She put her hand on his shoulder. Her body touched his, and he spun with her around the attic, light on his feet, leading her. It took her a moment, and then she caught his rhythm and followed him. She was flexible and quick, and he kept picturing her naked. "You dance really well, Lord Bill." "Especially if I have a knife." She laughed. They circled the attic once, twice, and he brought them to the center of the room, shifting from a quick dance to a smooth swaying. "Why are we slowing down?" she asked. "It's a slow song." "Ah." She leaned against him. They were almost hugging. "What's bothering you?" he asked. "I'm scared to death." Her voice was barely above a whisper. "And mad. I'm so mad at the hand for putting me through this hell. I can't even breathe. I have to save my parents. I love them so much, William. I miss them so bad it hurts. I would have to rescue them, even if they were horrible people, because if I don't, our reputation will plummet. People will think we're weak, and they will peck us apart little by little. But to save my parents, I have to sacrifice some of my family. Tomorrow, they will die. Their seats at the table will be empty. And for what? So we can keep living in this mud and squabbling over it? Gods, there has to be something more to life than this." She closed her eyes. He held her close. "You'll do fine. You're a natural." "A natural what?" she asked. "A killer. I've known people who were better swordsmen, but they didn't have that thing inside them that let them kill. They hesitated, they thought about it, and I killed them. You have it. You're good and you're fast. I'll be there to keep you safe." "I don't want to be a killer, William." "You don't get to pick." She pulled away from him. He didn't want to let her go, but he did. Cerise hugged herself. "On the wall, to your left." He turned. 2 photographs waited at eye level. The first showed 3 men standing close. The middle one was Peva Shireel. He had one arm around an adolescent kid with the face of a spoiled child, and the other around a tall blond man with mournful gray eyes. "The Shireels. That's who we're killing tomorrow." Cerise sounded bitter. He looked at the second photo and stopped. Cerise and Lagarde danced silhouetted against a bonfire. She was dancing with her enemy? Why? Was he better than me? Did she like him? Did she want to dance with him again? "Did you think of him while we were dancing?" "What?" He wanted to rip Lagar's head off his shoulders. Instead, he turned and went down the stairs. Cerise watched him leave. The door closed, and she slumped into her chair. So there he was, Lord Wolf. He might have been a bear for all she knew, but somehow Wolf just suited him better. He was predatory, fast, and cunning, and made 90-degree turns that made her head spin. One moment they were dancing, the next he took off snarling under his breath. She looked at Lagar on the wall. William didn't understand the pictures. Lagar would, though. He would know exactly why she kept him on the wall. It was a snapshot of what might have been, but could never be. Cerise sighed and drank the wine from her glass. If things were different, if their families hadn't been in a feud, if Caitlin, Lagar's mother, wasn't a raging ball of hate, if Lagar was his own man, he would have courted her. She was sure of it. She had seen it in his eyes that night by the fire, that look of desperate, hopeless longing. If things were different, she might have accepted his courtship. He would have been a good match. Handsome, smart, with the strong magic of an old Legion family, and enough money to make sure she would never need to hustle again. She didn't love him, but who knew? Maybe if things were different, she might have given him a chance. That snapshot on the wall showed Lagar's wistful thinking for all to see. Her grandparents' picture showed hers. She'd wanted so much to have been born out of the mire. The swamp had its savage beauty, but it was no place to live, no place to build a family and raise children. Half of the people her age couldn't read and didn't want to learn, which was the sadder still. But everyone from the age of 12 and up could fire a crossbow and wouldn't hesitate to shoot a person with it. There was no hope in the mire, no way to improve their lot. Even Lagar, with all of his money, still dragged the same mud on his boots. She thought of her grandmother, standing delicately behind her husband, and sighed. She didn't want to be Grandmother Vienna. She didn't want wealth. She could live her whole life without wearing a single gold ring, and it wouldn't make a bit of difference. She just wanted to know that there was light at the end of the tunnel, that they could send Lark to a school, a real school with actual teachers, and to someone, a therapist, a doctor, who could help her because they didn't know how, that the family could earn enough to clothe and feed everyone without resorting to stealing, that they wouldn't have to look over their shoulders, knowing any minute they might have to fight with another family like two rats snapping at each other in the muck, that they could live somewhere else, not in a place where her parents got kidnapped and nobody did anything about it. Cerise shook her head. If they were slowly crawling out of the mud, she could live with it. But they were sinking deeper and deeper. Her children wouldn't know her grandfather, and her grandchildren, if she were to have any, wouldn't even know he existed. All his knowledge would be lost. Already she was forgetting things, and the books didn't help because half of the time she was too tired to read them. It was wrong. Cerise clenched her teeth. The whole point of working so hard was so her children and their children would be better off than she was. But they wouldn't. They would be worse. The more time passed, the more exiles Louisiana stuffed into the swamp, the more vicious it would become. No matter how hard she tried, no matter how hard the family worked, they made no progress. They just slid backward into the swamp, and all she had as a consolation were useless dreams of what if, filled with pathetic self-pity. And then there was William. She should have known that nothing in life came without a catch. He was everything she could ever want in a man. Smart, strong, funny, handsome, a hell of a fighter. And he turned into a monster. Gods damn it! She picked up the book she had been reading before William came in. The Nature of the Beast. It was an old text from Louisiana. She knew it was biased, but it was her best resource at the moment. She had taken it out of the library a few months ago to read to Lark, to try to convince her that there were real monsters out there and she wasn't one of them. It's not that she didn't trust Aunt Muriel, but since Uncle Hugh was involved, her aunt wasn't exactly objective. She wouldn't have guessed that her Uncle Hugh was a changeling, would have sworn on her life he wasn't. So not all the stories were true. Yes, her uncle was a murderer, but it wasn't out of bounds for the Meyer. Maybe William was a wolf like Uncle Hugh. They were supposed to be noble creatures. She set the glass down. What was she thinking? He's a murdering beast, but that's okay because he is a noble murdering beast? Poor William. She'd gotten a shock to the system, but it was nothing compared to what he got. Here he was, hunting his enemy. He met a girl in the swamp that made his head spin. And then he realized that the girl came with a clan of insane relatives, an 80-year feud, and a horde of the Hands agents. That was a hell of a price tag. Being related to Calder alone would make most men run for their life. Cerise toyed with her glass. William was hers. The way he looked at her, the way he held her while they danced, told her that better than any words. When she had seen him come up those stairs, her heart had sped up, and it wasn't because she was scared he'd rip her to pieces. She wanted him. But want alone wasn't enough, because he was trouble. Aunt Muriel was right. When William loved, he would love absolutely, but when he became jealous or angry, he would be uncontrollable. Life with him would never be dull. It wouldn't be easy either. She had to decide yes or no, to let him love her or to cut him loose. All of this was useless speculation, she decided. In the morning, they would attack the Shirelles, and she had no guarantee she would make it out of that fight alive. William burst onto the balcony. She had a picture of another man on the wall. He swung onto the rail and crouched there, staring into the swamp. He needed a fight, a long, exhausting brawl. "What are you doing on the rail, child?" He whipped around. Grandmother Az stood next to him, smiling. "It's not good to stare too long at the mire. It might look back." She reached over and patted his hand with her tiny wrinkled one. "Come on down off that rail. Come now." Snapping at sweet old ladies was beyond him, no matter how mad he'd gotten. William jumped off the rail. "That's it," she told him. "Come, help an old woman to a chair." He followed her around the corner to where the balcony widened and 3 wicker chairs sat facing the mire. William held the chair out for her. Grandma Az sat. "Such a well-mannered child you are. Come sit with me." William sat. Everything about the old woman was soothing, but he didn't trust her any more than he trusted the rest of them. She knew what he was, too, and kept it to herself. The question was, why? Grandmother Az reached to a narrow wicker table on the side and picked up an old leather photo album. She flipped it open. "Look right here." A tall man stood next to a young woman. The man was dark-haired and lean. The woman looked like Cerise, but her features were harsher. "This is me and my husband. Henri was a good man. I loved him." Her eyes sparkled. "My father didn't like him. My father was a great swordsman, in the old way." "Like Cerise?" "Like Cerise. Do you know of the old way, William?" "No." The more information he got, the better. "I'll tell you. Once, the new continent of the weird was filled with people. They built a great empire." That he'd heard before. In the Broken, the Europeans settled the Americas, killing the native tribes. In the Weird, the history had been almost completely turned around. The Tlatka had built a great kingdom, fueled by the magic born in the forest and jungle, and they had raided the eastern continent for years until they built a world-destroying weapon, which predictably destroyed them. When the Easterners finally scraped enough courage together to cross the ocean and make landfall, they found an empty North Continent and a huge wall that sealed off the southern landmass. They called their kingdom the Empire of the Sun Serpent, Grandmother Az continued. They were great warriors with a long tradition and great skill in magic. Their magic was their undoing. They brought about their own destruction and had to flee. Some of them fled here into the edge, and here they remained, secure in the swamps for centuries to come. That's where we take our root. We keep their arts of sword and magic alive.
So that's what Cerise does.
The old woman nodded with a serene smile.
The path of the lightning blade, a very old art, very hard to learn.
She picked up a small letter opener from a narrow side table and raised it straight up. A thin streak of brilliant white dashed down the blade.
Damn it all to hell!
Grandmother Az smiled.
Who did you think taught her?
Her father.
Spoken like a man.
The old woman turned the blade sideways, and the flash danced across her fingers.
She was a good student for me. This art takes much practice and discipline. You have to be chosen from childhood, the way Cerise was. You have to give yourself to it and practice and practice and practice. Long hours every day. When you work that hard, you start thinking that you should be rewarded for your efforts. So when you decide you want something, you fight tooth and claw to get it.
She had some sort of purpose for this conversation, but for the life of him, William couldn't figure out what it was.
My father was a great swordsman. I told you that. My husband—
Grandmother Az moved her wizened hand from side to side.
Not so much, William guessed.
No.
The old woman smiled.
He was from the Broken, from a place called France. Very handsome, very valiant, but not that good with his sword. My father didn't want me to marry him, so he told Henri they had to fight.
Did Henri win?
She shook her head.
No, but when my father put his blade against Henri's heart, I put mine against my father's throat. I told him that I only lived once, and I wanted to be happy. Do you understand what I'm saying to you, child?
No.
That's all right. You will. Think on it.
He had no idea what she was talking about.
Tell me about the monster.
Her face fell.
Stay away from him. He is a terrible thing. Terrible, terrible thing.
Who is he? Why is he here?
He senses trouble. It will all be over soon. Things are coming to an end.
William hit a growl.
She would tell him nothing.
What happened to Lark?
Grandmother Az shook her head, that same serene smile plastered on her face.
William exhaled frustration.
Tell me about Lagar Shireel.
He is handsome, rich, strong in the old way.
Oh, great. He can stretch his flash on his sword like Cerise?
Our feud is old, child. Do you think the Shireels would have lasted this long if they didn't hold on to the old way?
The old woman heaved a heavy sigh.
But there is trouble in Lagar's house. Good blood has gone to bed. The tradition will die soon.
What do you mean?
Caitlin.
She spat the word like it was a poisonous fruit.
She came from a good family. We were friends once, back then, before she married the Shireel. Her father was a hard man. Once her mother passed away, he never remarried. Caitlin was his only child, his legacy. He had an iron grip on her, and nothing, not even his death, could break it.
She flicked her hand in disgust.
Caitlin's done the same to her children. She drives them, steers them at every turn, like they are horses pulling her carriage." The old woman snorted. "L'gar, he had promised, that one. But she killed it, smothered his will with hers. Caitlin doesn't understand. A swordsman must be free to carve his own path in the world, however long it takes him. Her husband understood." Her voice turned bitter. "Such good blood! They've stood against us for 4 generations and survived. And she spoiled it all, the old half-wit. Not even her magic will save her now." A vicious blaze flashed in the old woman's eyes. Her fingers curled into claws. Her lips wrinkled, baring her teeth, and a specter of magic, dark and frightening, flared behind her. Alarm shot through William. Grandmother Az stared through him, raised her chin high, her eyes afire. Her voice rolled, deep, frightening. "Gone will be Caitlin. Gone will be her children and her house. We'll purge the memory of the Shirios from the world. 10 years from now, nobody will recall their name. But we will still be here, watching trees grow from the ground watered with the Shirio blood we spilled." William struggled to draw a breath. All around him the air hung thick with the odorous stillness peculiar to the swamp, fecund, violent, and primal. Rotting mud, the pungent scents of night flowers, the stench of wet dogs from the kennel. A door bumped to the left, and a woman's laughter, incongruously normal, sounded through the house. The savage fury died in Grandmother Az's eyes, and she patted his hand gently, her face wrinkled by a smile. "Well, look at me, rambling on and on, showing my age. Time to go to bed, I think." She rose. "I have a favor to ask of you. I need to borrow Uro's youngest from you for tomorrow." "You can have him if you don't put him in harm's way." Grandmother Az's face split in a smile. "Silly child, he's my own grandson. I wouldn't harm my family." She turned and went inside. William slumped in the chair. Insane woman. Insane family. And he was mad to think he could lure Cerise away from them. They would never let her go. Lark climbed over the balcony rail and sat in one of the chairs. Her hair was filthy again. "Are you going to chase me off to bed?" she asked. He shook his head. "I can't sleep." Lark gathered her knees to her. "I'm scared about tomorrow. Do you think Cerise'll die?" William crossed his arms. "Anything is possible. But no, I think she will live. I'll be there, and I'll do my best to keep her safe." They looked at each other. "What do you know about Tobias?" he asked. Maybe she would answer his questions. Nobody else would. "It was a long time ago," Lark said. "Like 3 years or more. I don't know very much. Him and Cerise were engaged. He was very nice. And pretty." "Figured. Why did he leave?" "I don't remember it very well." She frowned. "I think Mom was doing my hair, and Grandma was there. Then Cerise came. She was really upset about some sort of money missing. I think she thought Tobias took it. And then Mom told her to keep calm and not to do something she would regret for the rest of her life, and that sometimes you had to let things go and give the person another chance. And Grandma said that in the Legion times, death was not an improper punishment for stealing from the family. Cerise got this really crazy look on her face, and then Mom said that the Legion times were long over, and Grandma said that That was exactly what was wrong with the mire, and if it wasn't for the exiles, it would still be a proper place, and that Cerise knew what had to be done. And then Cerise took off, and Mom sent me out because her and Grandma needed to have an adult conversation. I didn't see Tobias after that.
A hell of a story. Do you think she killed him? William asked. Lark bit her lip.
I don't know. I don't think so. Cerise gets really calm before she kills somebody. Icy. I think she was too mad that time.
They sat together and looked at the moon for a while. Lark turned to him.
I'm coming to fight tomorrow. For my mom.
William wanted to tell her that she was too small, but he had seen his first fight by her age. Watch yourself, and don't do anything stupid.
I won't,
she told him. 21. Cerise raised her head and squinted at the morning sky. It was a beautiful, intense shade of turquoise that promised a gorgeous day. Except today, the family rode out to kill and die, and she was at the head of the column. Behind her, 24 Mars rode on horseback. She had already sent the kids out to scout the road ahead. She'd glanced over her shoulder. Everyone was here. Richard, Calder, Arian, Aunt Murad, Uncle Ben. Her gaze snagged on William riding at the edge of the column on the left, next to Adriana. He scowled at her. Yes, I see you scowling, Lord Bill the Jealous. If something happened to her today, Richard would assume command of the family, and Aunt Pete would take care of Lark. Cerise's heart lurched. Lark wouldn't do well with Aunt Pete, but she didn't know where else to turn. Grandma Az would help, but Grandmother and Gaston had their own fight to fight. The Chereal family was a hydra. The two brothers would be at Sene, but the clan wouldn't die until Caitlin, their mother, breathed her last. Grandmother decided today was the day for it, and none of them were stupid enough to stand in her way. They rounded the bend in the road. It would have been so much easier if Grandpa's house sat somewhere off a main road. They'd ram it with a truck, throw a stinker into it, and sit back and shoot whatever came out. But no, the manor perched deep in the swamp. No truck would make it through the narrow, half-flooded trails. That meant they would have to lay siege to the house. Even with the Chereals alone, the odds wouldn't be good. But with the Chereals and the Hand together, who knew what sort of insane monsters the Hand would stuff into it? Whichever way you looked at it, they'd have to get the stinker into the house somehow. They had to get the Chereals out of the house with the least damage, or they risked destroying whatever clues the manor held. It had been 16 days since her parents were taken. Cerise stared straight ahead. Tearing up in front of the whole family wouldn't do. 16 days since the Hand took her mom and dad, and just about 80 years to the day since the feud between the family and the Chereals had started. A hell of a day. A bolt sliced past her shoulder and thudded into the bark of a tree ahead. A squirrel writhed, pierced by the shaft. William rode up to the tree and sliced with his knife, cutting the small furry body in two. A swirling mass of tentacles spilled out and fell into the dirt with a wet plop. She had seen these tentacles before, inside the bat, guided by the Hand's necromancer. "A debtor?" Cerise asked. William nodded. "You don't have to worry about the Hand today." "Why not?" Arian asked from the back. William glanced at him. If Spider had his people helping the Chereals, he wouldn't need a scout to keep an eye on things. He must have cut the Chereals off, but he still wants a report from the fight. That meant Lagar and Arig were on their own. Just the two brothers and whatever hired muscle they brought with them. Cerise raised her eyes to the sky. "Thank you." "I can kill the necromancer," William said. "How many people do you need?" He grinned, flashing white teeth, his face feral. "None. I'll see you at the house, then. Happy hunting." William hopped off his horse and vanished into the brush. She turned her horse. "The Cerilles are alone. Let's go pry them out of that damn house." A ragged chorus answered her. Worry stabbed her, and she crushed it before it had a chance to show on her face. William pulled himself up onto the pine branch at the edge of the clearing and surveyed the scene. The soles of his boots were slick with the scoutmaster's blood, and he took an extra second to climb. The old house sat on a very gentle incline. The Cerilles must have gotten a hold of a lawnmower, because the grass around the house was freshly mowed. A 60-yard stretch of rocky ground, dotted with stumps of severed weeds, separated the house from the trees. The Mars lay at the perimeter in a ragged line. They were looking at the house. He looked, too. It was a 2-story, dilapidated-looking place, the kind he saw often in the Broken. Everything was peeling, sagging, or rotting, except for the iron grates on the windows. Those looked brand new. The gaps between the bars bristled with rifles. The place was a damn fortress. If it was him, he'd set it on fire and pick the enemy off as they jumped out. At the tree line, Richard saw him and touched Cerise's shoulder. She turned to look in his direction. William raised the scoutmaster's head by the hair and dangled it for her. The hand's necromancer did die with an ugly grimace on his face. Maybe bringing the head wasn't the best idea, but then how would she know he killed the man? Cerise gave him a thumbs up. Ha! He set the head in the bend of the branch and glanced back at the Mars. At the far end, Lark sat in a tree, hidden from the house by the bark. She waved at him. He waved back. A woman rose from a crouch at the tree line, clutching a familiar bronze-colored ball in her hand. A stinker grenade. The weird military's favorite non-lethal weapon of crowd control. Throw one of those into an enclosed space and watch people trample each other trying to get out. That must have cost Cerise an arm and a leg. How were they going to get it past the bars? He glanced at the house. Ah, there. A rectangular window, a foot long, 6 inches wide, too small to bother barring. The woman took a deep breath. A flash of pale green flared from her in a short burst. A defensive flasher. Not very strong, either. Chances were she couldn't keep it up for long. She ran into the open, her magic flaring like a glowing wall around her. Bullets whistled and bounced off, deflected by the green. She didn't have a lot of juice, just enough to bounce off a bullet. The woman sprinted in a straight line, shuddering under the hail of bullets. Good plan. Go! William cheered her on. Go! Go! 30 yards to the house. 25. 22. The ground under her left foot gave. Metal teeth flashed. The woman screamed. Her foot caught in a huge metal trap. Her flash faltered and vanished. The first bullet took her in the chest as she was falling. It tore a chunk of flesh from her back in a crimson spray. The second, third, and fourth punched her stomach. The bronze ball rolled from her fingers and fell into the green grass. A small body burst from the brush and dashed across the clearing, dark hair flying. Lark. At the tree line, Cerise screamed. The kid zagged and zagged like a scared rabbit. Bullets tore the turf on both sides of her. A bolt screeched through the air and sprouted from her chest. It caught the girl in mid-leap, and for a moment Lark flew, weightless, eyes opened wide, mouth opened in a horrified "oh," face chalk pale. Just like the child in a meadow full of dandelions years ago. The Wild screamed and raked at him from the inside with its claws. He dropped off the branch and dashed to her. The grass and rocks blurred. He rushed through the world, governed only by the speed of his own heartbeat, as only a wolf could run. Bullets grazed him like searing, furious bees, shredding his shadow, biting through his tracks. He scooped Lark off the ground and kept running, faster and faster, too fast, to the safety of the trees. Arian charged past him to the house. Faces jerked into his view, barring his way. William leaped over them, bouncing off the nearest trunk deep into the woods, over the fallen tree, past the bushes to the stand of cypresses, half sunken in the water. He realized they were far enough and landed on a dry spot. His heart hammered in his chest. His ears felt full of blood. Lark stared at him with terrified eyes like a mouse before a cat. He jerked her up. The bolt had punched just above her clavicle, not in her chest. A flesh wound. Only a flesh wound. "Why?" William snarled, his voice barely human. She said nothing, and he shook her once. "Why?"
"I had to help. Nobody will miss a monster,"
she whispered.
"Never again," he growled in her face. "You hear me? Never again." She nodded, shaking.
He whipped around. People were coming through the brush. He lowered Lark to the ground. The knife was already in his hand. He smelled their breath. He heard their pulse. Their fear flooded him, filling him with a predatory glee. He bit the air. They backed away from him. "William!" Cerise's voice cut through his rage. "William!" She pushed through them and splashed through the water. Her scent sent his senses into overdrive. Cerise grabbed at him, her eyes luminescent. Her lips grazed his, and he tasted her for half a second. "Thank you," she breathed. And then she was gone, swiping Lark off the ground and carrying her away, and William had to shake himself because the excitement strained his body, begging to split it open and let the wild out. People backed away and followed her, until only one remained. William stared at the familiar face. Wild hair, earring, dark eyes. It took him a second. "Calder." "Hey there," the man said. William growled. "Easy now. Easy. Put the crazy away. The fight is that way." Calder pointed back over his own shoulder. "That's where the bad guys are." "I know." William stalked past him. "Talking is good." Calder followed him. "Coherent, complete sentences are even better. You're very fast, Blue Blood." William pushed through the brush. The fury boiled through him. He needed blood. He needed to rip into warm flesh. At the house, Arian, pressed flat against the wall between two windows, ripped the bolt free of his shoulder with a grimace. The Mars kept up the covering fire, their bolts and bullets clattering against the bars guarding the windows above him, mere feet away from Arian's head. Cerise's cousin crouched and crept to the right, his back glued to the wall. He reached the small window, shattered the glass with his fist, and tossed the stinker inside. A wave of guttural howls echoed through the tree line. The wind brought a whiff of an acidic stench, putrid and oily and sour, like decomposing vomit. Bile rose in William's throat. He spat to the side. Too much excitement, too much adrenaline. He felt the familiar ice slide down his skin, raising every hair on his body, the first precursor of the rending, the battle frenzy that stuck his kind when the pressure became too much. William ground his teeth and tried to hold it back. He would need it later. He would need it for Spider. Not now, fuck it. Not now. "Bet you $1 I'll kill more than Richard," Calder yelled, his fingers clenching a wide-bladed sword. "That's a losing bet," Richard said. Inside William, the wild's jaws had opened a crack. He caught a glimpse of its fangs, shining and white like the surface of a glacier. He was losing. The rending was coming. Arian jerked a short, curved knife from the sheath on his belt. A moment stretched into an eternity. Another. The wild opened its mouth. Bottomless blackness gaped in its maw, guarded by icy fangs. He stared straight into it. The wild bit at him. The fangs pierced his mind. The wild swallowed. Darkness engulfed him. The world slowed to a crawl. William walked into the field. Behind him, Calder screamed. William paid him no mind. Another kick rocked the bars, and the whole grate came loose and clattered to the ground. A dark-haired woman leaped out of the window. She took 2 steps and crashed down as a bolt sprouted from her throat. The Shireel mercenaries fled from the house, spilling from the window and doors, charging across the clearing. William snarled and lunged at them. A man hurled himself at him, knife raised, too slow. William swayed away from the glittering metal arc of the striking blade, sliced the man's armpit, jerked him to the side, cut his throat, and kept moving. A woman lunged from the left. William disemboweled her with a precise slash, stepped over her body, and kept moving. He killed again and again, knowing that nothing short of shedding his skin and biting into living flesh would satisfy him. He had to settle for what he had. Steel rang around him, punctured by isolated shots. He glided through the air, thick with metallic blood stench on soft wolf paws, removing obstacles in his path. The world dissolved into blackness and blood. Cerise saw William sprint across the field. Her mind took a second to comprehend it, and by the time she understood what was happening, he'd swung his knife quicker than the eye could see. Arterial spray wet the ground, bright, vivid red. The Shireel's man fell to his knees, but William had already gone on to his next victim. He killed the woman in an instant, didn't even pause, and when he turned to strike at the next man in his path, she saw his eyes, hot, like 2 chunks of molten amber. "Stay back!" she barked. "Stay away from him!" He cut and sliced, raging across the field like a demon, killing with brutal, precise savagery, as if a mad tiger had got loose amid a herd of helpless prey, fast, tireless, deadly. A shot rang out. William jerked. Her heart skipped a beat. William swiped a knife from a fallen opponent, whipped about, and hurled it. The blade sliced through the narrow space between the bars on the second-floor window. A woman sagged against the bars and tumbled down, a knife in her throat. William grinned, baring his teeth, and kept killing. Chill bumps marked her arms. Around her, people stood up to get a better look. Nobody said a word. The family just stood and watched in horrified silence. So that was what he kept chained inside. "He's insane," Richard said next to her. "I know," she told him. "He held it all in all this time. He's unbelievable, isn't he?" Richard stared at her for a long moment and raised his eyes to the sky. "What are all of you doing up there? You've lost your minds." "William?" The girl. Her voice floating into his mind, her scent swirling about him, filtering through the sense of hot blood. Cerise. Calling him. William clawed through the blood-soaked fog. Her hand touched him. He grabbed her and pulled her to him. His vision snapped into crystal clarity, and he saw her and his hands gripping her shoulders. His fingers were covered with blood. Cerise smiled at him. "Hey, hey." Her fingers stroked his cheek. "Are you back with us?" "I never left." He noticed her family now. They had surrounded him in a ragged circle, clutching crossbows and rifles. The field was strewn with corpses. He'd run out of people to kill. The pressure inside him had eased. He needed more blood, more enemies to drain the heated strain in his muscles. But Cerise needed him, and what he had done would have to be enough for now. "I'm going to fight Lagar now," she told him. "Will you watch?" He let her go and nodded. Cerise walked to the porch. The sun glinted from the sword in her hand. William sat in the grass. Richard sat on one side of him. Calder landed on the other. "Murad has her rifle trained on your head. If you interfere, she'll splatter your brains right on these nice weeds over here," Calder said. "Just thought you should know." "It's good to know," William said. His body cooled slowly. Fatigue mugged him. They were fools. It was her fight. If he interfered, she would never forgive him. If Cerise faltered, he would end up watching her die. The thought made the wild inside him howl, but one didn't stand between a wolf and her prey. "How often can you do that?" Richard indicated the corpses with a sweep of his hand. "Not often." "It's over, Lagar," Cerise called. "Come out. Let's finish this." A quiet descended on the clearing. The screen door banged. A man stepped out into the sunshine. He wore a blue robe that reached to his knees. The left sleeve hung in tatters. Lagar shrugged off the other sleeve, letting the robe hang at his waist. He swung his sword. Cords of muscle rolled on his bare chest and arms. What did she see in him? He was tall, well-built, handsome enough, pale hair, blue eyes. They were enemies, but he got Cerise to dance with him. Was he charming? Did he know the right things to say? They paced from side to side, stretching, keeping their distance. Lagar flexed, veins bulged on his arms. "How come we never got together, Cerise?" She looked small compared to him. That made for a smaller target, and she was fast, but Lagar was stronger. He'd muscle her, and she didn't have the weight to counter. "I don't know, Lagar. Killing my relatives and kidnapping my parents might have something to do with it." Lagar stopped. Cerise stopped also. His flash burst from Lagar's eyes in a torrent of brilliant white. It ran down his hand onto his sword. "Shit. Too bad it turned out this way," Lagar said. Cerise's magic slid along her sword. "We both knew it would," she replied. Lagar charged, fast like a changeling. Cerise parried, her movements flowing as if her joints were liquid. The two blades crashed against each other, sparking with magic. They danced across the clearing, flashing and thrusting. Steel rang, magic shone. Cerise pulled back, and so did Lagar. For a long breath they stood still, poised like two cats before a fight. And then Lagar moved, stalking Cerise across the grass, his sword pointing straight up. Cerise followed, her blade loose in her fingers, stepping on her toes. Lagar ran. She matched him. He leapt and struck from above in an overhead blow, banking on his superior strength. They clashed in a blinding burst of magic and broke apart, facing each other. The scent of blood lashed William's nostrils. A long cut sliced through Cerise's shirt, swelling with red across her shoulder over her breast. A narrow smile bent Lagar's lips. If Lagar won, he would kill him. The Shireel took a step forward and fell, as if his legs were cut out from under him. Slowly, Cerise slumped next to him in the grass. Lagar gasped, sucking in the air in small, shallow bites. A dark stain, deep red, almost black, spread through Lagar's robe. Liver blood, tainted with the stench of bile. "Gods, it hurts," Lagar whispered. Cerise picked up his hand and held it. She touched him. William choked back a snarl. Lagar's gut distended, growing like an inflating water balloon. A cut to the aorta or an iliac vessel. Lagar's stomach was filling with his own blood. "We would have been good." Lagar coughed out blood. Cerise rubbed his hand. "In another time, in another life, maybe, you hated my father more than you could ever love me." "Lucky for you," Lagar said softly. A convulsion rocked him, and he clenched her hand. "You should have left," she told him. "You always wanted to." "Faults, diamonds," Lagar whispered, "like swamp lights." Another convulsion shook him. He screamed. His eyes rolled back in his skull. Blood poured from his mouth. His pulse stopped. Cerise untangled her hand from his. Her face turned flat and cold. "String him up. You're bleeding," Richard said, "and Grandmother isn't here to help you." "She's right." Ignata walked up to them. "Tomorrow it'll be too late. String him up, Richard." He shook his head and walked off. "What's going on?" William glanced at Calder. Calder grimaced and spat into the grass. "Magic. Old swamp magic." 22. Cerise sat in the grass. The cut on her breast had stopped bleeding. Strangely, it didn't hurt, not as much as she thought it would have. Her blood always clotted quickly, and she usually got away with a bandage where other people needed stitches. A few yards away, Arian dragged a corpse by its feet onto the growing pile of the dead. He should have nursed his wounds instead of pulling corpses around. Arian turned toward her, flipping the corpse. Excitement lit his eyes, his teeth bared in a rigid grin. He looked deranged, lost in a maniacal glee. Blood poured from the corpse's mouth. Arian laughed, his voice bubbling up from his throat. The delight on his face disturbed her to her core. This wasn't Arian. Arian was calm and quiet. He didn't laugh at death, didn't revel in it. The feud was over, Cerise told herself. He had waited for his revenge for so long it might have driven him a bit unhinged. The Shirelles were done, and once they cleared the field, Arian would return to his normal self. But she would remember that rigor mortis smile forever. She sighed and looked at the body he was dragging. The cadaver's pale head bounced on the ground, and more blood escaped from its mouth. The face seemed familiar. Arig. She almost didn't recognize him without that leer. Death wiped all expression off his face, and now he seemed just another boy, cut down too early. Cerise wished she felt something other than regret. The Shirelle brothers were dead. The feud was over. She should have been celebrating, but instead she felt empty, scraped clean of all emotion. Only regret remained. So many people dead. Such a waste of people, a waste of life. If a rock fell from the sky and hit her head, killing her, she wouldn't care. She was spent anyway. William dropped on the grass next to her. "It was a good fight." "Yes. You slaughtered 30 people single-handedly." "I meant you and Lagar." Cerise sighed. "If I was my father, the family would follow me anywhere. But I'm not. I had to prove that I was good enough. The next time I may have to lead them against the hand, and I need them to follow." In the center of the clearing, the men had strung up Lagar's body. He hung upright off a wooden pole, and people piled peat and mud around the base. 3 buckets full of mud already waited next to the body. Richard and Calder brought a large plastic bin over and set it by the buckets. William looked at the body. "Why?" "We are going to invite a swamp spirit into his body. There are many spirits in the swamp. They used to be gods, the old gods of the old tribes who fled into the swamp centuries ago. But the tribes are long gone, and now their gods are just spirits. There is Gaspo Adir, he's the spirit of life and death. There is Vodar Adir, he's the spirit of water. I'll be calling Raste Adir, the spirit of plants." "To what end?" She sighed. "We don't know where the hand took my parents or why. We need to find out where they are and what they want. Plants have a lot of vitality, enough to revive a dead body. The things I'm looking for are locked in Lagar's brain. He was a careful man. He would have to know what Spider planned to do with my parents, or he would have never made a deal with the hand. Rasta Adir will meld with the body and find that knowledge for me. Fusion." William spat the word as if it were rotten. Not exactly. Fusion melds a living human with the plant tissue, smothering the person's will. Lagar is dead. There is no will left. We just need the information stored in his mind. Don't look at me like that, William. I'm trying to save my family. The disgust slid off his face. Is it dangerous? Yes. The old magic is starving. If I'm not careful, it'll devour me. He opened his mouth. I have to go now. Cerise pushed off the ground and strode to Lagar's body where Ignata and Catherine waited. Look on, Lord Bill. You showed me your bad side. This is mine. Ignata dumped a bucket of mud over herself. Catherine joined her, holding the bucket, awkward and uneasy. Cerise picked up the third one and emptied it over her head. The cool mud slid over her hair, smelling faintly of rot and water. I wish Grandmother was here, Catherine murmured. She can't, Ignata said. I know, I wish it was over. Me too, Cerise murmured. Catherine stopped. Why? Do you think something will go wrong? Cerise almost cursed. No, she lied. Nothing will go wrong. I'm just tired, bloody, and covered in mud. I'd like to get home and sleep, Kath. I think we all would, Ignata said. Catherine sighed and poured the mud over herself. Let's just get this over with. Cerise popped the lid off the plastic bin. 3 bags filled with ash sat inside. She passed 2 of them to Ignata and Catherine and kept the third. Fear cringed deep inside her. Just get this over with. Just get it done. Cerise pulled the bag apart and began pouring ash in an even line, drawing a circle around Lagar's body. It would have been so much easier if Grandma were here, but she wasn't. Grandmother Az took Emily's face into her hands and held her gently, like she used to do when she was a tiny babe, a mere slip of a girl. Emily brimmed with magic. Az sighed. Of all her children, Michelle had the most magic. Little wonder Michelle's only daughter would be the same. Before them, the Wardstones, shielding the Sheril's territory, dotted the swamp forest. That's where Caitlin hid, thinking herself safe and secure in her manor behind her old wards. She thought them impenetrable. Well, not for long, you demented crone. Not for long. It would end today. Makita and Petunia watched them. Are you sure, Chado? Emily nodded. Such a good girl you are. Az smiled, noticing the tiny tremors troubling the girl's hands. Scared, child. Scared. Very well. What do I do? Just stand here next to me. Gaston, are you ready? Uro's youngest son nodded his head. Butchered his hair, that wolf, yes, he did, and adjusted the backpack strapped to his back. Remember, the fisherman's track. That's your way back. The wards keep things out, but they won't keep you in. Don't stay there. Don't wait for it to happen, or you might not get out. He nodded again. Off we go, then. Grandma rested her hand on Emily's shoulder, feeling the hard knot of the muscle. It's all right, she whispered. Trust your grandmother, child. The girl relaxed under her fingers. Grandmother Az stood straighter and gathered her power. It came to her like a cloud of angry bees, pouring from the leaves and the ground in a flood centered on her. This was the old magic. Maya magic. It had once built an empire the likes of which the world had never seen before. All was gone now, but the magic remained. Emily gasped. Hungry, Az pulled the power from her more and more. Emily shuddered and went down to her knees. Her head drooped, her dark hair fanning her face, her magic streaming into Az's fingers. In that magic, the magic from a living human being, that was where the real power lay. Az could see it now, the storm of magic draping her like a dark mantle, billowing in the wind of the phantom currents. The witch's cloak, they called it. Az felt Emily's heartbeat flutter in her, weaker and weaker. Enough. She couldn't take more. Some part of her longed for it, longed for the power, but she shut that part of her soul off, slammed the door in its wailing, hungry face. She let her go, although it took all of her will to do it, and her grandbaby fell face down into the soft earth. The witch's cloak coalesced, shaped by her will. Here's to you, Caitlin. May you rot in hell with your spawn. Az punched the air, throwing all of her weight into the strike. The magic burst along her arm, a dreadful needle aimed at the heart of the Sharia land, where their manor lay. The stones shook in the earth, and 2 of them went black. A shadowy path opened in the wards, only 4 feet across and straight as a bolt. "Now, Gaston, go!" Uro's youngest dashed along the path and within 2 breaths vanished from their view. "There he goes," Az murmured, "so fast, like the wind." Her legs crumbled under her, but Makita's hands caught her before she fell. The ward stones grew paler and paler, slowly returning to their normal gray color. The protective spells were flaring to life, reclaiming the path she had made. "Getting too old for this," Az murmured, before sleep claimed her. Cerise emptied the last of the ash, took a small embroidered satchel from the bin, and stepped into the circle, aware of her 2 cousins joining her. Catherine's face was bloodless, even under the mud. Ignata bit her lip. They stood at the pole. Cerise took a small step forward. No turning back now. She had to do this, and she had to do it right. The old magic was unruly and always hungry. Asking it for help was like playing with fire. Give a hair, and it would swallow you whole. Fear skittered down her spine. Cerise pushed it away. "Mom, Dad, hold on. I'm coming." Ignata began to chant, gathering magic to her. A moment later, Catherine's low voice joined in. Cerise tugged the silk strings of the satchel, dipped her hand inside, and brought out a handful of seeds. She had only done this twice before, both times with Grandma Az leading, and it terrified her so bad she had nightmares for weeks afterward. Rasta Adir drove people wild. If you slipped up, your body was no longer yours. It did things on its own, and all you could do was watch and panic. Rasta Adir made you forget who you were, and if you weren't careful, you would forget yourself forever. Her fingers shook. Cerise passed the satchel to Ignata, who closed it and took it out of the circle and came back, still chanting. Cerise knelt before the mound of mud and peat under the pole, where Lagar's blood dripped down, and gently dropped the seeds onto mud. Magic shot through her in an electrifying pulse and spread, tingling through her body, spilling from inside out. Beside her, Ignata swayed. Catherine murmured the chant like the soft whisper of the wind through the leaves. Grandmother Az's words streamed through her mind. "Don't give in. Don't forget who you are." The magic swirled within her and rushed out, like the tide, sucked into the mound. The seeds moved. The outer shells cracked. Tiny green roots thrust through, pale and fragile. The magic poured out of Cerise in a heady rush, feeding the plants. The roots thickened, raising the seeds, burrowing deep into the bloody mud, turning brown. Green sprigs spiraled up, twisting about the pole, biting into Lagar's body with green shoots, climbing higher and higher. Sweat broke out on Cerise's forehead, mixing with the mud. Leaves burst on the shoots, bright, vivid, their tiny veins red like Lagar's blood. Lagar's corpse disappeared beneath the blanket of green. A deep ache gnawed at her insides. The mound demanded more magic. More! More! Buds sprung from the greenery and split open. Flowers unfurled, yellow and white and pale purple, sending dizzying perfume into the air. It swirled around Cerise, sweet like honey. A giddy happiness flooded her. So beautiful. Her body swayed, dancing. She tried to stop herself, but her limbs escaped her control. Catherine crashed to her knees and laughed softly. "Mom? Dad? Focus! Focus, damn it!" Cerise bent over the mound and spat onto the leaves. "Wake!" The green mass shivered. A muted roll rolled through the clearing as if a dozen Urborgs declared their territory all at once. Magic shot through the leaves, ancient, powerful, and hungry. So hungry. Lagar's face thrust through the rustling leaves, framed in the cascade of flowers, his skin dusted with golden pollen. Rasta a deer had answered the call. Lagar's eyes glowed with verdant wild green. Thin shoots snaked from his body, hidden beneath the moss and leaves, reaching out to her, ready to drain her dry, filling her mind with promises. Cerise saw herself caught in the branches, her body a dry husk, one with the green. Saw the shoots surge further, saw kneeling Catherine become a spire of green, saw Ignata lifted off her feet by a vine, her face serene and lost among the blossoms. Cerise jerked back, raising her defenses. "No! You get back!" The old magic hovered just beyond reach. Its pull was so strong. On the ground, Catherine sobbed, happy tears spilling from her eyes. The vines reached for her. Cerise stepped in front of them and gathered her magic. It rose behind her in a dark cloud, splaying forth. The shoots shrank back, shivering. "That's right. Get back. Stay in your place." Cerise squared her shoulders. She was a swamp witch like her grandmother, and her grandmother's mother, and her grandmother's grandmother before her. She had skill, and she had power, and the old magic wouldn't wrestle her mind from her. "Where is my mother?" Lagar's mouth opened. A cloud of pollen erupted from his throat, swirling in a glittering cascade like golden dust. "Answer me!" Ignata made a small mewing noise behind her. A shimmer ran through the pollen. An image rose within the cloud. A vast field of water with a lonely gray rock rising out of it like the back of some beast, and beyond it, a hint of a large house. Bluestone Rock! Only a day away! The branches reached for her. She snapped her witch's cloak, and they fell back. "Where is my father?" The pollen shifted. No image troubled the cloud. Lagar didn't know. "What does Spider want from our family?" The branches swirled, winding tighter and tighter. Lagar's eyes flared with dark green like two swamp fire stars. Something burned deep in that glow, something terrible and powerful, clawing its way to the surface. "Obey!" Cerise snapped. The pollen glittered once again, shilling into a tattered notebook. It looked like one of Grandfather's journals. Lagar's body split like an opening flower. Dark blue tentacles sprouted from it, streaming to her through the image in the pollen. She pushed her magic before her like a shield. The tentacles smashed into it with a ghostly howl. The pressure nearly pushed her off her feet. "Run!" Behind her, Ignata grabbed Catherine and pulled her up to her feet. Cerise backed away. Her nose bled. Her head grew dizzy. "Clear!" someone called. She stumbled out of the circle. The tentacles flailed behind her, reached the ash, and shrunk, shriveling. "Burn it!" Richard stepped into the circle and hurled gasoline onto the leaves from a bucket. Someone flicked a match. The greenery went up in flames. A howl of pain burst from Lagar. He screamed like a living thing being burned alive. Catherine sobbed, rocking back and forth. Cerise curled into a ball and tried to block out Lagar's cries. Now they knew. Now they knew where to look. Caitlin opened the lid of a mother-of-pearl box. Her fingers brushed the treasures within. A lock of Lagar's blonde hair, cut when he was a child. The tip from the first arrow Pava had shot. One of Arig's twigs. She remembered when Pava had told him that his fingers were too weak for a good draw, and for a while, wherever Arig went, he had a twig in his hands and would be snapping little pieces off of it. She pursed her lips. Where did she go wrong? How could she have raised weak sons that had failed her? She looked up at the mirror that hung on the wall and touched the wrinkled skin around her eyes. Old. She had grown old. She had given all of herself to her children. That's what a mother is supposed to do. And they failed her. Caitlin glared at her reflection. Her skin may be sagging, her hair may be graying, but her will was iron. It was in her eyes, just like her father used to say. You have iron in your eyes, Caitlin. You're strong. Life will hurt you, but you'll survive, my daughter. The iron doesn't give in. She squared her shoulders. There were magics she could work. Dark things, vicious, forbidden things she could let loose on the Rat Pack. And all of the old crone's magic couldn't save them then. Oh, the guard would come and the militia would gather and whine about the outlawed magic. Let them come. She would hold them off. Perhaps she could even start anew. Time had robbed her of her fertility, but there were plenty of children in the mire. She could pay some woman for a good strong child, and Caitlin would have another son. And this time, she would make no mistakes. She turned to the couch where she had left her shawl, and frowned when it wasn't there. For a moment she searched, and then saw it hanging over the porch railing, where she had stood this morning seeing Arig off. Strange. She felt around for a trace of foreign magic and found none. The shield of wards stretching from her house remained intact. Besides, none would dare to enter her domain. Nobody would be that stupid. Caitlin strode onto the porch, tiny sparks of power breaking over her skin. She passed her hand over the shawl. Nothing. Not spelled in any way, the pattern as intricate as ever. She must have forgotten it here on the porch. Caitlin lifted the shawl, wrapped it around her shoulders, and stood for a moment, breathing in the mire smells. The afternoon was winding down. Soon the night would fall, the dark time. The rats would be in their rat hole, celebrating, bloated with wine and success. She had a few things to show them. A faint prickling in her hand made her glance at her fingers. Thin gray residue sheathed her fingertips. She stared at it, puzzled, rubbed her fingers with her thumb, and gasped as the skin and muscle peeled off. Shocked, she whirled, searching for traces of offensive spells, chanting to raise her defenses. Power surged and formed a reassuring solid wall of magic to guard her from the world. She could chant herself out of it. Again and again, she whispered. But the skin on her fingers refused to heal. The shawl! She tore it from her body and screamed as the skin on her neck came off with it. Numbness crept into her fingers and seeped into her arms. This couldn't be! She was iron! She was strong! Her legs failed, and Caitlin crumpled onto the porch. Numbness clutched at her chest. Her heart skipped a beat. The numbness burst into pain. It surged through her body, ripping into her insides with savage teeth. She tried to call out to the workers in the stable, but pain had locked her throat in a fiery collar, and her voice refused to obey. I'm
dying. She wouldn't let the rats have the land. Not her land. Not the wreck of a body that once had been her husband. With an enormous effort of will, Caitlin poured the remnants of her life into one last magic.
Gaston dashed along the twisted fisherman's track. He had tossed the sack and iron tongs he had used to handle the shawl into some bushes to reduce the weight, but it didn't make much difference. His legs were beginning to tire. Gaston leaped over a fallen tree. The weeds flanking the overgrown path slapped his shoulders as he ran, dusting his skin with yellow spring pollen. Behind him, a roar rose, a dull muted sound like the voice of a distant waterfall. He glanced over his shoulder and saw weeds snap upright in the distance as if pulled straight by an invisible hand. Pines groaned in protest. He ran like he had never run before in his life, squeezing every drop of speed from his muscles until he thought they would tear from his bones. The roar grew louder. Tiny rocks pelted him. The air in his lungs turned to fire. Gaston saw a glimpse of the river ahead and launched himself toward it. Not going to make it. He hit the water and dove deep into the gloom. A tiny Urvorg shot past him, spooked by his presence. Above him, the sky turned yellow. 23. Cerise stretched her legs and drank more juice. Her whole body ached like she'd been beaten with a sack of rocks. "How are we doing?" Ignata asked from the other end of the room. "We're fine." Cerise glanced at her. The skin on Ignata's face seemed stretched too tight. Dark bags clutched at her eyes. Catherine had hid in her room the moment they entered the house. Cerise sighed. If she had any sense, she would have hidden also. She tried, but the anxiety made her stir-crazy, and once she took a shower she came down to the library where Ignata ambushed her with ickberry juice to replace electrolytes, whatever that meant. "What a day," Ignata murmured. Arian shouldered his way into the room and sank into a soft chair. His eyes closed, his arm in a sling. "What a week!" Ignata turned to him. "Why are you still awake? Didn't I give you some valerian half an hour ago?" He opened his pale eyes and looked at her. "I didn't drink it." "Why not?" "Because your valerian has enough sleeping tincture in it to put an elephant to sleep." Ignata covered her face with her hands. "You know, if you had to hire a doctor, I bet you'd listen to her." "No, we wouldn't," Cerise murmured. "Where's the blue blood?" Arian asked. "With Calder. I noticed something." Arian turned in his chair. "He's got a memory like a gator trap. There are over 50 of us, and he hasn't confused a single name yet." Cerise scooted deeper into the chair. That was all she needed, a family discussion about Lord Bill. "I like him," Ignata said. "He saved Lark." A smile stretched her lips. "And Cerise likes him, too." "Don't start," Cerise murmured. "It's about time, too. It's been, 2 years since Tobias ran off?" 3, Arian said. Calder walked into the room, followed by William. Their stares connected, and Cerise's heart skipped a beat. Calder dropped in the chair, stretching long legs. "What are we talking about?" "We are trying to decide when you're going to marry Cerise off," Arian said. Calder leaned back, a little light playing in his eyes. "Well—" Cerise set her glass down with a clink. "Enough! Have you figured out which house my mother is in?" Calder grimaced. "Not yet. In case you forgot, Blue Rock is in the middle of a pretty big lake. It takes time to find the right house. We'll know tomorrow. I've got guys on it." "What guys?" Calder waved his hand. If I tell you who I sent to spy on the house, you'll bust my balls about how dangerous it is and how I shouldn't put children in peril. It's being handled. That's all you get.
Now, wait a minute.
Something thumped against the window. Cerise grasped her knife. Calder was on his feet and moving to the window along the wall, dagger in hand. Another thump. His back to the wall, Calder leaned to glance outside, sighed, and slid the glass panel up. A small animal scrambled onto the windowsill. Fuzzy with mouse fur, it sat on its haunches, looking at them with enormous pale green eyes. Oh, no. The beast waddled to the edge of the windowsill. Its bat wings fluttered once, twice. It took the plunge and glided to the table. Tiny claws slid on the polished surface, and the creature flopped on its butt, skidded, and crawled back to sit before her, whiskers moving on the shrew-like nose. No escape now. "Emil, you almost gave me a seizure. Sorry about that." Emil's voice came not from the beast, but from about 3 inches above its head. "I don't have full control of this little fellow yet. I just made him a couple of weeks ago, but I was sure that under the present circumstances, anything larger than him would get shot down." The beast scratched its side with a tiny black foot. "I'm so sorry about Anya," Emil said. "Me too." A pang of guilt stabbed her. Anya had volunteered to run the stinker to the house. If it wasn't for Lagar's gator traps, she would still be alive. The bat shivered. "Someone summoned Rasta a deer to the clearing in front of Sene. Was it you or Grandmother Asin?" "Me. Grandmother is sleeping." The beast sneezed and curled into a tiny ball. "Very well done," said Emil's disembodied voice. "You held it a touch too long, but other than that, very well done." His praise filled her with absurd pride. At least she had done something right. "Thank you." Richard slipped through the door, followed by Murad and Aunt Pete, her left eye socket hidden by a leather patch. The beast fell asleep, its tiny ribcage rising and falling with smooth regularity. "Did you know that most of the Sherrill estate has been blighted?" Emil continued. "The house is crumbling into dust, and the entire place is raining yellow pine needles. Grandmother didn't have anything to do with that, did she?" Smart bastard. "Emil, you know perfectly well that blight magic takes a life. All of us care too much about Grandmother to let her throw herself away like that. She's just sleeping. We lost a lot of people today, and it took a toll. Caitlin was probably so mad that she lost the feud, she sacrificed herself to blight the place." "I thought as much. Of course, you do remember that aiding a casting of the blight is punishable by death, according to Meyer law." And he would be heartbroken if the Meyer militia dragged her off, unless he got the money first, of course. "Yes, I remember." A sound of a throat being cleared issued from above the creature. "There is the matter of the eel," Emil said. "I wasn't confident my message would get through to you." "What are you implying?" Calder stopped cleaning his fingernails with the tip of his dagger. Nothing offensive. Simply put, all of you had a very difficult day, and I'm sure the eel was the last thing on your mind. However, the problem remains unsolved. The law clearly says that if you purposefully destroy property belonging to another, you must pay restitution. As you know, since we are related by blood, the eel would not have attacked you unprovoked, so either you provoked it, or you did nothing to avoid it. I understand that another person was involved in the altercation, but the fact remains you are allowed passage through sect-held property, but he was not. The eel was simply doing its duty. Since you were present at the scene and can't claim ignorance of our traditions, the sect holds you responsible for not taking care of—" "How much?" Cerise asked. "5,000. She reeled back. Calder's jaw hung down. Arian's eyes snapped open. Ignata nearly dropped her glass. Cerise leaned forward. $5,000? That's outrageous! It was a 50-year-old animal, which attacked me in the middle of the swamp in an unmarked stream. There was a marker there. We're just not sure what happened to it. This is unfair. Emil sighed. Cerise, you and I both know that you are perfectly capable of avoiding mud eels, especially one of this size. It was hard not to notice the thing. It was 14 feet long. However, your points are valid, and you're my dear cousin. That's why it's only 5,000 and not 7, as it would have been for anyone else. We can't do 5,000, she said flatly. I'll go as low as 4,800, Cerise. I'm sorry, but anything less would be an insult to the sect, and even so, the missing 200 will have to come from my own funds. Gods, where would she get the money? They had to pay the sect. It was too powerful. Making an enemy of it would mean that their livestock would start dropping dead. First the cows and rolpies, then dogs, then relatives. If you do not have the lump sum, we can set up a payment schedule, Emil suggested. Of course, there would be interest involved. 3 payments, she said, no interest. Within 3 months, the first good-faith payment due by the end of this week. You're forcing me to choose between clothes for the winter and being forever in debt to the sect? I don't appreciate that. I'm sorry, Cerise. I truly am. The creature awoke. I very much care about all of you, Emil said. The sect does not wish me involved in this affair with the hand, but I'll try to help the best I can. I'll find a way. The beast took to the air and vanished into the darkness outside. Calder slammed the window closed. Where are we going to get the money? Ignata murmured. My grandmother's jewelry, Cerise said. She thought of the elegant emeralds set in the pale white gold, thin like silk. Her link to her mother, the last link to the life that could have been. It felt like ripping a chunk of herself out, but the money had to come from somewhere, and that was the last reserve they had. We'll sell the emeralds. Ignata gaped. They are heirloom pieces. She meant them for your wedding. You can't sell them. Oh, she could. She could. She just had to have a good long cry before she did it, so she didn't break into tears during the sale. Watch me. Cerise! They are just rocks and metal. You can't eat them. They won't make you warm. We have to pay the debt, and the kids need new clothes. We need new ammunition and food. Why can't he pay? Arian nodded toward William. He killed it. He has no money, Cerise said, and even if he did, I wouldn't take it. William opened his mouth, but she stood up. That's it. The debate is over. I'll see y'all later. She headed outside onto the veranda before she broke to pieces. Outside, the cold night air wrapped around Cerise. She took a deep breath and started down around the balcony to the door leading to her favorite hiding spot. A dark shape dropped onto the balcony in front of her. Wild eyes glared at her. William. How in the world did he get ahead of her? She crossed her arms on her chest. He straightened. You're in my way, she told him. Don't sell them. I'll give you the money. I don't want your money. Is this because you're still pissed off about Lagar? She threw her hands up. You stupid man, don't you get it? Lagar was trapped like me. We were both born into this. We couldn't leave, and we knew we would eventually kill each other. What we wanted made no difference. At least he could have run away, but I'm stuck here because of the family. I didn't love him, William. There was nothing there except regret. So take the damn money. No! Why? Because I don't want to be obligated to you, he growled. Quick steps approached. They both turned. Aunt Pete came running from around the corner. Cerise? Dear God, couldn't they leave her alone for just a minute? Cerise heaved a sigh. Yes. Calder's boys came back. They found the house where the hand is holed up and took pictures. Aunt Pete wheezed. Hold on, let me catch my breath. She thrust the photographs out. Cerise took the pictures and held them up to the weak light filtering outside through the window. Big house with a glass hothouse on the side. Calder's guys got really close. She would have to speak to him about that. No need to take chances. Aunt Pete pulled the pictures from her hand and slapped one on top of the stack. Never mind all that. This one. Look at this one. The photograph showed the close-up of the hothouse taken through a clear glass pane. A 2-foot-tall stump of a tree jutted sadly through dirt. The tree's stem was blue and translucent, as if made of glass. Borrower's tree, one of the Weird's magical plants. Cerise glanced up. Aunt Pete huffed. You know what this tree is used for. Think, Cerise. Cerise frowned. In small quantities, Borrower's tree was harvested to produce catalysts that bound human and plant. William had said the hand was full of freaks. Some of them probably had grafted plant parts and needed the catalysts. It did look like a fairly sizable tree, and it was cut down to a nub, so they must have needed a hell of a lot of catalyst. The only reason to have that much catalyst would be to actually transform someone through the use of magic. But who would Spider transform? All his guys were already as transformed as they were going to get. It had to be the captives, but it wouldn't make sense to graft anything on them. No, he had to be doing very specific things to achieve mental control over them, in which case it would be... The pictures fluttered from her hand. Cerise rocked back. He's fusing my mother! The world went white in a moment of rage and panic. Her head turned hot, her fingers ice cold. She froze, like a child trapped in a moment of getting caught. Memories streamed past her. Mother, with her blue eyes and halo of soft hair, standing by the stove, a spoon in hand, saying something, so tall, going outside to the porch hand in hand, fixing her hair, reading together in a big chair, her head nestled against her mother's shoulder, her mother's smell, her voice, her... Oh, my God! All gone forever. Mother was gone. Mother, who could fix anything, couldn't fix this. Fusion was irreversible. She was gone. Gone. No. A crushing heaviness swelled in Cerise's chest and tried to drag her down to the floor. She clenched against the pain, her throat caught in a tight ring, and forced herself to walk away, half blind from the tears. I have to go now, so nobody will see. Hands swept her off her feet. William carried her off, away from Aunt Pete, away from the noises from the kitchen, to the door and up the stairs, and then into her little room. Her face was wet, and she stuck it into his shoulder. He gripped her, his warm arms cradling her, and sank to the floor. They're fusing my mother. Her voice came out strangled. They're turning her into a monster, and she would know. She would know what they were doing the whole time. Easy, he murmured. Easy, I have you. Mother's beautiful smile, her warm hands, her eyes full of laughter, her, I have the silliest children, her,
Sweetheart, I love you. You look beautiful, darling.
All gone. Forever. There would be no goodbye and no rescue. All the deaths, all the scrambling, it was all for nothing. Mother wasn't coming back to her and Lark. Cerise buried her face in William's neck and wept soundlessly, pain leaking out through her tears. Cerise opened her eyes. She was warm and comfortable, resting against something. She stirred, raised her head, and saw two hazel eyes looking at her. William. She must have fallen asleep all tangled up in him. They sat on the floor where he first landed. He hadn't moved. "How long have you sat here?" she asked. "About 2 hours. You should have put me down." She wiggled a little, but he kept his hands where they were. "I don't mind. I like holding you." Cerise leaned back against him and put her head on his shoulder. He stiffened and then hugged her tighter to him. "Do I look like a mess?" she asked. "Yes." That was William for you. No lies. The soft light of the lamp fell gently, illuminating her hiding room. It looked so pitiful now. Pictures of dead people on the walls. Threadbare chairs. This had been her spot since she was a child, and now she saw it, as if for the first time. It would have made her sad, but there was no sad left in her. She had cried it all out. "I'll have to explain it to Lark." Her heart cringed at the thought. "And I don't even know if my father is dead or alive." Her voice trembled. William hugged her tighter. "You've seen Lark's tree?" he asked quietly. She nodded. "The monster tree? What happened to her?" Cerise closed her eyes and swallowed. "Slavers. I don't even know where they came from. We never could figure it out. Someone had to have let them in across the border. Celeste, my second cousin, and Lark, she was called Sophie back then, were taking wine down to Sick Tree by river. Lark wanted to buy Mom a birthday present." She choked a little on the words. "So, Celeste took Sophie on a boat to trade a case of wine for some trinket. They shot Celeste in the head, dropped her with one bullet. She fell overboard and Lark went after her. The slavers hit her with an oar when she came up for air, knocked her right out. They took her down into the mire to their camp and put her in a hole in the ground. The hole would flood in the evening and she had to sleep sitting up to her knees in water so she wouldn't drown. We turned everything upside down looking for her. We searched with dogs everywhere. His arm braced her, pulling her closer. She says the second day one of the men got into the hole with her. Probably wanted to molest her. He might have done it, at least part way. Lark can flash a little. She isn't quite there yet with the aiming, but it's a strong white flash. She flashed him through the eyes. Fried the brain, William said. Yeah. The slavers left the body where it was and stopped feeding her. It took us 8 days to find her, and only because of Grandma. She had gone off into the swamp a week before. She does that every year, and when she came out, she called Rasta a deer the way I did today. Used one of the slaver corpses we had put into the freezer. I should have done it, but back then I didn't know how. Cerise swallowed. When we found the camp, it was full of holes and children. Some were dead. The slavers didn't take good care of their merchandise. Did you kill them? William's voice was a ragged snarl. Oh, yes. Left nobody alive. I would have tortured every single one of those motherfuckers if there was time. When we pulled Lark out of that hole, she was weak, but alive. She could stand by herself. 7 days without food. She should have been weaker. Cerise closed her eyes. Telling him was like ripping a scab off a wound. You think she ate the body? He asked. I don't know. I didn't ask. I'm just glad she's alive."
"She came back odd, William. At first it was the hair and the clothes, and then it was running away to the woods and not talking. And then there was the monster tree. Mother was the only one she trusted. Now only I'm left."
"There is a real monster in the woods," he said. "It went after Lark, and I fought it."
She raised her head. "What do you mean, a monster? Was it one of Han's freaks?"
He shook his head. "I don't think so."
"What did it look like?"
William grimaced. "Big, long tail. Looked like a giant lizard sprinkled with hair here and there. I cut it, and it healed right in front of me."
"Damn it."
He looked at her. "I don't know what it is, but your grandmother does. She was singing it a lullaby in Gaulish."
"Grandmother Asin? And you kept it to yourself?"
He raised his free hand. "I wasn't sure if this was a pet, friend of the family, some distant relation, maybe another cousin. Let me know when I'm getting warmer."
Cerise pulled herself free of his arms. "It's not a family pet or a relative. I don't know what the hell it is. I've never heard of anything like that."
"Ask your grandmother."
"She'll be asleep. She did some hard magic today, and it'll take her a few days to recover."
Cerise slumped forward.
His hand ran down her back, kneading the tired muscles, the warmth of his fingers soothing her through her shirt.
He stroked her like she was a cat. "So will you be pissed off if I kill it?"
"If it comes after us, I'll cut it to pieces myself," she told him.
His hand strayed lower, and he took it away. He was back in control. The fierce creature she had seen that morning hid again. Cerise leaned back against him. His arm wound around her waist, pulling her closer. He was strong and warm, and sitting in his arms filled the sore, empty spot inside her with quiet content.
"When I was 20,
I met a man," she told him. "Tobias. Do you have his picture on the wall, too?" he asked, and she sensed traces of a growl in his voice. "Top left corner." He turned. His face grew grim. "Handsome," he said.
"Oh, yes, he was very pretty, like a movie star from the Broken. I was so in love, I would have done anything for him. We were all set to marry. He was almost part of the family. Dad even let him handle some of our business."
"And?"
A familiar cramp gripped her heart. She smiled. "I found a discrepancy in the books. Some money had gone missing from the sale of the cows. Tobias took it."
"Did you kill him?" William asked.
"What? No, I cornered him and he tried to deny it, but I guess I must have been too scary because in the end he told me all about his master plan. He was going to get as much money as he could and take off for the Broken. He tried to lie and tell me he did it for us, and that he was going to convince me to come with him, but I could tell he was lying. It was always about the money. It was never about me."
"What did you do?" William asked.
She couldn't tell by his voice what he thought about the whole thing.
She grinned.
"Well, he wanted to go to the Broken. Calder and me, we put him in a sack and took him down through the boundary. Calder stole a car and we drove him down to New Orleans to the big city and left him, sack and all, on the courthouse steps. The Broken is a funny place. They really don't like it when you show up there with no ID." She tilted her face up. "Would it bother you if I'd killed him?" He looked at her. She must have thawed a little, Cerise decided, because she had to force herself not to lift up and kiss him.
"No," William said, "but I know it would bother you."
She snuggled closer to him. "Your turn."
"What?"
"Your turn to tell me a story about yourself." William looked away.
"Why?"
"Because I told you mine and asked you nicely." William growled under his breath. Amber roiled over his eyes and vanished. How in the world didn't she put two and two together before?
"There was a girl," he said. "I met her in the Edge. I liked her. I did everything right. I said all the smooth things, but it didn't work. I don't know why, but it just didn't. I guess she didn't need another fixer-upper in her life. She had 2 brothers to take care of, so she went off with my best friend. It was good for her. He's steady, and he always knows the right thing to do, and does it." She winced. "You're not a fixer-upper." He bared his teeth. "Don't kid yourself. You saw me this morning." Cerise took a deep breath. "Do you like me the way you like that girl?" "No." It felt like a slap in the face. He was in love with some other girl, and the idiot didn't even want him. How could she not want him? He ran into an open field to save a kid everybody shunned. Cerise bit her lip. She wouldn't be a consolation prize. She had some damn pride left. But before she cut him loose, she had to be 100% clear where they stood. If it cost her a tiny bit of pride, that was fine. Nobody but the 2 of them would ever know. "How is it different?" He rolled his head back, sable hair falling down on his shoulders. "With Rose, I knew what to say. I could take a step back and talk to her. I remembered all the crap from the magazines. It was easy. And with me it's hard? Why? Because she was a swamp girl? And how did the magazines fit into it?" William looked away from her. "I don't like it when you're away. If I don't see you, I can't settle down. If I see you talking with another man, I want to claw his throat out. And none of the things you're supposed to say fit." Oh, this had to be good. "What sort of things?" He sighed. "The lines, like, 'You're my everything,' or 'Did it hurt when you fell from heaven?'" She lost it and laughed. She sounded hysterical and broken, but she couldn't stop. He sighed again. "Why are you laughing?" She couldn't stop. It was that or crying. "Cerise? Are you going to ask me if my daddy was a thief because he stole the stars and put them in my eyes?" He pushed away from her. "Forget it." The laughter finally died. "It's called the rending, isn't it?" she asked. "The thing you did this morning. Your kind does it when you become overwhelmed." He lunged at her. A blink, and he pinned her to the floor, his big body bracing hers, his eyes on fire. Excitement zapped through her. She felt her muscles tighten in all the right places. "Now or never." Cerise bit her lip. "Well, this is quite a predicament, Lord Bill." William snarled. She stared straight into his eyes, at the savage thing he hid inside. "Wolf," she whispered. "I think you are a wolf." "When did you know?" His voice was a ragged growl, as if she was talking to a beast. "For a while now. Yesterday, when you found me, I was reading a book about changelings, because I knew." Cerise caught her breath. Her heart was beating too fast, as if she were running for her life. Anxiety washed over her in a cold wave. The world, which had been so stable a month ago, had fallen apart around her, and she couldn't even hold on to the pieces. What if she was wrong? What if it was just wishful thinking? If she misread the need she saw in his eyes, and he turned her down and walked away from her now? She would handle it. She knew she would, because she had no choice. But thinking about it, imagining it happen, clenched her throat shut. She struggled to make the words come out. "You have to be very careful now, Lord Bill. You're in terrible danger." He stared at her, obviously not understanding. She searched his face but found no answer. Gods, it felt like torture. Cerise forced her lips into a smile. "Nice changeling boys like you shouldn't play with swamp girls." "What?" She raised her head to his ear. She felt as if she were standing on the edge of a cliff. One step and she would plunge or soar.
"You'll get bewitched."
His eyes widened, the molten amber in them churning with violent intensity. She kissed him, her lips pressed against his, asking, demanding, "Kiss me back, William. Kiss me back." He opened his mouth and she slid the tip of her tongue into his mouth, licking his. He tasted just like she imagined he would, delicious and wild, and she kissed him harder. He jerked her to him, his mouth locked on hers, taking over the kiss. He kissed her as if he was making love to her already, as if he had only one chance to seduce her, and this was it. She gripped his rigid body, sliding her hands around his muscular neck, running her fingers through his hair, feeling the smooth, silky strands slide into her fingertips. He pulled her up. The muscles bulged on his back as he lifted her higher off the floor and kissed her again, thrusting his tongue into the heat of her mouth. She was out of breath, and she didn't care. His rough, hot hands stroked her, touching her everywhere, under her clothes, caressing her neck, her back, her butt, until she wanted to arch her spine like an eager cat. His mouth found a sensitive spot on her neck, and a light electric shock burst from her neck, all the way down to her toes. She gasped, and he kissed her again in the same spot, nipping the skin. "Oh, God!" His eyes shone with want and predatory satisfaction. "The name's William. It's a common mistake." She slid her hands over his chest, feeling the hard muscle under the skin. "Jackass." He laughed, that raspy, wolfish laugh that made her crazy. His hand slid between her legs, stroking her thigh in just the right way, and she unbuttoned her shirt with feverish speed, eager for the feel of his body on hers. He jerked his own shirt off, grabbed her, and kissed her again with a deep, guttural growl, thrusting his tongue into her mouth, the taste of him turning her light-headed. "Don't leave me," she whispered. "Never," he told her. The last cold shreds of fear melted away inside her, and only happiness and need remained. His hand cupped her butt, and he moved her closer, the hard bulge of his erection digging right between her legs through the fabric of their jeans. Cerise grabbed on to his big shoulders and slid lower, grinding against him. His hand slid up her back, and suddenly her bra was off. William looked at her with his crazy amber eyes. "You drive me mad." Yes! He had no idea how long she had waited for him to say it. "Don't blame me. You're already mad," she breathed and kissed his perfect jaw, tasting the light scrape of stubble. He smelled so good, clean and strong and male. Mad, mad wolf. "Look who's talking." His hand slid over her nipple, sending a shocking burst of pleasure through her so unexpected she almost jerked back. He dipped his dark head and licked her breast, sucking on her nipples, first soft, then harder, lifting his head just enough to let the cold air touch them, and sliding the sensitive buds into his mouth, again and again, until she was ready to scream. And then her belt was undone and her jeans were halfway down her butt. "She's probably up there," Calder's voice said from below. "I'll go and check." "Cerise?" Locke's voice called. They had to stop. Damn it all to hell! "William!" He kept going. Oh, no, no, she couldn't let her little sister barge in on her while her jeans were around her knees, especially not now, not today, not before she had explained that their mother was dying. "William!" Cerise barked. William's fingers slid under the hand of her panties, teasing their way down. "Stop!" Someone's steps approached the door. She punched him in the head. William startled, as if shaken awake, and rolled off her, She jerked her jeans back in place. The door swung open. William rolled to his feet and dashed across the room to the balcony and over the rail. She sprinted left and landed in her chair, tugging her bra in place and buttoning her shirt. Calder came up the stairs. "Cerise?" She yawned.
"Yes?"
"Here you are." He dropped into the other chair. Behind him, William pulled himself back up with one arm and landed on the balcony's rail. "Aunt Pete panicked everybody. She thought you might have done something rash." William stood on the rail. The damn thing was 2 inches wide. He padded along it like it was solid ground and made some shooing motions at Calder's back. She tried to ignore him. "I never do anything rash." William mouthed, "Bullshit. She saw you leave with the blue blood." Cerise raised her eyebrows. "I had myself a nice long cry, and then I fell asleep in the chair. Did you expect to find me on the floor making out with him half naked?" William nodded several times, a big grin painted on his face. "I wouldn't put it past you," Calder said. "Or him. Who knows what the hell he might do?" William made a cutting motion across his throat. "He might kill you if you're not careful," she told him. "Who? Will? Oh, we're the best of friends." William rolled his eyes. "Thick as thieves, I'm sure," she mumbled. "If you do decide to make out with him, try to get caught," Calder said. "Easier to rope him into marriage that way." "I'll keep that in mind." Calder looked like he had bitten into something sour. "The fusing. Do you want to talk about it?" And just like that, all sexy thoughts fled from her head. "Not right now." "You will have to talk about it with the family tomorrow," he warned. "I know. I'll speak to Locke before we go to bed." Cerise got up. Calder did too. William dropped straight down off the rail, and she almost gasped. "Let me grab my hair tie. I left it outside. I'll be right down." She walked on the balcony, aware of Calder's gaze on her back. William hung off the edge, his feet pressed against the wall. He didn't look like he was straining. Yes, she was definitely over her head. But when William held her, she felt happy and safe. Everything was falling to pieces, and she wanted to be with him so badly, even if only for a couple of minutes of bliss. "Tonight," she mouthed. "My room." He grinned a happy, feral grin. Cerise turned and went with Calder downstairs. 24. Cerise awoke. Her bedroom lay dark. It took her a second to place the even, whispery sound next to her, and then she realized it. Lark. Breathing. The explanations didn't go well. She had tried her best, but the only thing Lark heard was that Mother wasn't coming back. Ever. The poor kid broke and cried. She cried and cried with feverish desperation. At first, Cerise tried to calm her, and then something snapped inside her, and she cried too. You'd think she had no tears left, but no. She bawled just like Lark. They huddled on the bed and sobbed from the pain and unfairness of it. Finally, Cerise made herself stop and held Lark, murmuring soothing things to her and stroking her hair, until her sister curled into a ball and fell asleep, whimpering like a sick kitten. Cerise looked at the ceiling. No noises disturbed the silence. She heard nothing, she saw nothing, but something had to have woken her up. She sat up slowly and turned to the tall window opening onto the veranda. A pair of glowing eyes stared through the glass. William. He had no shirt on. The moonlight slid over his back and shoulders, tracing the outline of sculpted biceps, sliding over the shield of muscle on his side to the narrow waist. His hair fell on his shoulders in a dark mane. He stood with easy predatory grace, beautiful and terrifying, and he stared at her with the same impossible longing she had seen in him in the lake house. The intensity of it took her breath away. She wasn't sure if she should swoon, scream, or just wake up. He moved and tapped the window with his knuckle. Not dreaming. He'd showed up, and he wanted in. Cerise shook her head. No. She needed him so badly it almost hurt, but Lark needed her more. He raised his arms. Why? She leaned over and very gently pulled the blanket down, revealing Lark's tousled hair. His face fell. He rocked forward and bumped his head on the glass. "Ah!" Lark jerked up. "Cerise! Cerise!" Cerise thrust herself between her sister and the window. "What is it?" "A monster! A monster at the window!" Cerise grabbed Lark into a hug and turned, keeping Lark's face away from the glass. William ripped off his pants. A convulsion gripped his body, jerking him, breaking his arms, twisting his shoulders. Cerise gulped. "There's nothing there." "There is a monster! I saw it!" William's muscles flowed like melted wax. He crashed to all fours. Dense black fur sheathed him. He shook, and a huge black wolf sat at the window, his eyes glowing like 2 wild moons. She did not just see that. Surely she didn't. Every hair on the back of Cerise's neck stood up. She swallowed. "Look, baby, it's not a monster. It's just a dog, see?" Lark pulled from her and glanced at the window. "Where did it come from?" "It's William's dog." The damn wolf was the size of a pony. William pawed at the glass gently and licked it. "William doesn't have a dog?" "Sure he does. His dog stays in the woods, so he doesn't bother our dogs. He's very nice, see?" Cerise rose and opened the window. William trotted in, an enormous black shadow, and put his head on the sheets next to Lark. She reached over and petted his sable fur. "He's nice." "Come on." Cerise adjusted the pillows. "Try to get back to sleep." She slid under the covers next to Lark. William hopped on the bed by their legs and lay still. "Behave," she told him. He yawned, showing her white teeth the size of her pinkies, and closed his mouth with a click. "Cerise?" "Mm-hmm." "You won't let them keep Mom that way, right?" "No, I won't." "You have to kill her." "I will, Sophie. I will." "Soon, right? I don't want her to hurt." "Very soon. Go to sleep now. It'll hurt less in the morning." Cerise closed her eyes, felt William shift to make room for her toes, and relaxed. Tomorrow would be a hellish day, but for now, with the giant wolf guarding her feet, she felt strangely safe. When Cerise woke, William was nowhere to be seen. He had stayed through most of the night. She had awakened earlier, just before sunrise, and he had still been there, a big, shaggy beast sprawled on her bed. Now he was gone. It was crazy, she reflected as she got dressed. She knew he would eventually turn into an animal. After all, that was what changelings did. But witnessing it was like staring Rasta Adir in the face. This was magic so old, so primitive, that it didn't fit into any of the neat equations her grandfather had taught her. It roared, furious and primal, like an avalanche or a storm. The journal she had seen in Lagar's mind bothered her. It looked just like one of her grandfather's journals, in which he used to write out his planting schedule and research. The journal had to be the key, the last piece in this big, tangled puzzle. She found Richard in the front yard, supervising as Andre sharpened his machete. "I need to go to Seine," she told him. "Will you come with me?" He didn't ask why. He just had 2 horses brought, and they rode out. Half an hour later, Cerise stood on the rotten porch of Seine Manor. She used to be so happy in this house. Back when the garden was cultivated, the path to the creek swept, and the walls were a bright, cheery yellow. "Yellow, like the sun," her grandfather had said after he had finished painting. Grandmother had shrugged her delicate shoulders. "Congratulations, Bernard. You turned the house into a giant baby chicken." She could still hear the muted echoes of their voices. But they were gone, long gone, stolen by the plague. She never even saw the bodies, only the 2 closed coffins. By the time the bodies were found, they had been decomposing for a few days. Father said they were in bad shape and not fit to be displayed. She had to say her goodbyes to the wooden lids. All that remained of her grandparents was the empty shell of their house, abandoned and forgotten, and the garden, once overgrown, now barren, since Lagar had mowed it down to nothing. A bright spot of red drew her eye. She squinted at it. Moss. Burial shroud, they called it, short and stubby. It grew deep in the mire, feeding on carrion. It would sprout over the corpse of a fallen animal, so dense that after a couple of days all you could see was a blanket of red and a bump underneath. Odd that it would be in the garden. Richard nodded at a small patch of redwort growing by the porch. "Lagar's thugs missed a spot. I hate that plant," Cerise sighed. "Yes, I remember. The earache tea." Richard nodded. "Grandfather used to make us drink it every morning. It worked. I don't recall ever getting an earache. I remember gagging on it. I think I'd take the earache over the tea." "Oh, I don't know." Richard's narrow lips bent in a smile. "It wasn't that bad." "It was awful." Cerise hugged herself. Richard nodded at the door. "The longer you put it off, the harder it will be to go in." He was right. Cerise took a deep breath and crossed the blood-stained porch to the door, hanging crooked on its hinges. No time to waste. She stepped inside. The house greeted her with the gloom and musty, damp smell of mildew. A sitting room lay to her right. She passed it. A brick red rug once covered the hallway, but now it lay torn and filthy, little more than an old rag. Floorboards, warped by moisture, glared through the rents. The house felt cold. Her steps made the floor creak and quiver. Behind her, Richard paused, leaning to examine the sitting room. "No vermin," he said. "No droppings, no gnaw marks. Perhaps the plague's still here. Or maybe it's just a dead house." Its people had died, and the house withered away, unwilling or unable to support life. "The sooner we get out of here, the better." A pale door loomed before her. The library. Her memory thrust an image before her. A sunny room, a plain table, walls lined with shelves crammed with books, and grandfather complaining that sunlight would bleach the ink off the pages. Cerise pushed the door with her fingertips. It swung open on creaky hinges. The oak table lay in shambles. Pieces of shelves, torn from the walls, lay in a pile of splinters here and there. The books had been spilled on the floor in a calico cascade, some closed, some open, like a pile of dead butterflies. The library wasn't just ransacked, it was smashed, as if someone of extraordinary strength had vented his rage on it. Behind her, Richard made a small noise that sounded like one of William's growls. Destroying grandfather's library was like ripping open his grave and spitting on his body. It felt like a desecration. Cerise crouched by the pile of books and touched one of the leather-bound covers. Slick slime stained her fingers. She picked up the edge of the book and pulled. A page ripped, and the book came away from the floor, leaving some paper stuck to the boards. A long gray and yellow stain of mold crawled across the text to the cover, binding the pages together. "This is an old mess," Richard murmured. "Yes, Spider didn't do this." Dread stirred inside her. Anybody could have ransacked the library. The house stood empty for years. Still, something didn't quite fit. A burglar looking for things to steal wouldn't have torn the books apart. Cerise circled the book pile. She hopped over the ruin of the table to get a better view of the walls, slid on a slimy patch, and almost fell on her butt. Deep gouges marked the old walls. long, ragged, parallel strokes, claw marks. She spread her fingers, matching the wounds in the wall, but her hand wasn't big enough. What the hell? Come look at this. Richard leaped over the book with his usual elegant grace and touched the marks. A very large animal. Heavy. Look at the depth of the scars. I'd say upward of 600 pounds. An animal would have no reason to enter the house. The place has no food, and it sits in the middle of the clearing. And if this was an animal, we would see other evidence. Feces, fur, more claws. It looks like this creature broke into the library, demolished it, and left. As if it broke in to wreck the books on purpose. Richard nodded. William said he saw a monster in the forest. It looked like a large lizard. Richard frowned. What was he doing in the forest? Locke was showing him something. The monster attacked Locke, and William fought it off. Apparently, Grandmother Azan helped. You like the blue blood, Richard said carefully. Very much. Does he like you? Yes, he does. How much do the two of you like each other? She couldn't hide a smile. Enough. Richard tapped the side of his nose with one long finger. Please, she invited with a wave of her hand. We know nothing about him. As a blue blood, he may have certain duties and obligations back in his world. Maybe he's on leave from the military. What if he has a wife, children? Could he stay with you if he wanted to? He's no longer in the military, and he has no one. How do you know? He told me. He could have lied, Richard said gently. He's a changeling, Richard. He has a hard time with lying. Richard drew back. He opened his mouth, obviously struggling. A changeling, he finally managed. She nodded. What? A wolf. Richard cleared his throat. Well. She waited for him. It could be worse, he said finally. Ophrenia married an arsonist. Jake's wife is a kleptomaniac. I suppose a psychotic spree killer isn't that odd of a choice, considering. We'll have to just work around it. God knows we've had practice. He's certainly good in a fight. She smiled. Thank you. Of course, Richard said. We're family. If you love him and he loves you, we'll do whatever we can to let you be happy. Cerise turned to the corner where a small bookcase used to contain the planting journals. The bookcase lay overturned. She picked it up and wrestled it upright. Nothing except a puddle of soggy pulp that may have been a book at some point, but now served as a shelter for a family of muck bugs. The journals were gone. They left the library and headed to the kitchen. Both windows stood wide open, the freshly installed metal grates catching the light of the morning sun. Dead leaves rustled on the floor. Shards of broken pottery crunched under Cerise's foot. A shattered plate and a knife. She picked it up. A thin paring knife that was missing its tip. A dark brown stain marked the blade. She scratched at it, and the dark brown crumbled, tiny flecks floating to the floor. Blood, Richard said. The entire blade is stained. This knife went into someone. Grandma could have been cooking something. He shook his head. Anything she cooked would have been drained of blood. This knife went into a living body. Cerise looked at the knife. 3 inches, maybe 4. It's too small to hurt anyone. I could kill someone with it, but Grandma? She would faint first. Besides, they died of plague. Supposedly. Richard strode to the sink. What do you mean, supposedly? We never saw the bodies. Look, dishes. The sink held a small stack of dirty dishes. To the right, 2 dusty glasses sat in a tray upside down. Grandfather set the glasses right side up to dry. He thought they ventilated better. Her grandparents used to bicker about it. Cerise came to stand by the sink. So, Grandmother was washing the dishes when something attacked her. She grabbed the first knife she could find, turned. Cerise turned with the paring knife. The knife broke. She must have grabbed a plate, probably several, and threw them at her attacker. Cerise put the knife on the counter. And then? Richard touched her elbow, steering her from the sink, and pointed to the cabinet. Stains marked the doors, dark patches on dark wood. A thick crust had formed on the cabinet doorknob. Several long silver hairs were stuck to it. Whatever it was knocked her down. Richard spread the leaves off the floor, revealing a long, dark smudge, and dragged her off. They chased the trail of blood through the kitchen, down the hallway, into the bedroom. Blood splattered the walls. Dried to nearly black, it spanned the boards to the right and left of the headboard, as if someone had bathed in blood and then danced around. "The bed," Richard murmured. He grasped one side of the torn mattress. She grasped the other. Cerise heaved. The mattress gave, rising off the floor. A large, fuzzy blotch of mold marred the underside. It didn't look good. Cerise leaned closer and rubbed at the mold with her sleeve. Dark brown. Blood. Nobody could bleed that much and survive. There was no plague, no fever, no sickness. Her grandparents were murdered. She looked at Richard. His face was controlled fury. "The family lied to us," she said. "Yes, they did." The kitchen buzzed with angry voices. 46 adults, stressed to the limit, trying to outscream each other. The insult to the family was monumental. Gustave kidnapped, Genevieve fused, the house of cherished grandparents robbed. Cerise let them rage. They had to vent enough to be reasoned with. She wished she had William with her, but he had to stay outside the room. This was a Marr affair. "They came onto our land," Makita's voice boomed. "Our land. They took our people. We're Marrs. Nobody does that to us and lives. We fuck them up, and we fuck them up good. We hit them with everything we have," Calder yelled out. "Y'all are out of your minds," one of the older women, Joanna, pushed from the wall. She was Aunt Pete's cousin. "We have kids to think about. That's the hand we're talking about here." Calder turned to her. "You have 3 daughters. How the hell am I going to marry them off? We don't have money, and we don't have prospects. Right now, the only reason people want to marry into our family is because they know if something happens, we'll back them up. What do you want me to do when your eldest comes to me crying because she's in love, but the man won't have her and we can't even pay for her wedding? Love fades. Fear stays." "If he really loves her, the name won't matter," Joanna yelled. "Love's what does it." "Really? Speaking from experience, are you? Where the hell is your Bobby, and why isn't he taking care of his kids?" "You leave my kids out of it." "We must fight." Myriad's voice cut through the noise with raspy precision. "We have no choice." "Aunt Myriad," Cerise made an effort to say it just right, sweet but with an edge to it, "you've lied to us." Instantly, the room was silent. "You and Aunt Pete and my parents. You've lied to all of us. We went down to Sene this morning. My grandparents didn't die of the plague." Aunt Pete glanced at Myriad. "We found the blood," Richard said. "Too much blood. And claw marks on the walls." Myriad raised her hand. "There was no fever. Your grandfather lost his mind and murdered your grandmother in the bedroom." A wave of cold rolled over Cerise. It couldn't be. "Why?" "We don't know," Aunt Pete said. "He had become withdrawn over that spring and summer. He rarely visited the main house. Your mother thought he was depressed. When your father and she came down to visit your grandparents, they found your grandmother's body. He'd ripped her apart like a straw doll. All of you loved him very much. We spared you the pain of knowing what he did." "There were 2 coffins at that burial." Cerise leveled her gaze at Aunt Myriad. "Your father must have killed Bernard," Myriad said. That's the most logical explanation. I never saw the bodies, and Gustav would not talk about what happened in Seine, except to say that we could never have an open casket burial. I don't know if it was self-defense or revenge. I only know that he came back with 2 coffins, with their lids nailed shut. The memory of the wall with the claw marks rose before her. She just couldn't shake it off. The claws, the monster in the woods, her grandparents. Somehow it all had to fit. Cerise searched the room for Arian. "Arian?" "Yes?" He pushed to the front. "Once this meeting is over, I want you to take 2 boys and dig up Grandfather's grave." A collective gasp rushed through the room. Cerise stared them down. "Just try and stop me." "I want to know how he died." She looked from face to face. "The secrets stop now. Tonight we go to fight the Hand, and I will have to kill my mother. I'd like to have everything out in the open beforehand." "I don't think you should go," Arian said, his face calm. "I don't think any of us should go. The Hand is too strong. Attacking them is risky." She stared at him. "Arian, you're the first to run into every fight." He nodded, his expression oddly rational. "All more reason to listen to me now. The Cereals are dead. The feud is dead. Our enemy is gone, and this war is over. You would put all of us in danger, and for what? Your mother is gone, and we don't even know if Gustav is alive." The betrayal stung. Of all people, she had expected it from Richard, not Arian. Richard was cautious, while Arian hadn't met a fight he didn't want to win. "What the hell is wrong with you? You were my brother since you were 10. My parents raised you. Arian!" He crossed his arms on his chest. "Cerise, we must do what is best for the family. Attacking the Hand is plain stupid. You're hurting, and it's making you crazy. Think about it. If they weren't your parents, you would agree with me." She was losing the argument. She could see it in their faces. Cerise clenched her teeth and forced her voice to sound steady. If it was a fight he wanted, she would give it to him. "So, you think we should tuck our tail in and hide in the rat hole?" "Yes." Arian's eyes were crystal clear. "They're freaks, Cerise. We aren't strong enough. I have a better idea. Why don't the lot of us go down to Sick Tree, take our pants off in front of the courthouse, and bend over? That will announce to the entire mire exactly where we stand." She leaned forward. "Act like you're a ma, Arian. Or did I miss something? And did the Cereals cut off your balls in that fight?" A grimace clamped his face. "Watch yourself. Think very carefully before you threaten me. I'm stronger and better than you." Arian leaned forward. "Stop!" Cerise turned. Clara was looking at her. She sat between her husband and her oldest son, the stump of her leg making a short bulge under her dress. She had aged, and when their stares crossed, Cerise thought her brown eyes looked gray, as if dusted with ash. "Clara?" The entire room focused on Clara's face. Uro bared his teeth, reacting to the pressure. Clara put a hand on his arm. "Yesterday, I sent Mart back to our house," Clara said. "The Hand burned it. There's nothing left. As long as the freaks live, we'll never be safe. Not us, not our children, not even in our own homes. They won't rest until they wipe us out. We will give you our sons so you can kill the Hand's freaks. Kill them all, to the last one." William leaned against the balcony rail. They had asked him to wait outside. He didn't see any need to push the issue. They were loud enough that he caught most of what was said. They battered Cerise. They screamed and argued and carried on. He wanted to walk in there and snarl them silent. She didn't budge. They voted and gave in. The Mars would attack the Hand at dawn. A part of him was happy. She won. She got the fight she wanted. The rest of him was pissed off. She got the fight she wanted, and now she would run right into that fight. She was his mate, and he could end up watching her die. She was his mate. The wild in him scratched and howled, demanding her, demanding to taste her, to touch her, to take her away somewhere safe, where there would be only him and her. He stared at the Meyer pines. It was not a sure thing. She hadn't promised him anything. Her mood might have changed, and he might have missed his chance. And tomorrow they would be in a fight for their lives. Cerise was coming up the stairs. He listened to the sound of her steps, light and fluid. She came to stand next to him, looking at the woods. "I've heard," William told her to save her the trouble. "How good is your hearing?" "Good enough. It would mean a lot to me if you would brief my family on the kind of enemies they could expect." She made no move to touch him. He was right. She had changed her mind. "Sure. Tonight will be very busy for me," she said. "The afternoon will be very busy, too." Fine. He got the message. She didn't want him to bother her. "There's an old storehouse on the edge of our lands, past the wards. We use it to dry out herbs. Because it's past the ward line, the family rarely goes there. In about a minute, I'll walk down these steps and head to that storehouse. If someone were to wait about 10 minutes, so nobody would get suspicious, he could meet me there." It took him a minute. She was inviting him. "Where's the barn?" Her eyes sparked with a wicked gleam. "I'm not going to tell you." "What the hell?" Cerise arched her dark eyebrows. "It's too bad that you don't have any dogs, Lord Bill. If you had one, you could track my scent and chase me down, like a hunter, through the woods. Imagine that." She turned and headed down the stairs. Bloody hell! He loved that woman. 10 minutes later, 200 yards separated William from the main house, far enough. He shrugged off his shirt. His boots and pants followed. For a moment, William stood, savoring the feel of cold air on his skin, and then he let the wild out. His body buckled and twisted, his spine bent, fur sheathed his legs. William inhaled deep, letting the breath of the forest permeate him. Excitement flooded him, turning him stronger, faster, sharper. The sounds of the swamps amplified in his ears. The colors turned vivid, and he knew his eyes had gained their own glow, the pale yellow fire fed by magic. William tossed back his head and sang a long, lingering note, a hymn to the thrill of the hunt, the pulse of prey between his teeth, and the taste of hot blood spilled after a long chase. The little furry things shrank back into their hiding places between the roots and into the hollows, sensing a predator in their midst. Cerise's scent tasted sweet. William laughed in the quiet wolf way and broke into a run, falling into a long, gated, smooth rhythm. He had an appointment to keep with a beautiful girl who had agreed to meet a changeling in the deep woods. A wolf howl. Boer stirred on the branch. It had been nearly a week since Spider sent him and Embellis to spy on the Marland. He was sick of the outdoors, and doubly sick of spending his time in a tree. Movement. His round yellow eyes fixed on a small figure running at full speed out of the woods. She dashed across the clear ground and ran into a rickety old barn. Boer reached over and pulled the tangle of dried moss and shredded cloth that served as Embellis's robe. She uncurled, the swirls on her arms and face fluctuating as she unconsciously mimicked the cypress bark that had grown damp overnight. Her body bent to an unnatural angle, until her head was level with his. "It's her." Boer nodded. A single spotted feather fluttered from his shoulder. Spring was in full swing, and he was molting again. They watched the barn door swing closed. "Should we take her now?" Boer asked. "It's foolish of her to leave the house alone," Embellis said. "She's meeting someone." Embellis's hand snapped, and she dragged a squirming bug into her mouth, crunching him with obvious pleasure.
Besides, she's skilled, and unlike Laverne, I find being sliced with a flash painful. Laverne is dead.
Boer shrugged, sending 2 more feathers floating to the tangled roots of the cypress.
My point exactly.
She pulled back, settling on the branch, her legs hugging the tree, and rested her head against the bark.
So we wait?
We wait. A giant black wolf sprinted to the barn from under the trees. Embellis hissed. The wolf leaped, his body twisted, his bone and muscle wrung like a length of dark fabric. Fur shed, melting into the air as it fell. Arms stretched, legs elongated, rocked by convulsions, and a nude man rose from the dirt. He shook himself, and for a moment Boer saw his face and his eyes, hazel, still glowing. William the Wolf. The man slipped into the barn. Boer sat petrified, afraid to move. William the Wolf. William the murderer. The changeling beast who hunted the Hand's agents. The only man who stood against Spider and lived. Slowly the fear melted. The wolf was only one man. Just a man.
We have to warn Spider,
Embellis whispered.
He must know.
You go. I'll stay.
Are you mad? I can glide. He can't. I'll watch over him. Go. Suit yourself.
She twisted, disengaging from the trunk, and slithered down, speeding along the forest floor. Boer gathered himself, calculating. William was just a man who was meeting a girl for sex. He would be satiated and sloppy afterward, and the poison on Boer's claws was very potent. If he timed it just right, the head of William the Wolf would assure he was set for life. William glanced through a small window. The storehouse was freshly swept. Bundles of herbs hung drying from the rafters, spice in the air with bitter fragrance. He caught a glimpse of Cerise's dark hair as she headed up the ladder to the 2nd story. He backed up, took a running start, and leapt, scrambling up the wall to the roof. The small attic window was open. Inside, Cerise unfolded a quilt over a pile of hay. He dove through the window and rolled to his feet. Cerise froze with the quilt in her hands. Her pale shirt hugged her breasts, her long dark hair spilled over it in a glossy wave. Her dark eyes, framed by a fringe of long eyelashes, widened.
You're naked.
So pretty. Must have the woman. He pulled the wild back. No, not yet. He had one shot at this. William circled her, stalking, tasting her scent, watching her watching him. Do you like what you see? She tilted her head, spilling her long hair over one breast. Her gaze traveled slowly from his face down to his toes. She took a deep breath. Yes. William stopped and crossed his arms on his chest. We need to talk. Cerise hesitated for a second and sat into the hay. Okay? He leaned against the wall. I was born in Adrianglia. I was born as a pup. It's a sign of a strong changeling. She winced. He had to keep going. My mother gave me up to the Adrianglian government 2 days later. I was sent to the special orphanage for children like me. For the first 2 weeks of my life, I was blind and helpless, and they didn't think I would survive. I did, and when I turned 3 years old, I was transferred to Hawk's Academy. She sat there, quilt draped over her knees, big eyes looking at him. He half expected her to run away screaming. From the time I was 3 until I turned 16, I lived in the same room. It was a bare cell with a metal bunk bed welded to the floor and bars on the windows. I shared it with another kid. I was allowed 3 changes of clothes, a comb, a toothbrush, and a towel. We had no toys, and reading aside from schoolwork was forbidden. My life consisted of exercise, martial training, and study. That was it. He stopped and looked at her to make sure she understood, afraid he would see pity. He saw none. He couldn't read her, couldn't tell what she was thinking. She just sat very still and looked at him. "You don't have to stand over there," Cerise said, her voice soothing. "You can come sit here by me." William shook his head. If he sat by her, it would be all over. "I used to dream that my parents would show up and break me out of that place. When I was 12, I broke into the office, found my file, and realized where I stood. Nobody wanted me. Nobody was coming to save me. I was on my own. So I did the best I could. When I failed, I was whipped and punished by isolation. When I succeeded, they let me outside for a few minutes of freedom. When I was 13, I killed my first opponent. When I turned 16, I graduated from Hawks, and the signature on my graduation papers served as enrollment into the Red Legion. I was not given a choice about joining, but if I had been, I would have chosen the military anyway. I am a killer." He was tired of talking, but he had to get all of it out. The memories pressed on him like a crushing weight he couldn't drop. "I told you I was court-martialed. I have nothing, Cerise. No land, no money, no status, no honor. I'm not normal. Being a changeling is not a disease. I will never get better. I will always be fucked up, and my children will likely be puppies. You need to tell me if you really want this. You and me. I must know. No games, no hints, no flirting. Because if you are doing this so I will fight for your family tomorrow, don't worry, I will anyway. If you don't really want me, I'll fight, and then I'll leave, and you won't hear from me again." William stopped. He had fought in hundreds of skirmishes. He had done things that no sane man would, but he never remembered feeling that hollow at the end of it. Cerise opened her mouth. If she told him to leave, he would have to leave. He said he would, and he had to do it. "I love you," she told him. The words hung in the air between them. She said yes. She loved him. The chain he put on himself shattered. He lunged and caught her in a hug, brushing her hair off her neck, and kissed her, sweeping her off the floor. Her hands caressed his face. "You should have said no," he snarled. "Now it's too late." "I don't care, you stupid man," she breathed. "I love you, and I want you to love me back." She was his woman, his mate. He kissed her, eager for her taste, and she kissed him back, quickly, feverishly, like she couldn't get enough. "Mine." He buried his face in her neck, smelling her silky hair, licking her smooth skin. She tasted like honeyed wine, sweet and intoxicating under his tongue, and she made him drunk. "I want you to stay with me," she told him. "I want you to stay with me forever." Some part of him refused to believe it. He would never be this lucky. Fate didn't reward him. It kicked him and knocked him down, grinding him under its heel. A terrible fear gripped him that somehow she would vanish, dissolve into thin air, or die in his arms. And then he would be back in his house, awake, alone, and broken, because she was only a wishful dream. "Will you, William? Will you stay with me?" He gripped her to him, to keep her from disappearing. "Yes." She stroked his back, her slender fingers tracing the contours of his muscles, soothing, inviting him. She kissed his mouth, her soft lips pressing against his. Her pink tongue darted out, and she licked him, stroking him again and again. He kissed her hard, trying to shut down the annoying warnings in his head, and dropped them down onto the hay. She squirmed under him, warm, flexible and pliant. Excitement flooded him. He pulled her shirt off and kissed her breast, sucking on her pink nipple, stroking her soft stomach, and down, lower, to that sweet spot between her legs. She purred. He would kill to hear her make that sound again. She was his mate. It finally sank in. She said yes. She was his. She wanted him to stay, and if she vanished, he would spend the rest of his life looking for her, and he would find her again. She wrapped her hand around his shaft and slid it up and down, spiking the need in him into an overwhelming hunger. She was wet for him. He could smell it, and the scent was driving him out of his skin. "I love you," he told her. "I love you, too," she whispered, her velvet eyes bottomless and black. He thrust into her, and she screamed.
"On the hay," Cerise murmured. "We did it on the itchy, smelly hay. I can't believe it. Why did I even bring a quilt?"
He leaned over, grabbed the quilt, and pulled it over them, clenching her to him. "There." She pulled a blade of dried grass out of her hair.
"This time in the hay? The last time we almost did it on a dirty floor. You've made me into some sort of hillbilly slut."
"Yeah, that's right."
"Next time we have to do it in a bed," she said.
"With wine and roses?" he asked.
"Maybe. I'll settle for clean sheets."
She snuggled closer to him. William closed his eyes. He couldn't remember ever being this happy.
"You will stay with me, right?" she asked.
"Yes."
"Even though it would mean Calder would be your brother-in-law?"
"I could just kill him."
"No, you can't. He's my favorite cousin."
He read a real concern in her eyes and couldn't resist. "He's unmarried. No kids. Nobody to miss him." Her eyes widened.
"William, you can't kill my cousin."
He laughed under his breath and she smacked him. William gathered her closer. "I'm a wolf. You can't chain me. But now you're mine, my mate, my woman. Your family are my people now. Nothing they could do would drive me away. There are things I have to do back in the weird. I may have to leave for a time, but I will always be back." She caressed his face.
"Things that have to do with Spider?"
He told her about the dead children, and the blood on the dandelions, and the note. Cerise looked back at him, horrified.
"Why? Why would he do that? They were just children. They weren't a threat to him."
At the time, he hadn't known why either, but now he had the benefit of the mirror's intelligence. Spider's real name and title is Sebastien Olivier Lafayette Chevalier, Comte de Bellador. Very old Gaulish blue-blood family. The bloodline started going weak around his great-grandmother's time. They're bleeders. Their blood doesn't clot as it should, and with each generation it was getting worse. Spider's father was bedridden for most of his life, and the family was desperate for a cure. Spider's father found a woman from a blue-blood family with a dirty secret. They had a changeling a couple of generations back. We're a very healthy lot. Spider's grandfather, Ilona de Bellador, violently objected. Didn't want his precious blood polluted. But Spider's father married his bride anyway. The changeling blood fixed all their problems right up. Spider was born healthy as a horse. About that time, Alain developed dementia. Since his son had one foot in the grave most of the time, Alain ruled the family. He terrorized Spider's mother and the boy. Somehow he became convinced that Spider was a changeling.
"How does that work?" Cerise asked.
"If a changeling is strong, like me, he has a 90% chance to pass the magic to the next generation." He kissed her. "If our kid is born human, the chances of his kids going furry drop off. 20% in the first generation, and basically nothing in the second. Spider has the changeling blood, but he isn't a changeling. His grandfather couldn't wrap his mind around it. He stalked him, convinced that Spider was hiding an animal inside. Once, when Spider was 7, Elaine dumped boiling water on him to draw the beast out. When Spider turned 18, he got his grandfather declared incompetent and took control over the estate. Nobody knows what exactly happened to Elaine, but nobody has seen him for years. She grimaced. "That's just horrible all around." William shrugged. "It's a hard world out there. Spider hates my kind because we're the cause of his misery. I have to kill him. It's more than revenge at this point. He's a threat to any changeling. Hell, he's a threat to the entire damn country. He understands it. He doesn't take it personally." Cerise frowned next to him. "How do you know?" "We talked about it before we got into it the last time. It's just the reality of life for him," William explained. "He's a cold bastard. He understands my reasons, and in my place he would do the same thing. He doesn't see himself as evil. In his own eyes, he's doing exactly what I used to do, serving his country the best he can. He isn't crazy, Cerise. He's very rational. That makes him more dangerous." "What the hell is in that journal? Why does he want it so much?" Cerise grimaced and rubbed her face. "I've been trying to puzzle it out, and I have no idea. The journal is the key to the whole thing. I wish St. A had burned in a fire. I wish my parents would have razed it down to the ground." William put his hand over her lips. "What is it?" she whispered. The birds stopped singing. Boer shifted from foot to foot. How long did it take to fuck? Was the wolf freak romancing her in there with wine and poetry? Boer focused on the flutter of oak branches by the barn and launched himself into the sky. His skin wings snapped open, and Boer flew, gliding on the currents to perch on the oak. William slid to the side, rising silently. Cerise rolled to her feet, thrust her hand into the hay, and pulled her sword out. William bared his teeth. "That's my girl." She moved to the wall. "Oh, baby, yes, yes, give it to me, yes!" The roof creaked under the weight of someone's body. William padded along the floor, tracking the creaking. "Harder, baby, harder!" The roof burst. A feathered body fell through the hole. Talons spread for the kill. William lunged at the attacker's back, locking his forearm on the slit throat. The creature choked, gurgling. Cerise thrust impossibly fast and stepped back. The creature fell to his knees. William scanned his memory for hand agents with feathers. Vor. The claws are poisonous. Cerise's face gained a harsh edge. She looked like a wolf threatened in her own den. "Let him go, please." William released the lock. Vor crashed to the floor, gasping. Blood spread through his feathers. "Hurts, doesn't it?" Cerise took a step closer. "Yes," the hand's agent gurgled. "It will take you a long time to die, and it will hurt more and more as you slip away. The hand took my father. Tell me where he is, and I will end it now." Vor's blue eyes blinked. "Take your time," William told him. He circled the body and sat in the hay. Cerise sat next to him. Moments dripped by, slow like cold molasses. Vor's moans turned into sharp cries. They waited. A minute leaked away. Another. "Cases!" he cried out. "He's in cases!" Cerise rose, her face grim. Flash sparked, sword sliced, and Vor's trembling body finally became still. 25. John watched the door swing as Spider emerged from the bowels of the laboratory into the sunlit, flooded hallway. The lean man blinked against the light and raised his hand to shield his eyes. A thick leather binder lay in the crook of his right arm. It commanded John's attention, and he couldn't keep from staring at it. "The smell is truly abominable," Spider said. "Sorry, it can't be helped." Spider nodded.
Walk with me a bit." They strode side by side along the hallway, the folder swaying gently with Spider's smooth pace. John watched the floor before his feet. The folder was full of translated notes, the thoughts of a genius mind. The things he could do, armed with that folder, the very idea of what it might be hiding made John lightheaded. He braided the fingers of his hands together to keep from reaching for it. He could almost feel the slick leather against the pads of his fingers. Working for Spider was difficult. He was reasonable, but only when circumstances permitted. Understanding of difficulties, yet completely unaffected by them. And he expected impossible things in an impossible time frame. John had done the impossible. A fusion, and a relatively stable one at that, in less than a month. He had done well, and Spider appeared content. Yet the fruit of his labors, the prize, lay locked in the binder in the crook of Spider's arm, and John knew better than to trust Spider's seeming felicity. "We've identified 3 possible sites," Spider was saying. "It will take us a day or so to examine them, and perhaps another day to extract the unit. I'll be gone, for about a week." Gone. The word rang like a chime in John's head. He will be gone. "Why 3 sites, my lord?" "The journal notes aren't clear as to the landmarks. A local might be able to pinpoint the exact location, but I decided against compromising the document by the presence of an outsider. I'll be taking almost everybody. We have a lot of ground to cover." A dim light broke through the foggy melancholy in John's head. He was being told this on purpose. "I'm leaving 2 slayers and a guardian to protect the house. It's a formality at this point anyway. There is nothing valuable here, save for you and Posad, of course, and besides, the traps will do most of the protecting on their own. Once the unit is located and the extraction is complete, I'll send a retrieval team for you. I'm sure you'd rather rest here than slog through the mud with the rest of us. I hope your forced isolation won't be a problem." John smiled. "No, my lord. I'm badly in need of sleep." "Ah," Spider nodded, gray eyes neutral under the blonde eyebrows. "I'll leave you to the comfort of the sheets and down, then." They exited onto the second-floor balcony. The wind brought dampness from the flooded plain below. John shivered. Ghastly place. "Mildly put." Spider ran his left hand along the balcony's carved rail and smiled, showing even, sharp teeth. The smile shot a bolt of alarm through John's neck all the way to his fingertips. He yawned, trying to mask his discomfort. "John, you're exhausted." Spider patted his shoulder. "To bed with you." "By your leave, my lord." Go. Spider waved at him. "That yawn of yours is infectious." John bowed and strode to his quarters. Spider had the translation, but he had left the journal back in the fusion room. He expected him to make a play for it. A man less ambitious and more cowardly would walk away. He should walk away. But the journal called to him, the knowledge it contained. A secret to life, perhaps even to everlasting life. Armed with it, he could seek asylum in any realm. He would enjoy the accolades of a genius, protected and admired for the rest of his life, given an opportunity to take his work in the direction he desired, instead of being steered by a thug. For Spider was a thug, an intelligent, urbane, royally licensed one, but still a thug. The difference between him and a common street boss was the degree of devastation he could unleash. John entered his room and locked the door. He had to wait until Spider left tomorrow, and then he would have to be careful. Very careful.
The scent laced William's nostrils just as he approached the house, the sharp musk of a wolf having freshly marked his territory. He tensed. A large, older man stood before the door with a swarm of giddy dogs. Large, wide at the shoulder, he wore jeans and a leather vest. His hair was long and gray, and it fell over his back.
"Easy,"
Cerise murmured next to him.
"Easy. It's just Uncle Hugh."
The man turned and looked at him. A pale glow rolled over his eyes. A wolf. A low rumble rolled in his throat. "He's—" Cerise slipped her arm into the crook of his elbow.
"Like you. I only found out a few days ago. He's a very kind man, Will."
Hugh watched them approach. His face showed nothing. William halted a few feet away. When two changelings met outside of the Red Legion, it never worked out well. He didn't want a confrontation now, not after he had finally mated.
"Uncle Hugh!"
Cerise walked over and hugged him. "Cerise." He hugged her awkwardly and let go. "I came to help."
"Thank you."
Who is this?
"This is my William." Hugh looked at her, then at William. "Your William?" She nodded. "With all of his fur, claws, and teeth." Hugh startled, as if shocked with a live wire. Cerise petted his forearm. His gaze shifted to William. "Adrianglian?" William nodded. "They turn you into killers there." "We were born killers." Hugh's eyes turned pale yellow. "If you mistreat her, I'll rip your throat out." William let a touch of growl slip into his voice.
Old man, I'll drop you where you stand.
"That's nice," Cerise said. "Why don't all of us go inside and have some tea and pie?" Hugh didn't move. "Hugh!" Muriel called from the porch. He glanced at her. "Leave the boy alone," she said. Hugh shrugged his shoulders and petted Cerise's hand.
"If he ever—"
"He won't hurt me." Cerise put her other hand on William's forearm. "He loves me, Uncle. Come on." William growled a bit and let her lead him to the stairs. The door banged, releasing Calder onto the porch. William sighed and heard Hugh do the exact same thing. They scowled at each other over Cerise's head. Calder rolled his eyes. "Oh, that's just lovely. We've turned the house inside out looking for you, and here you are. Did you have fun, lovebirds?" "None of your business," Cerise told him.
"To the library with you. We're holding the war council there."
William let himself be ushered into the crowded library, where he was asked to sit in a chair in front of the table containing half a dozen dusty bottles of green wine. The library was full of Mars. No children were present, only the older adolescents and adults. The war party for tomorrow. Arian passed around cups made of some hollowed-out plant.
"Swamp gourd,"
he said.
"Tradition."
"You didn't do this before fighting with the Shirelles." William took his cup. "That was different," Arian said.
"The Shirelles were edgers like us,"
Makita boomed to the left. "The Hand and its agents are invaders," Muriel added. Richard looked at Cerise. She pulled out her sword and handed it to him. "I think you should do it." Richard took the sword. A hush fell on the room. He held the blade out above the bottles. His face took on an expression of intense concentration. A second passed. Another. That was why Cerise was in charge, William decided. In battle, Richard would be dead by now. Magic flashed from Richard, an intense electric blue. It danced along his blade. He struck and beheaded the 6 bottles with one strike. A ragged cheer rolled through the library. Richard passed the sword back to Cerise. Bottles were grabbed. Ignata splashed some wine into William's cup. "Today, we drink the 50-year-old wine," Cerise announced, holding her cup up. "To living the next day well." They drank. William gulped from his cup. The wine rolled down his throat, fire and joy blended into one. For the first time since leaving the Legion, he felt a part of something bigger than himself. "We were hoping that Lord William would tell us what we're facing," Richard said. "We want to know about the hand." Ignata poured more wine into his cup. William took another sip. All right, he could do that. "As long as we're clear. Spider is mine." Heads nodded in agreement. Spider's standard unit usually consists of 24 agents in an advanced state of magic alteration. "Why 24?" Calder asked. "It's an easy number to divide. 2 groups of 12, 3 groups of 8, 4 groups of 6, and so on. We killed 3. I thought you only killed 2, Calder said. 3, Cerise told him. Are you going to let the man talk, or will you interrupt some more? William tapped his memory. Spider's close circle, his elite. Carmash all. Origin unknown. Height 7 feet 2 inches. Approximate weight 360 pounds. White hair, red eyes. Enhancements. Reinforced spine. Transplanted glands, resulting in above-average reaction time and increased strength. Position, second in command. Prefers blunt weapons. Likely to rely on and overestimate his own strength. Easily enraged. Moderate pain tolerance. Possible weakness or target areas. Joints, glandular implant in the left side directly under the rib cage. Vaison. Origin unknown. Height 5 feet 6 inches. Approximate weight 140 pounds. Blood-red skin, braided blue hair, blue eyes. Enhancements. Glandular apothecary, resulting in superior reaction time, extreme speed, enhanced hand-to-eye coordination. Position. Slayer. Prefers bladed weapons. Unstable. Once she begins to kill, she will not stop until the catalysts from her apothecary are exhausted. While engaged, unable to distinguish between civilians and military personnel. Possible weaknesses? None. They were staring at him as if he had grown a second head. You don't do revenge halfway, do you, William? Murad said. No. Rue. Origin. Northern Province. Height, 6 feet 2 inches. Approximate weight, 165 pounds. Richard grabbed a piece of paper and a pen and started taking notes. Posad's dark eyes didn't catch the light of the setting sun. They sat on his face like twin pools of carbon, solid black and sparkless. Spider stared into them until Posad blinked. Do you understand me? Yes. I finish packing and destroy the garden, then I wait for the home team to clear the base and leave with them. I've done this before. You do not go upstairs. Several bees landed on Posad's deformed shoulder and pushed past the scale of dried skin sheltering the hive opening. I do not go upstairs. Spider nodded and walked away to where Vaison waited with his saddled horse. The muzzle of her mare glistened with ointment, and Spider grimaced at the strong stench of mint emanating from it. No horse would bear Vaison unless her scent was masked. He mounted, casting one last look at the mansion. Somewhere within it his prized alteration specialist was taking the first steps on the path to his death. A waste, he murmured. It couldn't be helped. The hunger in John's eyes was too strong, and the information within the journal too volatile to allow the pair to come into contact. He would miss John, miss his expertise, yet no expense could be spared for the sake of the realm. From the shadowed depths of his bedroom, John watched Spider ride away. He forced himself to read for another hour and set out for the fusion room. He started slowly, on quiet feet, pretending nonchalance. But the mansion lay empty around him,
and spurred by anticipation, he walked faster and faster until in the end he was running. In his haste, he almost burst into the room, but caught himself in the last moment and halted, with his hand on the door. A fused being had no will of its own. It was both susceptible to instruction and unable to refuse an order. But the fused being retained traces of its personality. It couldn't disobey directly, but it could take advantage of a poorly phrased command. This was especially true if the human subject had been strong-willed, and Genevieve Marr had one of the most powerful spirits he had encountered. John caught his breath and swung the door open. The ugliness of fusion had ceased to affect him long ago, and as he stepped into the room, he watched only the creature's weapons, the 3 long, flexible appendages studded with thorns. The plant equivalent of a whip. The whips operated on hydraulic power, flexing when their vascular bundles flooded with fluid. The supply of liquid was finite, and the whips were capable of a single devastating strike. That reserve spent, they would have to rebuild before striking again. From experience, he knew the time between strikes ranged from 15 minutes to half an hour. 15 minutes. A smart man could accomplish a lot in 15 minutes. The journal lay on the desk behind the fusion. Spider's bait. John stared at the fusion. First things first. He had to exhaust its hydraulic reservoir. He cracked his knuckles. "Obey! Use your whip to pick up the journal and gently place it on the floor at my feet." William stared at a black hair left on the handle of the door leading to his room. The old wine packed a hell of a punch. His head swam. He pulled the hair off and stepped inside. Gaston jumped off the chair. "Do me a favor." William tried to sit on the bed. At the last possible moment, the treacherous piece of furniture made a panicked attempt to jerk out from under him. He landed on the covers, pinning the bed in place with his weight. That was some wine. "Don't leave your hair on the door handles, or across bag handles, or wrapped around letters." "I wanted you to know that I was in the room." William pulled one boot off. "For one, you opened the window, and there was a draft under the door. For another, the door handle was still warm, and then—" The other boot landed next to its twin. "And then?" Gaston asked. "I heard you and smelled you." William leveled his gaze on the kid. "You are supposed to be asleep because of your grandmother's magic. Why are you up?" Gaston locked his teeth. "I want to come with you tomorrow." "No." "Why?" "You're a kid. Tomorrow is a fight to the death. It won't be pretty like in the books and movies. It will be hell. People will hurt and die, and you won't be one of them." "I'm strong. I'm fast. I can climb. I can hit really hard, and I'm good with a knife." William shook his head. "He cut off my mother's leg." William hopped off the bed. "I'm drunk. I'm wasted on that damn wine, and I'm seeing double, so come on. Give it your best shot." Gaston hesitated. William rocked a little on the balls of his feet, trying to keep his balance. "Pussy?" The kid's face went red. He bounced off the wall, leaping, hands outstretched. William grabbed his arm, channeling his momentum, and jerked him out of the air, flipping him. Gaston crashed to the floor and slid into the wall. William tilted his head, looking him over. The kid shook himself and rolled to his feet. Not a quitter. "What's the matter? Can't you knock me off my feet? I can barely stand." Gaston bared his teeth and lunged from a crouch. The kid was fast, William reflected, as he slammed his elbow on the back of Gaston's neck. The boy sprawled on the floor. William kicked him in the kidneys. Gaston gasped. "What's the lesson?" William asked. "You're better," Gaston ground out and swiped at William's ankle. William kicked him again.
Gaston curled into a ball, trying to draw some air into his lungs. "Take your time. Try not to get knocked down. If you're down, keep your stomach flexed so a kick to the gut doesn't take you out." The kid inhaled finally. "What's the lesson?" Gaston coughed. "Not good enough." "Not good enough yet. Yet being the important part." William grabbed the kid by the arm and pulled him up. "Going to fight Spider tomorrow is very noble. People like us don't give a flying fuck about noble. We fight to win. We fight dirty, and we use everything we've got, because the job is not to throw your life away. The job is to take the other fucker out, and a bastard like Spider takes skill to kill. Being strong and fast doesn't make you good, it just means you have potential." Gaston wiped his nose. "If you live long enough, I'll teach you to be like me. Or you can run in there roaring tomorrow, like your father does, and let Spider turn you into a piece of bleeding meat." "What if he takes you out tomorrow?" William sighed. "If he does, go to Sick Tree. Find a guy called Zeke Wallace. He runs a leather shop there. Tell him what happened, and tell him that you need to speak to Declan Camarine in Adrianglia. Zeke will get you to Declan, and he will take it from there. In a few years you can hunt Spider down and kill him in my memory. Or you can die tomorrow. Your choice." William opened the door. Gaston walked out and glanced over his shoulder. "I'll beat you one day." "Maybe." William shut the door and fell on the bed. It was good that he never got hangovers, or he would be a sorry man in the morning. He closed his eyes and heard the door swing open. Cerise slipped into his room and slid into the bed next to him. "Am I dreaming?" he asked her.
"No."
"Oh, good." 26. Gray, pre-dawn light snagged on the damp cypress needles. William leaned forward, gripping the cypress branch with his fingers to keep from falling. Above him, Calder shifted in the tangle of maiden's hair moss. When he had volunteered to scout ahead of the Mars, he didn't think Cerise would saddle him with her cousin. Calder's body moved quietly enough. His mouth was another matter. William squinted. From his perch in the cypress he could see the hothouse and chunk of back wall about 400 yards away. A short, dark figure moved within the hothouse. As they watched, the hunchback swung a short shovel. Glass rang. Shards flew to the ground.
"What is he doing?"
Calder murmured.
"He's breaking down the garden."
William swung off the branch, leaped down to the lower one, and swung himself down, dropping to the ground.
"Where are you going?"
Calder hissed. "Inside. Spider and most of his people are gone. There are only a few agents guarding the place."
"We're supposed to wait for Cerise."
William activated his crossbow and headed to the house. Behind him, Calder swore under his breath and hopped onto the soft ground. William padded through the cypress grove to the edge of the clearing and halted. The ground smelled odd. Calder caught up.
"Trapped?"
"Yes." Calder picked up a rock and tossed it into the clearing. It landed between two wards. A green stem shot out of the ground, and a hail of needle-thin thorns peppered the soil, striking sparks off the rock.
"You got any money on you?"
"No." Calder grimaced.
"What do you have?"
William made a mental inventory of some 20-odd items he had pulled out of the mirror's bag of tricks and hid in his clothes this morning. Not much he could part with. "A knife," he said.
"Fine. I'll bet my knife against your knife that I can walk through there unharmed."
William glanced at the 80-yard clearing separating them from the house. It would be suicide.
"No."
Calder rolled his eyes.
"It's not the same without a bet."
Cerise would skin him alive if he got her cousin blown up. It would be very entertaining, therapeutic even, but it would make her cry.
"No." "William, I need a bet, otherwise it won't work. You have nothing to lose. Just bet me the damn knife."
William took out his backup knife and thrust it into the ground at his feet. "Knock yourself out." Calder dropped his own blade to the ground and picked up the knife. His fingers ran along the blade, caressing the metal. He closed his eyes and walked into the field. His foot hovered over a spot. He turned, his eyes still closed, and veered left, then right. The toe of his right boot almost touched a patch of suspicious ground. Then Calder swayed and spun away. He kept moving forward, lurching like he was drunk, jumped with liquid grace, froze, poised on the ball of his left foot, and conquered the last 10 feet at a straight run. He spun around, hands raised, self-indulgent smile stretching his lips. "Ah!" A shadow flickered behind him. William leapt to his feet and fired twice. The first shot caught the agent's eye, punching him off his feet. The second bolt went wide as a smooth, spotted tangle of a body clutched Calder about his shoulders and pulled him up to the second-floor window. Embellis, William's memory told him. The serpent. No time to waste. William tossed a handful of the mirror's bombs into the clearing. The tiny spheres detonated with an ear-shattering boom. Geysers of dirt and plant roots blossomed, hurling debris into the air. Guided by his instinct, William dashed forward as the dirt rained on his shoulders, pulling his favorite knife as he ran. He sensed the enemy ahead and thrust through the dirt with his knife. The agent whipped around, her hair a whirlwind of tiny braids above her muscled shoulders. A tide of red from the severed femoral vein drenched her leg. She gasped and went down. He didn't wait for her death. Shapes broke free of the brush behind the clearing, savaged by his bombs. He caught a glimpse of Cerise out of the corner of his eye, but kept moving. The house loomed before him. William jumped, caught the edge of the balcony, and pulled himself up to where Calder's body had broken the wooden rail. A shattered window lay on the balcony's floorboards in a spray of glittering glass. He leaped over the razor-sharp dew, dived into the room, rolling as he hit the floor, and came to his feet, the blade poised for a strike. The faint sounds of a choked struggle tagged his hearing. They came from the room to his left. He kick-broke the wall. He lunged inside. An agent spun at him from the right. William ducked the kick, thrust into the man's armpit, cut the throat of the second attacker, and paused as the bodies fell. A gasp came from the right. "William!" Embellis's massive bulk fastened Calder to the wall. Her coil thrust through the paneling and twisted about his waist and shoulders, pinning his right arm to his side. His left arm lay on top of Embellis's chest, where her body bent before catching a thick iron rod affixed to the ceiling. The pattern on her coils was pallid and dull. Her head hung limply to the side. A long streak of blood stretched to the floor from her neck, where William's knife protruded from her flesh. "Thanks for the knife." Calder's face went red with effort. "Help me get the whore off of me." A tremor echoed through the house. It reverberated through William's skull, shaking his teeth as if they were loose in his jaw. "I could use some help," Calder's voice rasped. Another tremor pulsed, like a toll of a colossal bell, and William staggered from the pressure. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Inside William, the wild raised its ears. Someone was calling him. He turned toward the door. The call resonated through his skull, directly in his mind, bypassing his ears. If this was magic, he'd never met it before. "Be still, and don't make noise." "Don't go! Help me, damn it!" Calder punched Embellis's corpse with his free fist. "Son of a bitch!" A cry full of pain and longing echoed through his head. William ran through the door and to the hallway, heading toward the source of the screaming. The intensity of the mental wail was enough to make his heart skip a beat. A door came into his view at the end of the hallway, a dark rectangle shivering with tiny magic aftershocks. The source of the call lay behind it. William broke into a run. The hand's magic danced on the door's surface, breaking into small, thin coils of pale green. He kicked the door. It flew open. A sweet scent filled his nostrils, heady and liquid thick, like the odor of old buckwheat honey. Something stirred within the room, outside his field of vision. William bared his teeth, stepped inside, and closed the door behind him. An enormous flower bloomed in the corner of the room. Its roots, thin and studded with chunky tuber-like vesicles, spread across the floor and walls on a reddish net, leaving only the windows bare. The roots swirled together into a thick, squat stem, from which protruded 3 wide leaves. Red liquid pumped through the veins of the leaves, adding a pink tint to the sections of green. 3 massive petals, gray and spotted with flecks of green, rose above the leaves. They were closed, hiding the center of the flower like hands folded in prayer. A jerky quickening ran through the network of roots. William stepped back. The roots crawled, unwinding from the far corner, revealing a desk and 3 long, flexible tentacles stretching from the flower to a 4-feet-tall cocoon. With a rubbery, menacing strength, the tentacles peeled the cocoon from the wall and brought it across the room, uncurling as they moved. The last coils slid, straightened, and a body fell at William's feet with a wet thud. The tentacles froze in the air, as solid and unmoving as a cypress stem. Fuck me. Hydraulic movement. He'd learned about this during his time in the Adrianglian Legion. The tentacles couldn't move until the plant replenished its supply of liquid. William knelt by the body. The corpse lay on its back. A man, probably. The exposed flesh of its face and neck was unnaturally smooth and swollen, its color the deep swollen purple of a fresh bruise. The cadaver's mouth gaped open. The puffy eyelids lay half-closed over the milky orbs of the eyes. A tiny tendril of the root snaked its way onto the corpse's cheek. The sharp tip of the root, enclosed in a rough, almost bark-like cone, probed the dead flesh and thrust through it. The skin tore like wet paper. A thick torrent of viscous body fluid spilled forth and streamed across the dead cheek to the floor. The nauseating stench of rotting meat erupted from the body. William leaped back. Other roots reached for the corpse, the vesicles pulsing like tiny hearts. The plant was drinking the corpse's fluids, consuming them like water. The petals quivered. The spots of green that flecked them crawled, moving away from the petals' edges to blend into a single green stain at the base of the flower. The roots kept pumping. Deep red liquid spread through the veins in the petals, turning their gray to red. William raised his blade. If it tried to drain him next, he was in for a hell of a surprise. The flower's veins contracted, pulling the petals apart with agonizing slowness. Something moved with the flower. With a whisper, the petals snapped open, bright red and stiff like the tail feathers of a posturing peacock. A burst of yellow pollen erupted into the air, floating in the draft like powdered yellow snow. The honeyed odor flooded the chamber. William coughed, his eyes teased, and he wiped the moisture with his hand. A body lay within the flower, nude and bald, frail to the point of emaciation. It rested on its back within the lower bell-shaped petal. Its legs vanished into the flower's core. The bluish tint of the corpse's bloodless flesh offered a stark contrast to the petal's garish crimson. Another unlucky bastard being eaten. By now, the flower's whips would have regained the liquid. If he were to strike, he would have to get past them first. The body opened its eyes. They looked at him in silent plea, and for a second he thought he was looking at Cerise. William caught his breath. The roots crawled aside, opening a narrow path to the flower. He took it. The body's hands opened, revealing a sunken chest and thin bags of skin where breasts used to be. The blue eyes tracked his movements. If she was younger, if her face had a bit of fat and her skin was smoother, if she had blonde hair. "Genevieve," he whispered and coughed, expelling a mouthful of pollen from his throat. She stretched her hand to him. He took her icy fingers. The same reddish liquid that had flooded the veins of the petals and leaves was making its way through her torso, bulging the vessels under her nearly transparent skin. She opened her mouth. A wave of magic smashed against him. William went down to his knees, gasping for breath. A vision of Cerise flickered before him. Her sword was carving Embellis's flaccid body, cutting Calder out. She was in the house. He blinked, and the image of Cerise vanished. Genevieve's mouth contorted, struggling to form a word. William's eyes burned from the pollen that swirled in the air about them in a snowfall of tiny powdered stars. It filled his mouth and his nose. It burned his throat.
"Before," Genevieve whispered. "My daughter."
Her whip swung toward the desk and rolled back, twisted about his shoulder with a gentleness equivalent to a caress. A leather journal fell at his feet.
"No choice made me."
"She knows," he told her. "Cerise knows."
"Tell Sophie. So sorry."
"I will." She squeezed his hand.
"Kill me, please, so Cerise doesn't have to."
The knife felt heavy in his hands, as if filled with lead. He raised it. She smiled. Her fragile, sharp-boned face, her sunken cheeks, her eyes drowning in pain, all of it lit, united and transformed by that weak smile, made radiant and timeless. William knew he would remember it to his death. He swung. The blade sliced cleanly through her flesh. Her head dropped to the floor and rolled, releasing a torrent of blood from the stump of her neck. It splashed onto the floorboards, and the roots stretched toward it. The vesicles pumped, sucking up the liquid in a cannibalistic cycle, even as it continued to flow from the wound. William picked up the journal off the floor. Her head lay on its side. She was still smiling, and her blue eyes focused on him. "Thank you," bloodless lips mouthed. The pollen had clogged his lungs, sapping his strength. William pushed to his feet and staggered to the door, half blind, stumbling, exhausted, and weak. His hand found the handle, and he lay on it with his weight. It fell away before him, and he crashed into the hallway. The cool smoothness of the wooden floor slapped his cheek. The door. William dragged himself upright, shut it, and sagged against it. His lungs burned. The last whiffs of pollen swirled about him. William concentrated on the rising and falling of his chest. His hands flipped the journal open on their own. Long streaks of cursive lined the pages, too out of focus. He wiped the last tears from his eyes and brought the journal so close the pages nearly touched his nose. R1, DP6, WR1, 2DC18, HF, 1CW6BY, 12WW, 18BS3VL, 9SR, 1DP6WG, 12E, 5, ABA, 1, ABAA. Gibberish. No, not gibberish. Code. A rapid staccato of footsteps echoed through the hallway. He dropped his hand to his side, letting the journal hang along his leg. Cerise rounded the corner, Richard behind her. She raced toward him. "Are you hurt?" William shook his head and tried to tell her he was okay, but words wouldn't come out. He dropped the journal into her hands. Understanding slowly crept into her face. She turned corpse white and tried to push past him. "Let me in!" "No!" he rasped.
His voice finally worked. "I have to see her." "No, she didn't want you to. It's over." Richard caught her shoulders. "He's right. It's done." "Let me see my mother." She jerked from him, but Richard held on. "It's over. It's all over, and she's resting now. Don't taint your memories. Remember her as she was. Come on. Let's get William into the fresh air." Cerise said nothing. Her shoulders slumped. She gulped and slid her shoulder under his right arm while Richard pulled him up. Cerise's arm wound her way around William's waist. He thought of telling her he wasn't that weak, but instead leaned on her and let himself be led out of the house into the sunlight. They had set the house on fire. It burned like a funereal pyre, belching thick acrid smoke into the air. The flames consumed the old boards with a loud snapping, snaked their way up the walls, melted the glass of the hothouse, and Posad's plants hissed and wailed as the fire sank its teeth into their green flesh. Nobody arrived to stop the blaze, and even if they had, the fire had spread too far and too fast. Cerise refused to leave. William sat next to her. He felt her pain, sharp and brutal. There was nothing he could do except sit next to her. She didn't cry. She didn't rave. She just sat there, radiating grief and fury. Soon, the whole structure stood engulfed, no more than a mere skeleton of stone and timber wearing a mantle of heat. She sat on the edge of the clearing, reading the journal in the light of the raging blaze, until the roof crashed with the thunderous popping of ancient support beams, spraying glowing sparks everywhere, spooking the horses, and forcing the two of them to retreat from the heat. 27. William reclined, sinking deeper into the comfortable softness of the Mars library chair. Spider was gone. Gone somewhere in the mire. Everything wrote on that damn journal. It would tell him where Spider went and what he wanted from Cerise. Except the fucking thing was in code. Cerise took a spot by the window with the journal, pen, and some paper. The library was crowded. The Mars kept coming in and out, radiating anxiety. William clenched his teeth. All of their tension made him jumpy. In the corner, Calder brooded over a glass of wine. He, Richard, and Arian sat by the door like three watchdogs. William kept running the pattern in his head. He had memorized a page and a half of code. It was a code, he was sure of it. It had a pattern. For one thing, the numbers ran in sequence. R1, DP 6, WR 12, DC 18, HF 1CW 6, BY 12, WW 18, BS 3, VL 9, SR 1, DP 6, WG 12E. The numbers repeated themselves, but rarely with the same letters. R1, P6, R12, C18, and then F1, W6, Y12. Or was it 1D, 6W? They differed by 6, except for the first interval from 1 to 6, which differed by 5. But then there was the second sequence, 3, 9, 15, 19. Sometimes the numbers would run the entire sequence, and sometimes they ended and a different series started over. He had hammered his brain against the pattern ever since he saw it. Codes weren't his thing, but he knew the basic premise. Figure out the combination of letters and numbers occurring most often, and try sticking the most often used letter of the alphabet in its place. But he was a hunter, not a code breaker. Arian swung his legs off the chair and paced, measuring the library's length with long strides. His voice was quiet. "It's been 3 hours. She's not going to break it." "She'll break it," Richard said. "It was Bernard's life work, and she was his favorite grandchild. Yeah.
A bitter edge in Arian's voice set off an alarm in William's head.
What is your problem? Calder kept his voice low. Did she spit in your breakfast?
Arian pivoted on his foot.
It's over. Why don't the two of you get it? The feud is done. We've won. We're fucking done. It's not over until we have Gustav and Spider's head, Richard told him.
Arian swung his hand, his face slapped with disgust.
The whole damn family went mad.
Richard rose smoothly, crossed the library, and pulled a large leather volume off the shelf.
What is it?
Calder asked.
Grandfather was exiled under Article 8.3 of the Dukedom of Louisiana's Criminal Code. I just realized that I never thought to check what Article 8.3 was.
Richard unlocked the leather flap securing the book, flipped the cover open, and rifled through the yellow pages. He frowned.
Found it.
Richard raised the book, showing them the page. The red-lettered heading read, Malpractice and Corruption of Vows. A long list of subsections crawled down from it.
Subsection 3, Richard read. Page 242.
The pages rustled as he turned them.
Malpractice. Unlawful human experimentation. Gross disregard for the integrity of human body. Intent to create an aberration. How is that different from what the hand is doing?
Arian asked.
The hand is not supposed to exist, William said. If captured, the hand's agent receives no support from Louisiana. They cut him loose because their magic modification is illegal. Grandfather was convicted of using magic to tamper with the human body, which broke his physician's oath. Makita walked into the room. Mother says they had a conversation about it once. He knew they would come after him, but he did whatever it was anyway. He said it was too important to quit.
What was the nature of the research? Richard asked.
He was trying to find a way to teach the human body to regenerate itself. He said that humans had all of the power to heal themselves and take care of any illness, that they just needed to find the right switch inside their bodies.
To break an oath and risk everything, his cushy blue blood life, his position, a man had to be driven. A man like that, a man with the purpose, wouldn't have let the swamp stop him, William thought. No, he'd keep working on whatever it was. Here, in the swamp, looking for a way to teach the body to heal itself, to regenerate. His memory forced an image of a monster in the moonlight, its wounds knitting together. Pieces clicked together in his head. A self-healing, indestructible monster. In his life, William had seen dozens of different animals, but he had never met anything like the creature. It wasn't a cat, a wolf, or a bear. It wasn't even related to any of them. If it wasn't natural, it had to be made. And who would be better to make it than a man like Cerise's grandfather? If the monster was made, Spider would want to get his hands on it, pull it apart, find out how it came to be. If Cerise realized that a monster her grandpa made was running around the woods, she'd move heaven and earth to kill it, and kill Spider. That's the way her mind worked. She took care of her responsibilities, and she paid her debts. Spider had 20 agents with him. They had the Mars, and at least 7 or 8 of Cerise's relatives were out of commission. 20 lethal trained, magically enhanced freaks against maybe 35 regular people. Nothing regular about the Mars, but even if the lot of them pulled every magic talent they had out of their asses, it would be a slaughter. Cerise would be in the front line, and she would die. His mate would die. William's hands curled. The skin between his knuckles itched, wanting to release the claws. They would all die. Richard, Arian, Ignata, Makita, even the idiot Calder. None of them would make it. He couldn't stop them from fighting, and worse, he needed them desperately because he couldn't take on 20 agents alone. He felt trapped. like a dog on a chain. He could be wrong. There was no link between the monster and Bernard. Not yet. "Done," Cerise said. They looked at her. Her eyes were haunted and wide, as if she'd seen something that wasn't fit to be seen. "It's a simple substitution cipher," she said, her voice flat. "It's very difficult to break, unless you have the key." "What's the key?" Calder asked. "A Gaulish lullaby. He used to sing it to me when I was little." She pushed from the table. "I think we'd better call a family meeting." 20 minutes later, the Marr family assembled in the library, and Cerise read the journal in a flat voice, in the air thick with human breath. "The art of medicine, as ancient as the human body itself. It began with the first primitive, who, plagued by ache, stuck a handful of grass in his mouth, chewed, and found his pain lessened. For ages, we followed in that primitive's footsteps, holding fast to the notion that the introduction of a foreign agent into the body was the only path to cure. We invented medicines, ointments, potions, splints, casts, slings, and endless devices to facilitate healing, yet we have never focused on the healing process itself. For what is healing, if not the body's self-correction of imperfection? What is the role of medicine, if not to push the organism onto the path of regeneration? On this day, I, Bernard Dubois, a man and a healer, state that a human body possesses all of the means to heal itself, to cure every malady and every defect without intrusion of a surgeon or a physician. I make this claim, believing that one day I, and those like me, will become obsolete. It is in the name of that glorious day I now embark on the path of research and experimentation. It is a path strewn with rocks of self-doubt, mistakes, and persecution. Let it be known that I forgive those who would condemn me, for I comprehend the reasons that drive them to act. Misguided though they may be, they hold the interests of humanity close at heart, and I bear them no ill will. Of the gods, I ask forgiveness for my past transgressions. Of my wife and my daughter, I beg forgiveness for my future ones. I pray that one day you may understand the reasons for which I must continue." She kept going, reading pages of formulas and equations. Some heads nodded, Aunt Pete, Makita, Ignata. Most people looked the same way he did, blank. As best he could gather, Bernard had found some kind of microscopic algae that spurred regeneration. The algae emitted magic that changed the body, accelerating the healing. Bernard got it to work on mice, but failed when he tried it on anything larger. Once inside the body, the magic algae died, and he couldn't get enough of it into his test subjects to make a difference. He had tried feeding it to them. He had tried injections and blood transfusions, but none of it was fast enough. Cerise stopped. "There's a page here with one word. Exile. The next entry reads, 'We've reached the swamps. In the grove behind our new dwelling I found a peculiar moss, red and similar to fur in appearance. It spread across the grove's floor, forming an irregular mound in the middle. Upon examination of the mound, I found a rabbit's corpse underneath, partially digested. The moss has an enormous Eno concentration. The young man who fancies Jen, I think his name is Gustav, informed me that locals call it the burial shroud and avoid it with superstitious fear.'" Cerise paused, swallowing with effort, and kept reading. William zoned out, listening to the words but not understanding. There was something about the moss and the gastric juices of some sort of cavity, and combining the moss with the previous plant he'd screwed around with. Finally, he raised his hand, feeling like he was 10 years old, sitting behind the school desk. "Can you explain it to me?" Cerise paused. "There is a plant that looks like moss," Petunia said, scratching at the eye patch. "We call it burial shroud. It's not really a plant, more like an odd cross between plant and animal. It's native only to the mire, and it needs magic to survive. Burial shroud feeds on corpses. Its spores settle on the carcass, and then its shoots pierce the dead animal's skin. It then siphons the liquid from the corpse through its shoots, takes what it needs, and dumps the rest back into the body." "Like a filter?" William frowned. "Just like that," Petunia nodded. "These shoots are very, very tiny, but there are so many of them they can filter all the liquids from a carcass several times within one day. With me so far?" He nodded. Bernard needed a fast way to introduce his miracle algae into the body fast and in large numbers. He stumbled onto burial shroud and tinkered with it until he managed to get his algae inside the moss and used magic to get it all to play nice. So he ended up with burial shroud full of regeneration algae. Make sense? William nodded again. Then he built himself a casket and lined it with burial shroud. Let's say you put a person into the casket. The burial shroud will attack it and start pulling liquids out of this person. It will take some proteins and other things and dump the rest back into the body. But, Petunia raised her finger, as it returns liquid to the body, it will add the miracle algae to it. It would hurt, William said. Oh, yes, it would hurt like hell. But if you're dying or getting old, you wouldn't care. Petunia grimaced. Keep going, Cerise. I'm guessing your grandfather experimented with putting creatures into the casket. Petunia proved right. Bernard had designed 5 test subjects, a cat, a pig, a calf, someone he called D and E. Before he could stick them into his coffin, he made them drink some sort of herbal concoction he called the remedy. Cerise's face jerked as she read the ingredients. 1/4 teaspoon crushed redwort leaves, 1 tube of fisherman's club in full bloom, 1/4 teaspoon minced burial shroud, 1 cup water. Let steep for 24 hours. Today, I've taken the cat, subject A, and slit its side to cause massive bleeding. I've placed it into the box and shut the lid. I will check on it tomorrow. Tonight, I must go fishing. I promised Cerise, and one must always keep a promise given to a child. The cat is alive. The gash has healed completely, and a new pink tissue marks the location of the wound I had inflicted. I've beheaded the cat, and upon dissection found its heart still beating. The pulse continued for nearly 6 minutes and stopped, I suspect because the body ran out of blood. The cat wasn't the only victim. William growled in his head. He could see where this was heading. Once Grandpa started putting things into the damn box, he would crawl into it himself eventually. First the cat, then the pig, then the calf. The calf lives. The bones of its broken leg had healed. It stands renewed in the back corral, together with the piglet. It is time for a true test. Tonight, I enter the box. Ignata buried her head in her hands. Oh, no. No, Bernard, no. Words fail me. At first, I felt the agony of each sting punctuating my skin. My world shrank to a red daze, and I floated in it, buoyant in my pain, twisted, battered, mangled by it, and yet somehow supported and made whole. The pain tore the very fabric of me, unraveled it strand by strand, and wove it back together anew. As it consumed me, I found deliverance in its red mist. I found strength and vigor. The universe had opened like a flower to my mind, and I saw its secret patterns and hidden truths. I stand before the box now. My mind is clear, but the insight has left me. The secrets gained have slipped away, beyond the veil of consciousness. I can feel them, yet they pass through the fingers of my mind like smoke coils. I must return to the box. It's easier to breathe. The budding arthritis in my hands troubles me no longer. I ran 3 miles in the morning to test myself, and discovering myself free of fatigue, ran 3 more. The visions of the red days haunt me. I must enter the box again. I shall speak nothing of what I glimpsed beyond the red curtain. I must understand it before I commit it to the page. The scar on my shin is gone. I've had it since I was a child. And then I picked her up into my arms and danced across the house. Danced and danced. She laughed, throwing her head back. Gods, I haven't seen her laugh like that since we were 20. Cerise's voice kept on, flat and steady, reading Bernard's thoughts as he slid deeper and deeper into delirium. The box was addictive, and the addiction came with a price. It unhinged Bernard's mind. I'm becoming violent. My moods, my rage are growing difficult to control. I screamed at Genevieve this morning when she brought us drinks. She had spilled my mug of tea. I didn't mean to lash out, yet my body did it seemingly on its own, while I watched it act from the depths of my consciousness. It is as if I'm steering a boat with a broken rudder. The remedy failed me. The toxin proved too potent. Too late. It's too late for me. Too late. Impatient. Too impatient. Too many visits to the red days. Had I just waited another month, letting the remedy affect me, had I limited myself to 3 trips and no more, had I been a husband? Had I been a father? I shall die alone, abandoned by my lover. Lay me down gently. I'll go no farther. Lay me down gently. I found the pig dead in its pen. Its torn body was a mess of blood and bruises. I suspect the calf. I don't like the way he looks at me. Cerise closed her eyes for a long moment and kept going. Today, when I dumped the feed into the calf's trough, it tried to ram me. I saw it coming, yellow eyes burning with a radiant hunger. It galloped to me, hooves striking a thudding battle hymn from the ground. It meant to kill me. I didn't move. I couldn't. I didn't wish to. It reached me, and my body took over. I spun out of the way. My hands closed about its neck and tore into its flesh. Blood washed over my fingers. Its scent. Oh, its scent. Intoxicating and sickening. It took hold of me and rode me, and I could not escape its grasp. I buried the calf. The rational part of me is horrified by the sight of the body, by its odor, by the taste of raw flesh on my tongue. But its voice is growing weak. The logical center of my being is fading. It leaves a ravening dog in its wake, and I have not the power to contain its rage. But she did fine. She did just fine. Only once and no more. My gift, my curse, my poor sweet E, carry it in you. I wanted so much for you, and have given you so little. I'm just a selfish old man, tired and stupid, sitting on the shards of my tower. I fought against the forces of nature, and was found wanting. I should have let it die, but couldn't. I would beg for forgiveness, but I know you'll have none to give. I love you. Gods, how hopelessly inadequate this simple proclamation feels. The red days is coming. It will claim me soon. I've hid it where the fisherman waits. Cerise stopped. This is the last coherent entry. On the next 2 pages he has written, "Poor Bernard," over and over, and then it dissolves into scribbles. She slumped in the chair, exhausted. William's mind raced. That's what Spider wanted. The box. If the hands freaks got cooked in the box, they would come out more psychotic than they were before. They would regenerate their wounds in seconds, and they would kill and kill and kill, never stopping. Louisiana wanted a weapon against Adrianglia. This was it. Bernard never died. The thought dashed through his mind, illuminating the fractured pieces of the puzzle. Of course, Bernard never died. Not after that many trips to the box. It would make him nearly indestructible. "This is the day the secrets get told," Grandmother Az said. William looked up. She stood in the middle of the room, wizened and ancient as ever, and deep sadness pooled in her small dark eyes. "You're awake?" Ignatius said, and rose to offer her chair. Grandmother Az ignored it. She stared at him, and William felt a pull of magic. "Tell them, child," she said. "Tell them who you've seen in the woods." "Bernard never died," William said. "I've seen him. I fought him in the mire." "The monster?" "No." Cerise shook her head. "No, it can't be. He prowls the night," Grandmother Az said. "He stayed away from the house for many years, but he's come back. He knows something is wrong. He is a monster now, but some memories still linger. The thing he did, the unnatural thing, it changed him too much. The magic was too strong." Silence fell, tense and charged, like the air before the storm. "Who is E?" Ignatius said. A was the cat, B was the pig, C was the calf, D was Bernard himself. Calder rose. "The box. It speeds up the healing, yes?" He crossed the room. A dagger flashed in his fingers. He took Cerise by the hand and glanced at her. She nodded. Calder cut at her forearm. Blood swelled. He wiped the crimson liquid off with his sleeve and raised her arm high. A thin line of red marked the wound, but no more blood came. "Sweet little E," he said. "I've wondered about that for years. She never got a cold. All of us would be down with flu or some other crud, but she would be up and chipper." Cerise studied her arm as if it were a foreign object. "I don't remember it. The box? I don't remember it at all." "He probably sedated you," Ignatius said. "It would have to be a bloody strong sedation," Murad said, "to dull that kind of pain." Ignatius frowned. "Do you remember the remedy?" Her mother grimaced. "Oh, please. It's the redwort tea. During the last few weeks, he practically drowned her in it every chance he got. That's probably the only reason she is sane now. That's what the remedy does. It keeps you from going mad." Richard's clear voice filled the room. "The question is, what are we going to do with the journal now?" William tensed. His every instinct screamed in alarm. Faces turned to Richard. "We have the journal. It is too late for Genevieve, but not too late for Gustav. Cerise told me that he's being held in cases." Richard leaned forward. "The place is a fortress, and the Earl of Cases has a lot of guards at his disposal. Not only that, but the place itself sits on the border between Adrianglia and Louisiana in the Weird. It touches the edge, but that's about it. If we attack it, we'll have people from both countries on our trail. But we must get Gustav back. We must at least try." "Blackmail," Calder said. "We trade Gustav for the journal. Spider will do anything to keep us from turning it over to the Adrianglians." And it all went to shit. William bared his teeth. "Spider is too dangerous," Arian said. "Screw Spider. That journal is monstrous." Petunia's voice cut him off. "It's the product of an abnormal mind. Brilliant, but abnormal. We must destroy it." Calder gaped at her. As long as we have the journal, we can get Gustav back. She glared back. William, how big was the creature you saw? They all looked at him. The hair on the back of his neck rose under pressure. Large. At least 600 pounds. Shock slapped the Mars faces. Even Cerise paused, frozen in an instant. Aunt Pete whirled to face Grandmother Az. That's about right, isn't it? Grandmother nodded. Pete's stare pinned Calder like a dagger. So ask yourself, nephew, do you really want to hand that monster-making blueprint to the world in exchange for one life? It's not our problem, Arian said. Why are all of you ignoring me? It's not our problem. Makita shook his head. It is our problem. We are the Mars. It was made by our in-law on the land that's now in our family. We are responsible. Aunt Pete stomped her foot. There is a bigger responsibility here. Human responsibility. Bernard knew enough to hide this thing, mad as he was. He locked it away and hid it from humanity. It's not right to let this knowledge out. Calder threw his arms out. Who the hell cares if the weird nobles kill each other? What did they ever do for us? What he says does have some merit. Richard drummed his fingers on the desk. Aunt Pete studied him as if he were an insect. Who are you people? William looked at the Mars and knew Aunt Pete would lose. They wanted Gustav back. They were family, and family looked out for their own first. He looked at Cerise's face, lit from within by hope. He remembered her head against his chest, how it felt to hold her, the smell of her hair, the hot, sweet taste of her mouth. We can arrange an exchange someplace public, Calder said. William rose from his chair. No! Cerise's eyes found him. Calder frowned. You said something, Blue Blood? William ignored him. Adrianglia and Louisiana are grinding against each other. They can't afford to let the other side have any advantage. Once Spider learns that you've got the journal, he will try to wipe you out. Once Adrianglia learns that you have it, they will do the same. He found Cerise's gaze. Listen to me. Everyone in this room will die. Everyone. They will kill you. They will murder your kids. They will burn your house. They will shoot your dogs. They will obliterate you. It would be as if you never existed. You seem very sure of that. Richard's quiet voice echoed through the silent room. William almost snarled. Because they will order me to do it. Adrianglia doesn't know about the journal, Arian said. They will very shortly. Burn it. Burn the fucking journal and never speak of it again. Cerise was looking at him. There was something in her eyes. Suspicion, hurt, anger, he couldn't tell. Whatever it was, it reached deep down into his chest and jerked at his heart. If he told her the whole truth now, if he told her about the mirror, he would lose her. But if he could make her understand, she would live. How will Adrianglia know about the journal, William? She asked, her voice very soft. The Wild howled and screamed inside him. No, shut up! Shut the hell up! Don't lose the woman! Last night, I used a drone bug to send the complete report to Zeke Wallace, William told her. The room shrank to the two of them. He was ice calm. There was no going back. You're not a bounty hunter, she said. No. Is Adrianglia paying you to kill Spider? She asked. No. They don't mind if I kill him, but I'm not here for him. I'm here for the box and the journal. That's what the mirror wants, and they will order me to slaughter the lot of you to get it. You lied to me. I meant the rest of it, he snarled. Wolves mate for life, and you're my mate. Wolf? Arian jumped off his chair. William Wolf? The one the freaks are so scared of? And you brought William Wolf into the family? Are you out of your mind? He's a fucking changeling. William bared his teeth. Arian caught himself, but it was too late. Cerise was staring at him, half risen from her chair, her face bloodless. "Arian," she said. Arian stumbled backward, looking lost. "It was you." Cerise's voice brimmed with pain. "You sold my father and mother to the Hand." "My own brother?" Richard's face contorted, and for a moment he couldn't speak. The desk creaked under the pressure of his white-knuckled hands. "Why? Because somebody had to?" Arian snarled. His hands shook. "Because neither you nor that fucking waste of space that's our other brother would do anything. I saw our father die. I remember everything, the shot, the blood, the look in his eyes, everything. You know what Gustav told me at the funeral? He told me, 'You will get your revenge.' I waited for revenge. Years I waited. But he didn't give a fuck about it. Oh, no. He was happy, squatting in this house, our father's house, letting his spoiled brat daughter run the place. He would have grown fat and happy while our father rotted in the ground. Every year I came to him, and every year he told me, 'It's not time, Arian. We can't afford a feud right now.' It would never be time, so yeah, I fucking did it. I gave the Shirelles an edge. I gift-wrapped Gustav for them, because if he stayed here, the feud would never end. Now the Shirelles are dead. Our father is watching from above, and he's happy, Richard. You hear me? He is happy." Richard's face turned white. "I must kill you," he said very calmly. "Somebody give me a sword." Cerise rose. "Uncle Hugh and Makita? Take Arian out. Lock him in the north building. Make sure he can't hurt himself." Arian bared his teeth. Hugh hit him on the back of the head. Arian's eyes rolled back in their orbits, and he sagged down in Makita's arms. They carried him from the room. Cerise turned to William. "If you bargain for the journal, you will die," he said. "If you go to fight Spider, you will die, too. Don't do it." "I don't have a choice," she said. "I can't live knowing that I had a chance to keep thousands of people from dying, and I did nothing." Cerise clenched her teeth. Her heart pounded in her chest. Her mouth tasted bitter. Arian. Of all people, it had to be Arian. Her legs had turned to wet cotton, her chest constricted. She wanted to bend over and cradle the hot knot of pain in the pit of her stomach, but the entire family was here, watching her, waiting to see what she would say, and she held it in. William stood alone, in the middle of the room, his face pale. She looked into his eyes and saw it all. Pain, grief, fury, fear, and resignation. He thought she would leave him. Why not? Everybody else in his life did. "You're a mirror spy?" she asked softly. "Yes." His voice was low and ragged. She sighed. "I wish you had mentioned it earlier." It took a second to penetrate. Amber rolled over his eyes. Shock slapped his face. It lasted only a moment, but the relief in his eyes was so obvious, it filled her with anger. Anger at the monsters who had damaged him. Anger at Arian, anger at the Hand. Her hands shook, and she clenched them together. "I love you," she told him. "When I asked you to stay with me, I meant it." "He's a changeling," someone said from the back. Cerise turned in the direction of the voice. Nobody owned up. "I've managed the family's money for the last 3 years. I know all of your dirty secrets. Think very carefully before you start throwing rocks at the man I love, because I will throw them back, and I won't miss." Silence answered her. "Okay, then," she said. "Glad we got that settled. Why don't you talk between yourselves?" She turned and marched out on the balcony and walked away, around the corner, out of their sight. Outside, the heat of the swamp enveloped her, and she exhaled. Tears wet her eyes and ran down her cheeks. She tried to wipe them off, but they just kept coming, and she couldn't stop. William came around the corner and grabbed her. She stuck her face into his chest and squeezed her eyes shut, trying to stop the tears. He clenched her to him. "I can't believe you didn't tell me," she whispered. "I asked you point blank back in the swamp, and you didn't tell me."
"You would never have let me come with you," he said.
"We're trapped," she whispered. "I just want to be happy, William. I want to be with you, and I don't want anybody to die, and I can't have that." He gripped her shoulders, pushing her away so he could look in her face.
His eyes were driven. "Burn the journal, Cerise. Listen to me, damn you."
"Too late," she told him. "You know it's too late. The hand will come for us. If not now, then in a week or a month. You said it yourself. They can't afford to let any of us live, and even if they did, if they use the box, it won't just mean war. It will mean the end of the world in the weird, because they will make these creatures, and then they won't be able to control them."
"Let me handle it," he told her.
20 agents against you alone? Are you out of your mind?" She wiped her tears with the back of her sleeve. "If I offered to go up against 20 agents, you would pitch a fit. We have no choice." He hugged her, his hands stroking her hair. They stood together for a long time. Eventually she stirred. "I have to go back. It won't be okay, will it?" William swallowed.
"No."
"That's what I thought," she said. She turned around and went back to the library. Inside, familiar faces waited for her. Aunt Pete, Aunt Muriel, Ignata, Calder. Grandmother Az, sitting in a corner, letting her run the family into the ground. Cerise sat at the table and braided the fingers of her hands together. Gods, she wished for guidance. But the person in the sky, the one she always asked for advice, was apparently running around in the woods, killing things at random. Her grandfather had murdered her grandmother. If she thought about it too long, it made her want to rip her hair out. Richard was off, too, gone to blow off steam. Who am I kidding? She wondered. Richard would never be all right. None of them would ever be all right. "It has to be the drowned dog puddle," she said. They went to gather berries there every year to make the wine. It was a big family affair. Children gathered the berries, women cleaned them, men talked. "What else could it be?" Muriel said. "Nothing else. Bernard didn't know anything else." The question had to be asked, and so she asked it. "What do we do now? What do you want us to do?" Muriel's clear eyes found her, propped her up like a crutch. "You are in charge. You lead and we follow." Nobody disputed her words. Cerise had expected them to. "We must destroy the box, or die trying," Calder said. Aunt Pete shook her head. "We all benefited from Bernard's knowledge. We studied his books, we learned from him, we made wine together. He was family." Cerise looked to Calder. "Calder?" "They're right," he said. "I hate it, but we must fight. It's a Ma affair. Our land and our war, and it won't be done until we've chased the freaks from our swamp." He hesitated and scowled, deep lines breaking at the corners of his mouth. "I'm glad we have the blue blood. I don't care if he is a changeling. He fights like a demon." They blocked her on every turn. Cerise turned to Grandmother and knelt by her. An old word slipped out, the one she used when she was a child. "Me, Ma." Grandmother Az heaved a small sigh and touched Cerise's hair. "Sometimes there are things that are best to be done, and things that are right to be done. We all know which is which." Muriel slid her chair back. "That settles it." Cerise watched them go.
and a sick feeling of guilt sucked at her stomach. Nausea started low within her belly and crept its way up. She was tired of the last dinners before the big battle, tired of counting the faces and trying to guess how many more she would lose. A hard, heavy clump of pain settled in her chest. She rubbed at it. Her grandmother's fingers ran through her hair. "Poor child," Grandmother Ash whispered. "Poor, poor child." William strode down the hill, carrying the mirror's bag. Gaston chased him. "So, that's it?" "That's it. We get our shit together and go fight the Hand." Gaston mulled it over. "Will we win?" "Nope." "Where are we going now?" "We're going to make sure that this insane family doesn't get wiped out. If we win." Gaston frowned. "Insurance," William told him.
"Wait!"
Lark's voice rang behind them. William turned. Lark dashed down the slope, skinny legs flashing. She braked in front of them and thrust a teddy bear into William's hands.
"For you, so you don't die."
She whipped around and ran back up the hill. William looked at the teddy. It was old. The fabric had thinned down to threads in spots, and he could see the stuffing through the weave. It was the same one she had up in her tree. He pulled his bag open and very carefully put the teddy bear in. "Come on." They walked down, away from the house, deeper into the swamp. "Where the fisherman waits," William quoted. "What does that mean to you?" "It could be a lot of places. There's a whole bunch of fishermen's this and fishermen's that in the swamp." "Bernard wouldn't know many places. This place has to be close. Someplace your family would go often." Gaston frowned.
"It might be the drowned dog puddle. It's a bad place. The Thoas used to come there to die."
"Tell me about it."
"It's a pond. There's a hill on the west side of it, and it kind of hugs the pond. The water is pitch black because of all the peat. Nobody knows how deep it is. You can't swim in it, and nothing lives there except snakes. The hill and the pond open to some swampy ground. Cypress, mud, little streams, and then the river eventually. The family goes there to pick the berries for the wine each year. They grow all around that hill."
"What about the fishermen?"
"There is an old tree growing by the pond, leaning over it. People call it the Black Fisherman."
"Sounds about right." William looked around. Tall pines surrounded them. He couldn't see the house. Far enough. He dug in his bag, taking care not to damage the bear. "How's your handwriting?"
Okay, I guess."
William got out a small notebook and a pen and handed them to Gaston. "Sit down." Gaston sat on the log.
"Why do I need those?"
"Because Bernard's journal is very long, and my handwriting is shit. I need to write it down because I don't understand any of it, which means my brain will forget it soon." The kid blinked at him.
"What?"
"Right," William told him. "The art of medicine, as ancient as the human body itself. It began with the first primitive, who, plagued by ache, stuck a handful of grass in his mouth, chewed, and found his pain lessen." 28. William crouched on the deck of the barge. Before him the shore loomed, black and green in the weak dawnlight. Cerise stood next to him, her scent twisting and turning around him. Behind them, the Mars waited. "Are you sure?" Cerise asked. "Yes. We go our separate ways here. If I take out Spider, the Hand will break." But to get to Spider, he'd have to have a distraction, and the Mars were it.
"Don't die,"
she whispered. "I won't." He pulled her to him and kissed her, her taste so sharp and vivid it almost hurt. So this was it. He'd known it was too good to be true. He had her, and now he would lose her. The barge swung close to the shore. He leaped, clearing the 20-foot stretch of water, and took off into the woods. 20 minutes later, William went to ground on the crest of the hill behind the drowned dog puddle. The sun had risen, but the day was gray and dark, the sky overcast. In the weak light, the swirls of green, gray, and brown on his face blended with the dense brush cover of the berry bushes. He had molded himself into the hill so deep, he tasted mud on his lips. He was all but invisible to Spider's agents busy below. The hill cradled the pond in a ragged crescent, dropping down in a sheer cliff, made soggy and slick with recent rain. Bushes and pines sheathed the hill, but nothing grew down by the pond save for a lonely cypress. It rose above the water, a gnarled and grizzled veteran of countless storms. The cypress cast no reflection. The water of the pond beneath it was pitch black. The entire place emanated an odd, menacing calm. The sloshing of the hand's agents did little to disturb it, no more than a gravedigger would have disturbed the serenity of a graveyard. William shifted slightly to keep the circulation flowing in his arms. He hid above the pond's northern shore, far enough to be out of the agent's plain sight, but close enough to miss little. The mirror's bag provided him with a distance lens, which he wore over his left eye like an eye patch. The lens brought the agents so close he could count the pimples on their faces. 3 feet beyond him, the ground ended abruptly, and the hill plunged 26 feet straight into the pitch-black water of the pond. Spider didn't pay the hill a lot of attention, posting only 2 guards. They had gone to ground, too, the closest, only 15 yards from where William lay. Neither would be a problem when the time came. In Spider's place, William would have done the same. Any attack coming from the east over the hill would have ended in the peat, and his instincts screamed at him to stay the hell away from that black water. Most of Spider's agents were concentrated around the pond. William focused on the shock of white hair. Carmash. The massive agent barked an order to a swarthy, thick woman. She tossed her hair back and went to a chain lying in the mud. The muscles on her nude back bulged. Something shifted beneath her skin, like a coiled spring, and she picked up the chain roll and carried it without apparent strain to where other agents untangled ropes by cypress roots. They were rigging a block and tackle, which they'd hang from the cypress to pull the box free. Clever, Spider. An agent exploded from the mud, all sinew and tentacle, dripping sludge, and flung a wriggling snake clear of the shore. It spun in the air away from the main body of agents. A woman lashed out from behind a stack of lumber. Her arm flashed, and 2 halves of the snake fell twitching into the mud. And there was Bazan. Spider came into the lens's view, leaning on the stack of wood. The hair on the back of William's neck rose. If he had been covered in fur, his hackles would have been up and his mouth growling. Spider slouched. The lens picked up dark bags under his eyes. The bastard was tired. Tired was good. A hissing dispute broke out between Carmash and the tentacled monstrosity William's memory identified as Seth. Seth's tentacles flailed through the tears in his black robe. Carmash was making short cutting motions with his shovel-sized hands. Spider pushed free of the wood stack, noticing that he was being paid attention to. Seth stepped back. Carmash was a touch slower to catch on, but a breath later he too found some pressing business that made him walk away. Spider resumed his slouching. One of the agents would have to dive into the peat to attach the chain. William smiled. That should be interesting to watch. Once the box came up, all hell would break loose. He had done the best he could, William decided. He had explained the plan to Gaston and sent him to hide the copy of the journal and wait. If he didn't make it through, the boy would take the journal to Zeke. He had done his job and gotten the mirror what it wanted. The Mars would be safe from them. Now, he had to kill Spider. Piece of cake. A lean, sinuous woman stepped to the edge of the pond. Her robe whispered to her feet, leaving her nude. The head of every male agent turned. If it weren't for the scales, she would be perfect. The woman arched her back and then stretched, pushing her arms back. The gills on her neck snapped open in a frilly pink collar, bright against her pale green scales. She picked up the rope, slipped it around her waist, and with serpentine grace slid into the peat. Calder maneuvered the barge around the bend and glanced at his uncle. "Almost there." Hugh stood up. Around him the dog pack rose, sitting on their haunches, staring at the big man with fanatical devotion. You'd never know the barge was full of dogs, Calder thought. With 18 100-pound dogs on board, not a single bark or growl. Like they were possessed or something. Hugh stripped off his shirt, exposing a lean torso. He pulled off his boots, then his pants, and carefully folded his clothes. "So how did they pick you to help me? Lost a bet or something?" "I don't lose bets. I volunteered. I never got to see you do your thing. Be ashamed to miss it." Cough whined softly. "Soon," Hugh told him. "Soon." A strand of cypresses came into view. Calder tugged on the reins, sending the pair of rollpies to the shore. "We're here." "Okay." Hugh took a deep breath and squared his shoulders. "Okay." His body twisted, as if ripped from the inside out. Bones thrust, and muscle followed. Acid squirted into Calder's mouth. Hugh crashed to the bottom of the barge, convulsing. The dogs whined in unison. Hugh shook and rolled up to all fours. Dense gray fur slid over him, and a giant wolf looked back at Calder with green eyes. Calder swallowed. The thing towered a foot over the dogs, and Cough was 120 pounds. The barge bumped into the muddy shore. The wolf leaped into the mud. The dogs streamed after him in a brindled flood. Calder tied the reins to the tree, grabbed his shotgun, and followed. The reptilian woman broke the surface of the puddle for the 8th time. William watched her drag the end of the line out of the peat. She didn't look so good anymore. The woman handed the rope to Carmash and collapsed on the shore. The mud gave under her weight, and she sank into the muck. A thick layer of peat sheathed her face and chest. Her chest heaved. Carmash tossed the rope to another agent, who clung to the branch of the cypress with clawed legs and a prehensile tail. The agent caught the rope and wove it into the block and tackle. They had used the ropes to wrap the box like a package. William had seen it done before. The rope would squeeze the box when they dragged it free of the mud. In their place, he'd find some way to break the suction first, lifting the box from the mud. Carmash had the same idea. He crossed the shore to the reptilian swimmer and dropped a large iron bar next to her. She shook her head. He prodded her with his foot as if she were a lazy dog. She shook her head again and rolled into a ball as Carmash's foot thudded into her ribs. Spider broke his leisurely posture and walked over to them. He knelt by the woman and spoke to her. The crosshairs of William's lens centered on his eyes, focused. Earnest Spider, soft-spoken, persuasive. The woman nodded, finally, and took the iron bar into her trembling fingers. Carmash barked orders. The dense clouds that smothered the sky chose this moment to rupture. Gray, cold rain spilled onto the mire, pooling on the mud, wetting faces and plastering hair to heads. Spider raised his face to the heavens and swore. The muddy hole in which Cerise lay slowly filled with water. Beside her, Richard made a tiny movement, flicking a twig that had fallen on his face. The agents didn't expect anyone to come from the south. To an outsider's eyes, the labyrinth of sludge, water, and trees probably seemed impassable. Somewhere out there, William lay in wait, ready to pounce. 30 yards away, the hands agents grasped the rope and strained in a muscle-bulging, tendon-ripping heave. A huge white-haired agent, Carmash, William had called him in the front, roared, "Again!" in Gaulish. They heaved again. It wasn't fair. It wasn't fair that they took her parents, that Lark was a monster, that Arian betrayed them. It wasn't fair that she had to lead her family into the slaughter. It wasn't fair that she loved William, and now he could die. Cerise squeezed her eyes shut for a second. Get a damn grip! Where was Hugh with his dogs? Cerise's gaze strayed to the left. There, sandwiched between Richard and Makita, Arian lay. Even under the swirls of forest paint, his face was bloodless. For 12 years he was her brother. They ate at the same table. They went to sleep under the same roof. And then he almost killed Uro. He caused Clara to lose her leg. He let the hand capture her parents. And for what? So he could see Lagar Shariel die? It just hurt, deep inside, like someone sawed on her chest with a rusty saw. She went to see him this morning. He stared at her like she was a stranger. She told him the family wanted his head, and he had a choice. They could take him out back and shoot him like a rabid dog, or he could fight the hand and die with his sword in hand. He chose the sword. She had known he would. The surface of the pond boiled. A solid mass emerged, a dark rectangle, spilling clumps of bottom slime into the pond. The thick scent of rotting algae spread through the clearing. They had to move now. Cerise wished the dogs were here, but something had delayed Hugh, and they had no choice. Cerise raised her arm. Behind her a ragged line of Mars broke free from the mud. She chanced a single glance at the grim, painted faces. Family. The agents still pulled the ropes, unaware of their presence. Cerise rose on one knee, preparing the first insane charge. Loud sucking noises came from the left, as if someone was trudging his way through the mud and carrying half the mire worth of it on his boots. Schlop, schlop, schlop. Cerise dropped back into her hole. Carmash raised his hand and turned in the direction of the sound. A tall, gangly figure in a crimson robe strode down the hill.
Emil, dear gods, why?
Emil stopped, gathered the edge of his crimson vestments, already mud-soaked, and slopped his way past the bewildered agents to face the mud where the Mars hid.
Cerise,
he called.
I really must talk to you.
The agents stared at him. I'm gonna kill him, Cerise clenched her teeth.
A dead man. He is a dead man.
The payment still hasn't been made, Emil said, fiddling with the hem of his wet robe. Usually at this point, I start killing the relatives of the guilty party. But since you are my relatives, the matter is a bit more complicated. Next to her, Richard turned on his back, his hands behind his head. His face assumed a serene expression as he slowly sank into the mud. Apparently it was just too much for him. Emil tucked his hem in the crook of his elbow and put the fingers of his two hands together. Now then, I believe we've made an agreement for $1,725 US due yesterday. I really would like to resolve this matter here and now, before you may charge to your probable death. Not that I wish you to perish by any means, but should you expire, our agreement would become void, and I would hate to go through negotiations again. I do hate to be crude, but I would like the money now. Please? Did he think she brought it with her? The hand wouldn't let him walk away. He was going to get himself killed. What in the world was he doing? Making himself a target? Carmash was looking past Emil, straight at her. She realized he had seen them. The hand would have to go through Emil to get to them. Oh, no. The sect didn't want him involved, but if he was attacked, they would expect him to defend himself. Emil was trying to pick a fight. "Kill them!" Carmash howled.
"Kill the corpse buggerer and his family!"
The agents dashed for the necromancer, leaving their leader struggling to secure the rope. The monstrous muscles on his arms bulged. He gritted his teeth and began circling the cypress, winding the rope around the bloated stem. Beyond him, Cerise glimpsed a lean blond man shout commands to the group guarding the southwestern path. Emil turned.
"Corpse buggerer!"
He dropped the hem of his robe.
"Nobody insults the acolyte of Gospo Deer!"
His face trembled. His hands reached out, rigid fingers raking the air like talons. Power accreted around him, compacting into a dense cocoon. The black surface of the pond gasped as a ball of foul-smelling gas erupted from its middle. Cerise dashed to him. Behind her, the Mars charged at the hand. Emil grunted like an animal. His hands clawed the air. Shapes burst from the peat, huge hulking forms of skeleton and rotting flesh, too big, too broad for human corpses. Thoas, the dead of the Moon people. The first of the Hand's agents reached Emil. Cerise lunged, flashing across her blade, and stepped back as the top half of the agent's body slid from the torso and crashed into the mud. "Thank you." Emil brought his hands together and exhaled sharply. The dead Thoas ripped into the agents. "Thank you for helping." "Of course, we're family. You go. I'm well protected now." She sprinted into the thick of the battle. The Thoas tore into the agents with all the wrath Emil could muster. 3 of them hung on the white-haired giant. He tried to push them off, but they clung to him, taloned hands ripping, rotting teeth biting. He slammed his back against the cypress and knocked one of the corpses loose. A grunt of pain made Cerise whirl. She turned just in time to see Makita go down. A furry creature leaped onto his prone body with a triumphant shout. Before she knew it, Cerise was running desperately fast across the slick sludge. She was 10 yards away when the furry beast bared needled teeth and ripped out Makita's throat. The pack halted before the mouth of the path, breaking against the hillside like a brown deluge. Calder tried to stop and slid, waving his arms to keep his balance. His hand grasped a sapling, and he caught himself, avoiding a collision with the dogs. A single form detached from the pack and sailed over their backs in a mighty leap. It landed next to Calder. Nightmarish eyes glared at him from a wolf's face. Something was wrong. Calder pushed to the front. The hill on one side, deep swamp on the other. They had to pass through a narrow stretch of ground about 20 feet wide. The ground looked freshly raked. Traps, Calder realized. Many, many traps. A bet. I need a bet or I can't make it work. The pack growled. A brindled dog moved before him and dropped a dead swamp rat at his feet. Cold sweat broke on his forehead. Fresh kill. Good bet. Calder swallowed. He picked up the rat. The tiny body was still warm to the touch. Closing his eyes, Calder moved into the path. He felt the magic coalesce above him. That was his talent, his own personal power. It had pulled him out of many scrapes before, and he counted on it now to lead him through the field of traps. The shivering current hovered above him and plunged through the top of his head, through his spine, through the rat corpse in his arms, into his feet and the ground beneath him. The surge nipped at his entrails with sharp, hot fingers. It guided him where it wanted him to go, and he obeyed. William saw Carmash go down beneath a roiling mass of Thoas corpses. The agent had managed to secure the lines before they dragged him down, and the box hung suspended above the water from the branches of the cypress. Good time to jump in. William leapt to his feet and ran along the crest of the hill. The first agent never saw him coming. He slashed the man's throat, spun about, and sliced the other agent to pieces. Below him the fight raged. The Hand's agents had recovered from the initial assault and struck back. He saw Seth's pink tentacles close about a body and release it a second later, limp and twisted, like a cloth doll chewed by a dog. William turned and ran to the cypress. If he sank the box now, they wouldn't get it out the second time. He had to get down to the cypress and cut above the block and tackle, or the lines would snap and take him with them. 10 yards to the cypress. 8. Spider burst from the thick of the lightning. William sprinted. Spider jumped unnaturally high and scuttled up the cypress, landing on the hill in front of the tree. William halted, his knife out. Spider. Spider grinned and pulled a curved knife from his sheath. William. William bared his teeth. Is this really where you want to die, William? In this awful place? No, but it's good enough for your grave. Are you working for the Mirror now? It's nice. We must be winning if the Adrianglians are desperate enough to hire your kind. William bared his teeth. They hired the best. Spider smiled. I see. So tell me, is it business or pleasure? Are you doing it for the girl or for your country? Both. Are we going to finish this, or do you want to chit-chat some more? Spider bowed with an elaborate flourish. William snarled and charged. 29. The magic jerked, nearly sending Calder to his feet. Something was wrong. Calder opened his eyes. He was almost to the end of the path. Through the gap in the hill, he saw the battleground and clumps of fighters tearing at each other in chaotic frenzy. To the left and above, Aunt Mildred stood on the slope, her hands a blur as she spanned her crossbow and fired, sending bolt after bolt into the fray. Above her, something shivered on the edge of the greenery. A long pink tentacle snaked out from the brush, rippling with reddish Eno fire. Mildred! Look out, Mildred! Calder ran. Something popped under his foot with a dry click. He kept running, too late, realizing that he had stepped on a mine, and it had failed to detonate. The tentacle slivered forward, dragging a thick tangle of appendages free of the bushes. They squirmed like a nest of grotesque snakes. A human torso rode in the midst of it all, topped by a bald head glaring at the world with solid black eyes. Mildred! She kept firing. Calder jerked his shotgun and fired. The shot bit into the creature. The abomination hovered on the edge of the cliff and plunged down, Mildred vanishing beneath the squirming mass. Calder screamed. His legs carried him to the creature, and he backed into the writhing mass with his knife and kept screaming and screaming as blood and tissue flew in a salty spray from his blade. Tentacles raked his back, but he kept slicing, oblivious to the pain. He carved his way to the torso and plunged his blade into the human stomach. Tentacles flailed, and the monster's human mouth hissed. Calder jerked his knife free and stabbed again and again and again. Cerise kicked a body off her blade. All around her the fight raged. Reanimated corpses jerky on their feet, huge dogs, the hands freaks, furry, scaled, armored, clawed, fanged, feathered, and the family, all clawing at each other in an insane race to kill. Blood spilled into the sludge, and lives were torn from the still warm bodies. She had killed and killed and killed, slashing again and again. Now she was tired, and the fight wasn't anywhere near over. In front of her, a scaled clay paused in his killing spree and raised his arm with a shout. She followed his gesture and saw William on the hill. Her heart skipped a beat. He clashed with a lean, blond man. Spider, she realized. They moved so fast it took her breath away. She had to get to that hill. Cerise dashed forward, slicing at the scaled clay in passing. Her flash blade severed its thigh, cleaving through the bone. He crashed down. She didn't pause. Someone else would finish him. A red-skinned woman broke from a mound of torn Thoas corpses and ran toward the cliff, and the two men fighting on it. Vaison, Cerise's memory supplied. Spider's assassin. Cerise sprinted across the muddy ground. Vaison squeezed out a burst of speed, but Cerise was closer to the cliff. She reached the pond and spun about it. Vaison saw her. Her hands balanced two wide curved blades, thin and sharpened to razor precision. They would slice a limb in a single strike. A grimace raked Vaison's face. Her mouth gaped. Her eyes turned wide. She was afraid for Spider. Cerise rubbed the ground with her foot to gauge the slickness. Vaison looked at her. "No!" Cerise told her. Vaison flipped her blades and charged. Something steel-hard clamped onto Calder's leg and pulled. He fell forward into the bloody mass. The force dragged him away from the body. He clawed at the slick ground, but the thing that held his leg was too strong. It pulled him free. Calder squirmed onto his back and found dog jaws on his leg. Arion loomed in the rain. "They're dead," Arion said. His voice was dull. Pain contorted his face. "They're both dead." He turned and hurled himself at the nearest freak. Calder sat up. A tangled mass of flesh lay on the hillside. The rain diluted the blood spilling from the severed tentacles, and it spread in a pale red across the sludge. Calder rushed to his feet and dove at the gory mess, hurling the severed pieces of flesh out of the way. He dug in through the corpse until a human arm emerged. He grabbed it and pulled, slid on the mud, fell clumsily, scrambled to his feet, and pulled again. The twisted mound of flesh shifted, and Myrd's shoulder, and then her head came free. He grabbed her by the shoulders and dragged her out. Myrd stared at the sky. The raindrops fell into her eyes and bounced off the bloodless cheeks. Calder shook her. He clasped her shoulders and shook, sending her black braid flapping, willing her to live. "Don't! Don't!" She lay limp in his arms. He shook her one more time, and then set her gently down on the ground. His knife lay in the mud a few inches away. It was still sharp, and there were still freaks to kill. Vaison cried out, spinning wildly, her blades a glittering whirlwind of metal. "Strike! Strike! Strike! Strike!" Cerise swayed from the first, dodged the second. The third caught her on the shoulder, slicing through the sleeve and skin. She parried the fourth with her sword. Vaison kept striking, leaving no openings, backing her to the pond. Cerise sank into the rhythm. Time slowed to a ponderous crawl. She saw Vaison with crystal clarity, the white knuckles of her fingers straining as she gripped her knives, the panicked expression on her face, the cords of her veins bulging in her neck as she advanced, her dreadlocks flying. Slash! 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 Cerise moved with the blow, sweeping past Vaison. The line of magic slid along her blade, pulling the last of her reserves from her body. Cerise struck. Blood splatter flew. The red-skinned woman kept moving, her body not realizing that she was already dead. Vaison whirled to deliver another blow and halted. Blood gushed from a hairline cut on her neck. Her mouth opened. Vaison dropped her swords. Her hands went to her neck, trying to stem the gush of life from her neck. She grabbed at her neck. Her head slid off her shoulders and fell into the mud. For a long second, the body stood frozen, and then it, too, toppled over like a log. Cerise turned to the cliff. William parried a barrage of blows and ducked. Spider's knife swept above his head and severed a sapling to his right. The wood slowed Spider's speed by a fraction. William lunged through Spider's defenses and slashed at Spider's midsection. The blade grazed Spider's chest, and he smashed his elbow into William's back. Pain burst in his spine. William lunged to the side and rolled clear. Spider's breath was coming in ragged gasps. He sucked air into his lungs and charged again. William parried, counterattacked in a flash. His blade sliced Spider's thigh as hot metal whisked along his left arm. He withdrew again. He was getting tired. William gritted his teeth. He had to stay calm now. Spider was too good, and if he let his fury take over, Spider would kill him. Spider bled from a dozen minor wounds. So did he. Neither of them could keep this up for long. If he lost, Cerise would be the next one to die. Spider would never pass on the chance to kill her. He had to end it now, whatever it took. William faltered. Cerise gasped. Her heart caught in her throat. Spider lunged, but William recovered within the same breath, hammered a vicious kick into Spider's midsection, and leapt away. They ripped and clawed at each other, kicked, elbowed, sliced. She had never seen anything like it. William lunged. He was slowing down. He had to be tired. Spider parried with quick, short strokes and hammered his knee into William's leg. William jumped, and the kick missed. They were both bleeding. William's eyes shone. Spider bared his teeth. He seemed barely human. William thrust, trying to sink his blade into Spider's stomach. The hand's agent parried, knocking William's blade to the right in the direction of William's swing. Without a pause, William slashed back in a vicious riposte, the tip of his sword drawing a bloody line across Spider's chest. "Too wide!" Cerise almost screamed. "Too wide, William!" Spider swayed and lunged into the gap in William's defense. His blade dived for William's left armpit, and William stepped into it. The curved knife sliced like a metal claw. Cerise choked on her scream. William's arm clamped down Spider's blade. Spider jerked at it in disbelief, but the curve of the blade held it in place. The knife was wedged in William's armpit. William clasped Spider's elbow with his left hand and stepped close. His right arm embraced Spider as if they were two long-lost friends whispering a secret into each other's ear. William clasped Spider to him. His knife flashed, and William sliced deep across Spider's spine. Cerise knew they were too far for the sound to carry over, but she could have sworn she heard the sickening crunch of metal severing the bone. Spider's mouth gaped in shock. Blood poured from his back in a red stream. He won. William won. "Damn, that was a fine move!" Richard screamed by her side. The hand's agent jerked back, pushing at William with both hands. William's bloody fingers slid off Spider's shoulder. He raised his knife to cut the man's throat, but Spider toppled backward, blonde hair spilling, his face a pale mask, and plunged into the black water of the pond. His body vanished in the peat. William watched it sink. His eyes found Cerise. He smiled, staggered back, and fell. "No!" She scrambled up the slope. The slick mud gave under her fingers in handfuls, and then Richard grabbed her and hoisted her up. She caught a root and pulled herself on the slick grass. William slumped against a tree. Spider's knife lay on his lap. Blood slicked the edge. William looked at her, his hazel eyes soft. His whole side had turned bright red. Cerise dashed to him. He opened his mouth, trying to say something. Blood gurgled from his lips and spilled on his chin. She sobbed and clutched him to her. More blood poured, wetting her fingers. His pulse fluttered weaker and weaker beneath the fingers she pressed to his neck. "No!" she begged. "No! No, no, no!" "It's okay," he told her. "Love you." "Don't die!" "Sorry. Live. You live." She kissed his face, his bloody lips, his dirt-smeared cheek. William brushed at her hair with fatigued fingers. His body shuddered. His eyes rolled back in his head. "You can't leave me like this!" His heartbeat shivered one last time and vanished like a snuffed-out candle. The world screeched to a halt, and Cerise skidded through it, lost and alone. A terrible pain tore through her and squeezed her heart in a steel fist. There wasn't enough air to fill her lungs. I love you. Don't leave me. Please, please don't leave me. Richard's soft voice came from behind her.
He's gone, Cerise.
No, not yet. She struggled to pick him up. Hands took her by her shoulders.
He's dead, Cerise,
Ignata whispered.
Let him be.
No! Cerise pushed to her feet, dragging the body up. Richard grasped her shoulders.
Cerise, let go.
No! Let me!
Where are you taking him?
Frantic, she wrenched herself free. She wasn't thinking at all, her head full of fragmented thoughts and pain, and it took a lot of effort to spit out 2 words. The box.
That's insane.
Ignata blocked her way. The box will heal him. Get out of my way.
Even if it does revive him, he will come out mad. He has no protection like you do. He didn't have the remedy.
I'll go in there with him.
Why?
The burial shroud in the box. It will take my fluids and mix them with his. Whatever the remedy did, it's still in me.
Ignata jerked her hands up. What if you both die? Or he comes out crazy? Richard, help me.
For a long moment, Richard froze, caught between them. Then he bent down and picked up William's legs.
She deserves it, because she deserves to have this one thing go right.
Cerise gripped William's shoulder, and together they wrestled the body down the hill. Help me. Please help me. Ignata bit her lip and spun to the family gathered below.
Pull the box ashore! When William awoke, the world was red, and it hurt. It hurt so much. He panicked and thrashed, trying to break free of the red mist. And then a woman's arms closed around him. He couldn't hear, and he couldn't see. But when he brushed her face, he knew it was Cerise, and she was crying. He pulled her closer, trying to tell her that it would be okay, and they would get out of here. But pain drowned him, and he went under. The scent of blood permeated the battleground. As Rue walked along the hill to the black pond, he read the savagery of the fight in the churned mud. Crimson pooling in footsteps, dog tracks, the corpses of murdered clays blended into a vivid, cohesive picture. A map he read and navigated. Here, Carmesh fell, dragged down by corpses. They lay lifeless now, little more than heaps of bone and rotten tissue. The white-haired brute survived. Somehow he always persevered. Rue wrinkled his nose at the stench emanating from the decomposing flesh. The peat had preserved the corpses of the Thoas, and now, exposed to open air, they rotted at an accelerated rate. He stepped over Vaison's corpse. Her footprints told her story. Violent struggle, lightning-fast attacks, and then a single, devastating blow. All that violence rolled into a small package, constantly straining at its fragile wrapper, ready to burst free. She was at peace now. The enemy had come and gone. The ropes hung abandoned on the cypress. They had taken Spider's treasure with them. No matter. He would find them. None escaped Rue. Rue reached the shore and crouched in the mud, careful not to step on the small spike spheres of magic bombs scattered in the sludge. They weren't his, nor did they belong to anyone from Spider's crew. Tentacles whispered from his shoulder in a rush of ichor. The magic licked the bombs. They tasted foreign. They tasted like the mirror. He stared at the mud marks. Interesting. Someone had stripped a body here. The clothes lay in a soggy pile. The bombs must have fallen from the pockets as the clothes were pulled off the corpse. The enemy wasn't above looting the dead. Even the mirror's dead. He scooted closer to the black pond and dipped his tentacles into the water.
The cilia within them trembled, eager to taste the scents and flavors, but he kept them hidden. They were too fragile for this task. He sank the tentacles and felt them snake their way through slick water, combing the pond. Something brushed against him. He held still. A hand gripped them, and through the sensitive tissue Rue perceived a familiar taste. Familiar, yet odd, as if something wasn't quite right with the magic the person generated. The hand released him. Rue withdrew and retrieved a length of rope still attached to the tree limb. He dropped the end of the rope into the pond and fed it to the black water. The weight clamped onto the line, and Rue strained to pull it up. His hands slid a little, finding little purchase on the peat-slicked line, but despite his weak grip, the rope slowly coiled at his feet. Finally, a head broke the surface, grotesque with its skin and hair blackened. A mouth gaped wide and gulped the air. Rue grasped Spider's hand, wrenched him ashore, and crouched as the cell leader rested. The peat-sheathed water had little air in it. A few minutes longer, and Spider would have suffocated. Or, perhaps, drowned was the more appropriate word. Rue puzzled over it.
"I've made arrangements for the pickup as you've instructed me," he said. "4 operatives will meet us at a creek 1.5 miles to the southwest, through that path." He pointed to the narrow trail that sliced through the hill. "I can't feel my legs." Spider's voice sounded even, so that explained the odd taste. Rue nodded. "Then I will carry you, my lord." "The box?" "They've taken it, but I will track it down."
"I know you will." Spider nodded and paused. His eyes focused on something beyond Rue. "In the bushes," he said softly. A tentacle slivered from Rue's shoulder and tasted the air. The scent lanced the cilia on his arm. Animal fur, the stench of urine, unlike any he had encountered, the moist odor of breath laced with scents of rotting meat, and magic. Strange, contorted, abnormal magic, pulsing with fury. "It's not an animal," he whispered. His hand found the heavy knife and loosed it from his belt. He spun around just as the huge shape launched from the top of the hill. It sailed into the open in an impossibly long leap, its tail lashing like a whip. The spiked curve of the spine flexed. Sickle talons rent the air, aiming for Rue's chest. Too stunned to dodge, he slashed at the horrid jaws gaping open on the abominable face. The knife sliced deep into the flesh and met bone. The beast snapped. Triangular teeth bit Rue's arm. He felt nothing, no tug, no jerk. But suddenly, his arm vanished. Blood spurted in a hot fountain from a stump of his elbow. The beast gulped. An explosion of pain in his shoulder nearly shocked him into unconsciousness. The monster gulped again and turned toward him, paw over paw, blood stretching in long strands from between the yellowed fangs. Rue ran. On his third step, a heavy weight smashed into him, crushing him, pinning him down. The world went dark, and Rue saw the inside of the beast's mouth before the jaws severed his head from his shoulders. Foul stench filled his nostrils. The sticky tongue smothered his face, snuffing out awareness. Spider plunged his hands into the ground and pulled. The hot wedge of pain that sat in the small of his back flared into a blinding daze. He stretched, chancing a glance at the beast. It tore into Rue's back and flung a piece of bloody meat into the air. Desperately, Spider stretched. His fingers closed about a spiked sphere. The mirror's bombs, probably from William. The irony. The beast growled. The hair on Spider's arms rose. He stifled the instinctual reaction and pushed himself forward through the pain to another tiny sphere. The beast stepped over Rue's savaged corpse and started toward him. Pull, flash of pain, bitter taste in the mouth. 3. Now he had 3. If 3 didn't do it. A huge paw sank into the muck next to him. Talons hit into his side and flipped him on his back. He kept the bombs clutched in his fist. The tiny bumps on the surface of the spheres sank in under the pressure of his fingers. The bombs would explode a second after he let them go. The beast lowered his head. Drool dripped on Spider's chest. He looked at the grotesque face. Red eyes stared back at him, deliberate, smart. They caught him, mesmerized him. He sank deep into their depths, stunned by ferocity and intellect and pain. One chance. He had one chance, or it would end right here. The massive jaws opened wider, wider, cavernous. "Hello, Bernard," he whispered. A low groan broke free from the beast's mouth. It stretched into an ululating cry and suddenly shifted into a long, coherent word. "Genevieve." "I fused her," Spider said. "Took her from your family." The thing that used to be Bernard Dubois snarled in rage. "I'll take Cerise too," Spider promised. "I will kill you, and then I'll find her and take her too." The jaws unhinged and plunged down to bite. Spider tossed the bombs into the black throat and shoved himself to the side. Bernard's head exploded. A wet mist of blood and brains showered Spider's stomach. Thick slabs of meat pelted him. The stump of the body toppled and crashed forward. Spider threw his hands out to shield himself, but the weight was too great, and it plunged on top of him. A wide gap glared where the beast's neck used to be, and as it fell, blood gushed from it in a hot, sticky flood, drenching Spider's face. With sick dread, Spider waited for the body of the beast to glue itself together. A moment passed. Another. Spider strained, gripping the ground. The corpse pinned him down, and in the wide gash he saw the black, moist sac of the heart still pumping. He reached into the ruined body, ripped out the bulging organ, and bit into its flesh. The blood burned his mouth. He tore the still-living flesh with his teeth and forced it down. If there was any truth in Bernard's journal, the beast's heart would restore him. He choked down another bite and let it go before nausea made him lose it. Spider clenched his muscles, thrusting himself into agony. His torso slid from under the beast. He dragged his hand across his mouth, wiping away the blood, unable to believe he lived. He breathed in deeply and savored the damp mire air he so used to hate. It tasted sweet. Spider rolled to his stomach. A mud field stretched before him, seemingly endless. An eternity away the southwestern path gaped. 1.5 miles. Spider clutched at the ground with dirty fingers and pulled himself 6 inches forward. Pain lashed him. He caught his breath and pulled again. 30. William opened his eyes. Wooden boards ran above his head. He blinked. Pain swept through him in a torrent, ripping out a groan. Things swaying out of focus. A door banged. A dim shape thrust into the room. William struck at it, but his arm fell limp.
"It's me! It's me!"
Gaston's voice said. A hand restrained him. William snarled. "Come on now, friend," Zeke's voice said. "You're safe. It's all good. All good. Gaston, slide him back into bed before he chokes himself. There we go. Where is she?"
"Safe,"
Gaston said.
"She's safe."
Alive. Cerise was alive. A cup bumped against his lips.
"Drink,"
Zeke said.
"You'll feel all better after you drink."
The liquid spilled into his mouth. It tasted vile, bitter, and metallic. William tried to spit it out, but somehow it worked its way down his throat into his stomach. Warmth spread through him, dulling the pain. Slowly, his vision returned to normal, and he stared at Gaston kneeling by the bed, his face 2 inches away. There was something on his neck. William reached over. His fingers grazed leather.
"Hang on."
Zeke reached over and unhooked something, lifting a large dog collar free.
"Sorry about that. You went wolf on us a couple of times. Had to keep you put."
William shook his head. His voice came out hoarse.
"Where is Cerise?"
"She had to go home,"
Gaston said.
"Where am I?"
He tried to rise, but they clamped him down.
"Settle down,"
Zeke told him.
"I'll explain everything to you, but you gotta lie still, or we'll tie your ass to the bed. You got me?"
"Fine." William lay back down.
"They brought you to me 4 days ago. They had you in some sort of casket, and you were barely breathing. Apparently, you were hurt bad, and whatever the casket did kept you alive, but you weren't getting any better. Cerise said that we had to get you to the weird because the Maya didn't have enough magic, and if we left you where you were, you'd die."
They put him in the box. He had died. He remembered dying, and the mist, and then nothing.
"We didn't have a lot of time," Zeke said. "You were hanging by a thread. The Hands freaks were still after the Mars, and we had to move fast. There's only one way out of the mire into the weird, and that's through Louisiana. We had to grease the border guard's hand. He took everything I had and all the money the Mars had. Wiped us out clean, but we got you and the kids out, because she didn't trust me alone. I better get reimbursed for this. We're in Louisiana now, in the country, in one of the Mirror's safe houses."
Zeke reached to the table and lifted a square of lined paper.
"Here, she wrote you a note."
William clenched the paper in his hands, focusing on it with all of his will. The tiny scribbles solidified into words. "I love you so much. I'm so sorry I can't go with you. There are only 15 adults left, and most of them are hurt. The Hands freaks ran after you killed Spider, but they keep coming back. We've been attacked twice, and we don't have enough money to get everyone over the border. I have to stay behind to protect the kids and Lark. Live, William. Get better, get strong again, and find me if you can. Even if I never see you again, I regret nothing. I only wish we had more time." He read it again and again. It didn't say anything different. He would find her again. But before he did that, he had to make her safe from everyone. Her and her whole damn family. Until he saved the lot of them, they would never let her go. The kid raised a cup and held it up to his mouth.
"You need more of this tea."
"No." Every word was an effort.
"The box. He broke it," Zeke said in disgust. "Shattered the thing to pieces. When I woke up, it was burning. Cerise told me to."
Gaston bumped the cup against William's lips.
"She said for you to drink this. It's good for you. It will make you better."
"No." Gaston's face radiated grim determination.
"You don't have to like it. You have to drink it.
Don't make me hold your nose closed." William cursed and drank. There was only one man who could help him now. He had to get stronger so he could travel, and if it meant he had to chug the vomit-inducing tea, he would do it. By evening, he managed to keep down some broth. The next day, he sat up. 2 days later, he walked, and 2 days after that, he and Gaston crossed the border between Louisiana and Adrianglia, heading north. "Wow!" Gaston gaped at the 2-story mansion situated on a perfectly manicured lawn. "Wow! Is that all one house?" William grumbled. Gaston had never set foot out of the swamp. The entire way through the weird, the kid would stare at things in amazement, get embarrassed, and then try to be a smartass about it. It was getting old. "Who lives here?" "Earl Declan Camarine, Marshal of the Southern Provinces." "Are we going to get arrested?" "No." "Are you sure?" William growled at him. A window on the second floor burst in an explosion of glittering shards. A body hurled through it, and a boy dropped into a half-crouch onto the balcony rail, his crazy auburn hair blazing with red streaks like a shock of dark flame. Wild yellow eyes stared at William from a narrow face. The kid looked at least a foot taller than he remembered. "Jack!" Rose's voice called. Jack's eyes flared with feral fire. He hissed and leaped off the balcony, changing in mid-shape, shredding his clothes. A spotted adolescent lynx landed into the green grass and took off at a dead run, heading toward the trees. Wouldn't be able to pull it off in the edge, William reflected. In the edge, changing shapes took a few seconds, but in the weird, with magic full force, you could go furry, with no pain, on the fly. Jack spilled out of his clothes quickly. No pause, no awkwardness. The kid had practiced going from dressed to furry. "Jack?" Rose ran out onto the balcony. She wore a peach-colored gown, and her hair was up. "Jack? Wait! Damn it!" She saw them below. Her eyes widened. "I'm here to see Declan," William told her. 2 minutes later, he sat in Declan's study. He'd left Gaston with Rose, who took him to the kitchen. The kid ate like a horse. Declan looked at him from behind the desk. He hadn't changed a bit. Same hard eyes, same blonde hair, except he was growing it out again. He grew it long every few years to use as a power resource in case he had to sacrifice a part of himself to magic. Where William was leaner and taller, Declan looked like he could punch through walls. Judging by the look in his eyes, he wouldn't mind bashing his fist against a few bricks. Declan surveyed him. "Doing well. Yeah, looking kind of thin there. My mother's always looking for a new diet. Maybe you can share some tips?" William bared his teeth. "Yeah. Shouldn't you be all fat by now? Is that some flab on your sides? Fuck you." They looked at each other. 2 fucking years. Declan spread his hands. 2 fucking years you've gone without a word. So, what can the office of Marshal do for you? William unclenched his teeth. It killed him to say it. "I need help." Declan nodded. "Tell me about it." Half an hour later, William finished. It would have taken less time, but 2 minutes into the story, he had mentioned Nancy Varai, and Declan had turned pale and taken a big square bottle of Southern bourbon out of the cabinet. The bottle was half empty now. "So, let me get it straight." Declan leaned forward. "You've got the journal." "Not on me." Declan rolled his eyes. "Give me some credit. You do have it, though." "Yes." "Chances are, the girl's father is still in cases. Once what's left of Spider's flunkies report back to their home office, the Hand will come after her, and they will want to use him as leverage. You want to save her, but she left you, and if you don't give the journal to the Mirror, they will skin you alive. You want to get the girl and what's left of her family out of the mire, but you can't do it through the border with the Broken because they have too much magic. Have I got it right?" "Yeah, pretty much." Declan nodded his blond head and gulped more bourbon. "I'll need a favor in return." "Figured. What is it?" "Jack. He's a good kid, but he needs guidance. He needs understanding, and I can't give it to him because I have no idea what goes on in his head." William nodded. "Fine. I'll help with Jack. I would have anyway." "I know, but you hate to owe anyone. This way we're even." Declan pulled a copper sphere from the corner of his desk and tapped it. The sphere cracked in the middle. The two halves slid apart, revealing a pale crystal. A spark of light flared within the crystalline depths and streamed in a ray of light to form a map 6 inches above the sphere. Louisiana, border, mire. Declan pronounced the words with crisp exactness. The map centered on the green blob of the mire where it touched the border of the Louisiana. "Cases," Declan said. The map remained where it was. "Blasted thing! Cases Castle!" The map slid to the Adrianglian border. A small dot of white glow flared on the boundary and grew into a gray castle. Declan scowled at it. "I've had a run-in with Antoine de Cases before. The de Cases family has treaties in place with both the Gauls and us that keep them out of our border squabbles. They were put in place a century ago due to some classified service the family provided to both Louisiana and Adrianglia. I could never find out what exactly they did. The treaties forbid any sort of military action on their land. The price of this sweet deal is complete neutrality from the Cases family. They can't aid either Louisiana or Adrianglia." William nodded. "I wondered why the mirror didn't just walk me into the mire through Cases. Now I know. There is another reason. Antoine de Cases is dirty. He's a Louisiana sympathizer, and he's very useful to them. His lands are the only way into the mire without the bother of dealing with the Louisiana border guard. The mirror has to suspect he's dirty, because if I know, they definitely know. However, they lack proof of his involvement. If they're holding the girl's father there, it's likely he's guarded by the Hand's agents, which would implicate Antoine. The mirror won't like invading Cases for 2 reasons. First, they know Antoine is dirty, and they observe him in order to gather intelligence on the Hand's movements. If they take him out, there goes their chance to spy on the Hand. Second, if the Hand isn't there for some reason, and if the mirror's agents don't find any clear-cut proof of Antoine's involvement with the Gauls, invading Cases would cause an international incident of huge proportions. William nodded again. "I have it figured out. I will use the journal as leverage." "That's a really dangerous game to play," Declan said. "If you get burned, William, there is nothing any of us can do." "Thanks, Dad. My job is to warn. Here is the interesting thing. According to the treaties, if de Cases is found to have violated his agreements, the realm which proves his wrongdoing gets to confiscate his land. There isn't much land there, but whatever there is will become the property of Adrianglia. You need to buy that land from the government. They wouldn't sell it to you normally, so you have to make that part of your deal with the mirror. It will give you access to the mire, and you can smuggle your girl and her family out." William exhaled. "So all I need is to get the money to buy the place. Borrow it, steal it." Declan stared at him. "What?" Declan braided the fingers of his hands. "Borrow it?" William shrugged. "When Cashorn died, his possessions passed to you. You're his adopted son and his only heir. You own 2 castles, half of the Darkwood, a 40-mile stretch of Darren River, for the use of which you charge the shipping companies a sizable toll, and the land on which the city of Blueshire sits. They pay you rent. Why the devil would you need to borrow the money, you dumb bastard? You're richer than I am." William's brain screeched to a halt. Declan got up. "While you have had your 2-year-long pity party and hid out in a shitty shack playing with your toys and drinking beer, I had to take care of your financials. And if you think I don't have my own shit to deal with, you're sadly mistaken." He pulled several large ledgers from the shelf and dropped them in a stack on the table. "There you go. All yours now, Lord William Sandine. Have a go at it. Don't spend it all in one place, and hire somebody good with money to manage it for you." William sat alone in the silence of Declan's library. It had been 24 hours since he made the call to Irwin through Declan's scryer unit. He'd outlined the details of the deal. Irwin said nothing. He simply bowed and severed the connection. Declan insisted on both him and the kid staying in the manor, reasoning that if the Mirror didn't like the deal, they would be more reluctant to rain hellfire and meteorites upon the house of the Marshal. He even deployed his most effective weapon, in case things went really sour. 2 hours after the scrying took place, the carriage of the Duchess of the Southern Provinces pulled up to the front gates. William had met the Duchess before. He would rather go up bare-handed against a rabid bear. The ache inside his chest gnawed on him. It started when he woke up and found out Cerise had left him. Over the next few days it grew stronger and stronger. She had left him. The rational part of him reassured him that she had done it to save him. But the rational part of him grew weaker and weaker. She had left him, like so many people before. Even if everything went his way, even if he managed to pull it off, she could still walk away from him, and there wouldn't be a damn thing he could do about it. He got up and stepped onto the balcony. The sun was slowly setting. They would serve dinner soon. He could smell it from the kitchen. Voices came from below. William leaned over and looked down. 3 kids. George's blonde head, Jack's auburn mane, and Gaston's closely cropped hair. He'd barely seen the kids since he arrived. By the time he and Declan had hammered out and delivered the terms of the deal, he was dead on his feet, and he passed out for about 12 hours. "So what are you?" Jack asked, aggression vibrating in his voice. "This ought to be interesting." "Are you like William's kid or something?" Jack asked. "Leave it alone," George said, his voice calm. Gaston leaned back a bit. "Who's asking?" This wouldn't go well. "What do you mean, who's asking? I'm asking. Are you that stupid? What are you, some kind of inbred hick?" "Here we go," George muttered. Gaston shrugged. "I tell you what, run along. I have no time for spoiled rich babies." "Yeah?" "Yeah." Jack lunged forward. He was fast, but not faster than George, who stepped out of the way half a second before Jack struck. Gaston threw his hand up, and Jack ran face first into his fist. Ooh, that had to hurt. William winced. Gaston had fists like hammers. He wasn't quite sure what to do with them yet, but Jack wasn't hard to stop. He all but threw himself. Jack spun from the impact. A low feline growl tore from his mouth. Okay, that was about enough of that. William hopped over the balcony and landed between them. The jump almost took him off his legs. He was still too weak, but the kids didn't know it. William looked the boys over. In 2 years, George had grown taller and filled out. He'd never be bulky, but he was no longer thin and sickly. His pale hair was cut in the same manner as Declan's when Declan kept it short. His clothes were meticulously clean. Jack wore a ripped-up shirt. His nose was bleeding. His eyes shone every time he turned his head. The kid was strung up too high. "What the hell are you doing?" William asked. Jack wiped the blood from his nose. "Nothing. Why the hell would you run at him? He outweighs you by 60 pounds. Jack looked away. "He's also taller than you by 8 inches. First order of business, make him shorter." William dropped down and swiped with his leg, knocking Jack's feet out from under him. The kid was fast, but he wasn't paying attention. His legs went one way, his head went the other. He fell into the grass and bounced back up, hissing like a pissed-off cat. "Your turn," William said. "Go for it." Jack lunged at Gaston's legs. Gaston tensed and jumped, catching the lower branch of an oak. Jack rolled up. "What the hell? Did you expect him to stand still for you?" Gaston grinned. "Go on," William said. "Try to get to higher ground." Jack scrambled up the tree, trying to get a drop on the older kid. They squared off in the branches, kicking and talking shit. William and George watched them. "How have you been, George?" "Good, thank you. I'm really glad you're back," George said. "Will you stay?" "I don't know." George sighed, and for a moment he looked just like the weak, pale kid William had met 2 years ago. "I wish you would stay," the boy said. "It would be better for everyone, especially Jack." The dining room was huge, William reflected. His whole house would fit into it. It was also mostly empty. The Duchess pulled Rose away to her rooms for some sort of female reason, and it was only Declan, him, and the kids sitting at the enormous table. George sliced his food with surgical precision, as if he'd spent the entire 2 years in the Weird taking etiquette lessons. He was meticulously clean. Both Gaston and Jack were filthy, smeared with dirt and covered with scratches. Jack had stuffed some wadded paper up his nose. Gaston had tapped him again while his ward sported a shiner where Jack managed to kick him. "What happened?" Declan asked. Jack bared his teeth at him. "We fell." "Together?" Declan said. Gaston looked at his plate. "Tell him," William said. "He made a comment about Hicks. Then I made a comment about spoiled babies. Then he ran into my fist and we had words." Declan looked at Jack. "Why the hell would you run at him? Should have gone for the legs." Jack opened his mouth. Nancy Varai walked through the door. Declan choked on his steak. Irwin followed Nancy, wearing the familiar apologetic smile. William started to get up. "Don't rise on my account." Declan rose anyway and bowed. "Lady V, what a pleasure. Please sit down." Irwin stepped out from behind Nancy and held out a chair. She sat, and he positioned himself behind her chair. Nancy's sharp eyes fastened on William. "If you are wrong, the assault of cases will cause a diplomatic mess." "I'm not wrong," William said. 10 years. That's my price for this foolishness." William blinked. 10 years? Nancy rested one long leg over the other. "If I do this for you, the Mirror will have the use of your services for 10 years. And, of course, you will turn the journal over to us." "Don't do it," Declan cut in. Nancy turned to him. Her raptor eyes stared at him for a second. "The Mirror appreciates Earl Camerine's zeal in offering advice to his friend. However, from where I am sitting, it seems that Lord Sandine is, in fact, wearing his big boy pants, as they say in the Broken. He's capable of making that decision on his own. Yes or no, William? Gustav lives, and I get to take the Mars out of the mire. They will receive Adrianglian citizenship." Nancy tilted her head. "Does the girl mean that much to you?" He bared his teeth at her. "Take it or leave it, Nancy." "No," Declan repeated. Nancy smiled. George drew back. Jack hissed. "You have your deal. Earl Camerine, The wards of the House of Camarine and the ward of the House of Sandine will bear witnesses to this agreement on their honor." Declan dragged his hand across his face. "I understand the Duchess is in residence," Nancy said. "Yes," Declan nodded. "She would be sorely disappointed if you left without speaking to her." Nancy smiled again. "I wouldn't dream of it." William left for Cases the next morning, Gaston with him. Declan decided to come at the last minute. It felt off, William reflected, almost as if they were back in the Legion. Before they left, Jack came by his room. He looked younger somehow, timid and dejected. "Are you coming back?" William nodded. "Eventually." "Okay, then." Jack opened his mouth to say something and closed it. "How's it going?" William asked. Jack looked at his feet. "I don't want to go to Hawks." Fury flashed through William. "Are they talking about sending you there?" Jack shook his head. "No, just, I can't do anything right. It's always Jack, Jack, Jack. Jack ruined that, and Jack broke this. I'm trying, but it's not working." "You won't have to go to Hawks," William said. "If it comes to that, I'll take you with me." Jack froze. "Promise?" "I promise. Don't take too long to come back." "I won't." William reached over to the table, to a basket of snacks someone left in his room, plucked out a square of chocolate wrapped in foil, and handed it to Jack. "A smart kid once told me it helps," he said. "Wait for me, and don't do anything stupid." 5 days later, William stood on the balcony of Case's castle and looked over the vast field of cypresses dripping silvery moss. Just 2 miles south, the boundary offered passage to the mire. The attack on Cases had taken less than an hour. 4 of the Hand's agents were killed in the keep, and Irwin's people found enough damaging papers to keep them happy for months. Nobody in their right mind could claim that de Cases was neutral. Antoine de Cases died resisting apprehension. He didn't resist very much, William reflected. He'd been pissed off and hurting, and de Cases died under his knife before offering any real resistance. 2 hours later, William traded the deed to Cases for the copy of the journal. The journal was missing a couple of crucial pages, but his memory wasn't that perfect, and most of the research was there, and Nancy was pleased. If she suspected he held anything back, she didn't let it show. While William exchanged the journal for the deed, Irwin briefed Gustav and escorted him back home with a detachment of the Mirror's agents to keep the Mars safe during their evacuation. It was better this way, William reflected. He wasn't sure what the man would think of him. 3 days had passed now with no word from Cerise. She was only a day away in the mire. He had done everything he could. She couldn't be with him because of the threat to her family. He had taken care of it. William grimaced. He'd thought about going back to the rat hole, but decided against it. He knew the way she thought. If he showed up, after saving her father and her family, she would have to be with him whether she liked it or not. So he sat here, alone, and waited. Waited for her to decide if she wanted him or if she didn't. She came to him in his dreams. Her face was smudged, but he knew it was her because he could smell her scent and hear her voice, soothing, calling his name. When he awoke, the wild inside him snarled and howled, abandoned, hurting, and so alone he wondered if he would go mad. So every morning he came to the damn balcony and stared at the mire. It wasn't up to him anymore. All he could do was wait. Cerise raised her face from her arms. Outside, the night had fallen onto the mire. Familiar quick steps ran up the stairs leading to her hideout. "Can I come in?" her father asked from the stairway. She nodded. He came and sat in a chair across from her, He was thinner than she remembered, older. He'd been home for almost 2 weeks now, and she still woke up convinced that he was missing. "The packing is almost done," he said. "We're leaving the Maya the day after tomorrow." She looked away. She had packed nothing. "Do you need help with your things?" he asked. "I'm not going." Gustav frowned, wrinkles gathering on his forehead. "So you plan to abandon all of us? Grandma, your cousins, me, Sophie?" Cerise glanced at the soft chair, where Lark curled up, asleep. She didn't have an answer, so she just looked away. "Tell me about it," he said. She shook her head. "No." "Do you think I wouldn't understand?" he asked softly. "They took your mother away from me, ripped her out of my hands. That was the last time I saw her. Terrified, dragged away. I know what it feels like, Cerise. I do." She swallowed. "He didn't come for me. I love him. I thought he loved me, but he didn't come for me." "Maybe you should go to him," he said gently. "He might be waiting." She shook her head. "I talked to the Mears people. He lied to me again, Papa. He told me he had nothing. But apparently he's rich. He's related to the Marshal of the Southern Provinces. It's a big deal from what they say. He told me he was a bounty hunter, that he was normal, that he had nothing, and I believed him. Why is it I always believe him? Am I stupid?" "Men lie for many reasons," Gustav said. "Perhaps he wanted to make sure that you love him for who he is, not for his money." "He told me he loved me too. How do I know it's not another lie?" Gustav sighed. "The man came to get me out of cases. He didn't know that to us, Cerise. He came for me because I'm your father." She shook her head. "He knows where the house is. It would take him a day to get down here. If he wanted to, he would be here already. He's changed his mind, Papa. He decided he doesn't want me, and I'm not going to beg. I won't be showing up on his doorstep in all of my mire glory, asking him to come and lift me from the mud. I have some damn pride left." Gustav sighed. "I want you to start packing tomorrow." She didn't answer. What was the point of talking anyway? He sighed again and left. Cerise waited until he closed the door, and then cried quietly, curled up in her chair. Another gray day. The view from the balcony looked much the same. William shook his head. She wasn't coming. He had to clench his teeth and move on. Steps echoed behind him. One of Declan's deputy marshals, on loan until William could get his own people sorted out. He had no idea how to do that. "My lord, Gustav Maher's here." "Great. Show him in, please." A few moments later, Gustav joined him on the balcony. Lean, dark, like Cerise. Same eyes, same posture. Gustav bowed. "Don't," William told him. "Here." He pulled a chair from the small picnic table and sat in the other chair himself. "What can I do for you?" "I came to thank you for saving my family, and for helping Genevieve and sparing my daughter that burden. I don't know what is proper to say, but I want you to know I'm grateful. If you need me, I'll be here. All of us will be here." William nodded, uncomfortable. "Thank you." They looked at each other. Silence stretched. "A drink?" William asked. Gustav exhaled. "Yes." William went inside and brought out a bottle of wine and 2 glasses. He filled the glasses. Gustav sampled his. "Good wine. Not as strong as the one at your house. Ah, yes. I will miss that. We may have to make excursions into the mire to gather the berries. Better bring a small army," William said. Gustav grimaced. They drained their glasses and William refilled them. "How's the moving going?" William said to say something. Good, Gustav said, a bit slow. There are only 15 able-bodied adults left, and half of them are injured. Cerise is doing the best she can. We should be about done. The end of this week will be our last dinner at the house. We would be honored if you joined us. We're easy to find from here. Just follow the river. I know it would mean a lot to my daughter. She doesn't want to see me, William said. Gustav rubbed his face. You're right. She doesn't want to see you. That's why, ever since I've returned, my daughter is snarling at everyone and everything. She's not sleeping. She is not eating, and let's not forget the crying. She never was a crier, even as a child. What are you saying? Gustav rose. I'm saying that my daughter thinks you've abandoned her. She thinks that you don't want her anymore, that it's all over, and it's breaking her heart. She is too proud to come and beg, and I have gathered that you are too proud to come and get her. The hand and the feud ripped away my wife, William. She was my life, my everything. They almost destroyed my family. I hate to stand by and watch this cursed mess crush my daughter as well. Think on it, please. He left. 10 minutes later, William left for the mire. The rat hole was as he remembered, William decided, flicking his furry ears. He lay downwind of the house by the roots of a large pine. He'd gone to ground here for about an hour. The mirror's people guarding the house spotted him, but let him be. Cerise was inside. He kept trying to catch her scent, but it just wasn't there. If he went in, and she told him to leave, he wasn't sure he would. He didn't know what the hell he wanted. All his plans ended with, get to the house. Now he was at the house and he wasn't sure what to do about it. The screen door opened. Lark ran down the steps. She wore jeans, her shirt was clean, and her hair was brushed out. She carried a stack of clothes in her hands. She turned and headed straight for him. William sank deep into shadows under the pine, trying to look small. She stopped a few feet away. I can see you, you know. You're as big as a horse. William whined at her. Go away, kid. Lark put the clothes on the ground. She's in the inner yard. Dad said you can go around over there, through the door on the side, so you don't have to go through the whole place. She turned and left. William sighed and pulled the wild deep inside him. Pain racked his bones, and then he was human again. He slid his clothes on and went to the side door, through the hallway, and into the inner yard. The flowers still bloomed in the small garden along the wall. The weapon rack was out, and past it, Cerise practiced just as she had on that morning 4 weeks ago. All that was missing were Calder and Gaston chatting on the sidelines, and Grandmother Az perched on the stone bench. Cerise's blade sliced through the air with refined grace. So beautiful, so beautiful. So fast and deadly, and she saw him. Her cuts gained a new vicious edge. He had to be smart about this, but he didn't know what to say. He would do anything if she still wanted him. Hello, Lord Sandine, she said. Thank you for saving my father. We owe you a debt. William strode to the weapon rack and chose a seneschal blade. It was the biggest, longest, heaviest sword on the rack. It would take him ages to swing it. Cerise battled the air with lithe quickness, still preternaturally fast in her strikes. William cleared his throat. She turned and looked at him. A deal, he said. We fight. If you win, I'll walk out of here and never bother you again. If I win, you'll come away with me. You'll be my mate, and you will live with me always. He almost cursed. Smooth, right. Her sword pointed at him. Cerise looked at his weapon. You'll lose. I'll slice you to ribbons. William swung his bulky sword, warming up his wrist.
That's fine. You are a stupid, stupid wolf. Less talk. More fighting. They clashed in a clang of steel. Cerise dropped her blade and threw her arms around his neck.
Epilogue. Cerise sipped her tea. The morning was gray and a little damp. The night left some dew on the wicker chairs sitting on the balcony, and it was making her jeans wet, but she didn't care. She liked sitting like this, early in the morning. The woods here came almost right to the house. These were real woods, thick oaks and maples and pines. From her perch, she could see clear across the lawn to where the trees started. Somewhere out there William prowled. He liked to take off early in the morning and hunt. The house grated on him a little. He would have preferred a much smaller place, and so would she, but this was the only house among Cashhorn's holdings that was close enough to Declan's manor. It would be all right. They would make it into a home eventually, or just build a smaller place. She did kind of like the huge stone balcony, and the pool was nice. Gaston loved it to pieces, but a smaller place would be better. Cerise sipped her tea, so nice and quiet. Yesterday the 4 kids, Lark, Gaston, George, and Jack, had gotten a hold of some rollerblades, specially made for them by someone in Declan's family. They had themselves a race down the long marble hallway, and then somehow it turned into a brawl, the way it usually did. The kids were at Declan and Rose's today. She first met Declan and Rose about 2 months ago. Lark and the boys hit it off right away, and Declan and William were friends, but she wasn't that wild about meeting Rose. For one thing, William had liked her at some point. He was hers now. Her wolf. Cerise smiled. Still, when she first saw Rose, it didn't help either. Rose was taller than her by about 4 inches. Her hair was honey brown and perfectly styled. Her gown looked expensive, and she was pretty. Too pretty. Cerise had worn jeans, a white blouse, and she had left her hair down because William liked it that way. The kids went one way, the men went the other, and Cerise had to sit with Rose on the terrace. "So, you're from the mire and the edge?" Rose said after a while. "Yes. That's why the jeans?" "Well, I tried a gown," Cerise said. "I looked very nice in it. I wore it long enough to take a picture, and then I took it off. It looks very pretty hanging in a closet." Rose looked at her. "Will you excuse me?" "Sure." About 5 minutes later, Rose came out wearing a pair of threadbare jeans and a t-shirt and carrying 2 bottles of beer. "I've been saving them. They're from the Broken." She popped the tops and passed one over to Cerise. They clinked beer necks and drank. The boys and Lark disappeared into the trees. "My youngest brother killed a lynx yesterday," Rose said. "Apparently it came into his territory and left some spray marks. He skinned it, smeared himself in its blood, and put its pelt on his shoulders like a cape. And that's how he came dressed for breakfast." Cerise drank some beer. "My sister kills small animals and hangs their corpses on a tree because she thinks she is a monster, and she is convinced we'll eventually banish her from the house. They're her rations, just in case." Rose blinked. "I see. I think we're going to get along just fine, don't you?" "I think so, yes." And somehow they did. Now they had a babysitting arrangement. One weekend Rose had the kids, and one weekend she did. She didn't mind. Jack was a small, feral William. He was trouble, but he was a good kid. He worshipped William, and Lark and he were like 2 peas in a pod. She couldn't quite figure out George yet. He was very quiet and polite, but once in a while his eyes would light up and he'd say something really funny. It was almost like there were 2 Georges, the well-mannered version and the hidden wry one who lived to make trouble. But today they were gone, off to Rose and Declan's, which meant that this morning she and William would be alone in the house. A black wolf burst from the forest and charged the house. Cerise smiled. The wolf changed in mid-leap, turning into a very naked William. She craned her neck a little to get a better look. He vanished below the balcony. A moment later, William swung himself over the balcony rail and flopped in the chair next to her, still stark naked and slightly sweaty. She looked at him through half-closed eyes. "You're lucky the kids aren't here." He leaned over, his eyes wild. "But the kids are gone. We can have a nice, lazy breakfast, and then we can nap. We just got up. You just got up. I've been up for hours." He leaned over and kissed her lips. She tasted him, smelled the light musk of his sweat. His tongue explored her mouth, and when they broke apart for a breath, she had to remind herself that taking her clothes off on the balcony wasn't a good idea. "You're right. We should take a nap," she told him. He grinned at her. A sharp, forlorn cry rolled above them. She looked up and saw a small blue speck rapidly growing bigger. "What's that?" William swore. "That would be an Air Force wyvern. A small one." The speck grew into a huge scaled creature, a cross between a dinosaur and a dragon, sheathed in blue and white feathers. Enormous wings churned the air, and the wyvern touched down in the middle of the lawn. A small cabin perched on the back of the wyvern. Cerise took a towel off the table and thrust it at William. He looked at her like she was crazy. "Cover yourself." "Why?" "Because most men don't stand there with their stuff hanging out for all to see." William wrapped the cloth around his hips. The wyvern lay down, the cabin door opened, and a man jumped out. William growled. "Who is that?" "That's Irwin." Irwin came up to the house and waved at them. "Lord Sandine, the mirror requires your services." They wanted him to go spy. He would be off in danger on his own. Her throat constricted. No, they hadn't had nearly enough time together. "I'll go get dressed," William growled. "Both of you, my lord." "I get to go?" Cerise jumped to her feet. "Yes, my lady. That is, unless you refuse. Lord Sandine is bound by our agreement, but you are—" "Save it," she told him. "I'll be right there. Let me just get my sword." This concludes Bayou Moon. Please visit our website, www.tantor.com, for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers. Or call toll-free 877-7-TANTOR to request a catalog.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.